You are listening to Horror Game Developer. My games aren't that scary. By Entril J.I. Novels from Novelfire. Chapter 51, The Game That Makes You Scream 1. Chapter 51, The Game That Makes You Scream 1. The moment I came into the guild, I saw over a dozen pairs of eyes staring in my direction. They were all from people whom I more or less knew. What's up with them? I tried to ignore their stares, but they were burning holes into my face. It almost felt as though they were looking at some sort of wild animal from the zoo. I touched my face. Was there something on my face? Did the axe somehow manage to graze my face? No, I don't think so. I didn't feel any pain on my face, and the cops would have probably said something about it. Then, my eyes eventually fell on Zoe's phone, and everything became clear to me. My heart sank. So they saw the stream. It made sense when thinking about it. After all, Zoe had been the one to instigate Jamie to do something to scare me. In the end, that never happened as a result of the weird cultists coming out of nowhere. With a sigh, I was just about to approach them when I saw Terrence. Yes, I think that was his name. I saw him take a step back, his face a little pale as he alternated his gaze between me and Kyle. He started mumbling some strange words that I couldn't hear, and before I could get a word out, he scurried away. The hell? His reaction felt a little off. Miles was next to leave, waving his hand at me as the dimples on his face felt a little stiff. I waved back, but at the same time remained extremely cautious. Ever since realizing his identity, I had tried my best to keep a certain distance from him. In the past, Miles had tried multiple times to invite me out for dinner, but I somehow managed to weasel my way out of those situations by simply telling him that I was too busy with work and that I wouldn't be able to. My terrible sleeping schedule also helped in that regard. Eventually, Miles appeared to have gotten the message and stopped interacting with me as much. I was happy with this. It was always good to avoid snakes. Well, I guess there's only Kyle and Zoe left. I opened my mouth to speak, but was promptly cut off by Zoe, who shook her head. You shouldn't have rejected the section chief's offer. What a waste. And then standing up, she shook her head again before leaving. I felt lost. What in the world was going on today? I eventually turned my attention towards Kyle. Just like that of the 4 people who were present, only one remained. You're not going to leave like the others, right? No, why would I? Kyle looked around before leaning a bit closer, his voice lowered into a whisper. Did you end up puking in the end? I pressed my lips tightly and looked around before shaking my head and whispering back. I was about to, but there was no bathroom. That's good. Think about bringing your own bag next time. That's actually a good suggestion. It would save me a lot of trouble, actually. That aside, Keck. Kyle suddenly stifled a laugh, his face slowly turning red as he looked at me. What's up with him? PFTT. Kyle held back another laugh as he took out his phone and showed me his screen. That was when I saw it. A picture of myself, standing in the middle of a familiar bedroom with sunglasses on. The worst part of the picture was the caption above it that read, "Meet the lunatic with the sunglasses." There were quite a few comments and likes on the picture. I could see that it was starting to go viral. Oh. Kyle put the phone down before suddenly bending over, his mouth open as he laughed without making a sound. I could tell from how red his face was that he was trying his best to laugh, but he was laughing so hard that no noise came out. I kind of just wanted to pinch his nose and let him suffocate in his own laugh. But I was too nice for that. Without paying him any more mind, I rubbed my eyes and headed back to my office. I was way too tired to care about things like this. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I looked around before settling my gaze on the wall where the large III was present. Staring at it, I felt a growing pressure mount on my chest as I dropped my stuff and slumped down on the nearby chair. Right, I need to handle that too. The countdown felt like a shit hanging over my neck, ready to slice it off at any given second. Thankfully, the conductor has yet to make any movements just yet, but I don't know how long that will be. He was coming. Of that I was sure. Who? Letting out a breath, I settled my gaze over the painting on the wall and I checked the time. There are 20 minutes left until 1. Do I really still have to look at it? And what about the quest? Was it still not completed? I sighed while massaging my face. The situation didn't quite make sense, and after a little bit of thought, I retrieved my laptop and booted it open. I was about to open the system app when I paused and turned my attention toward the dock app. Its logo was that of a black joystick. Thinking about my current situation, I opened the app and tried to get to the bottom of the situation. So I've been suspended because of botting. However, that doesn't mean that the game isn't being sold right. The only thing that was blocked was just my account. In that case, the game was still up for purchase. I typed the name of the game on the search bar to see if that was the case, and sure enough, it was still up. My heart raced a little when I saw this. I was extremely curious to see how it was doing. Surely for the account to be suspected of botting, it must have been doing quite well. Maybe it also got reported by those in the stream. That could be the reason. That no longer mattered since I was more curious to see how the game was doing. However, checking the statistics of the game, my brows slowly furrowed. It's still not updated yet. I couldn't see any reviews or details about the game. This wasn't exactly strange. It usually took a while for the information to load. I was really curious to see how the game was faring, but it seemed like I had to wait a little longer. That was how I spent the next dozen minutes, but even as that much time passed, there was no real change. I frowned while thinking about the game, and that was when something hit me. Streams. I thought about the stream that I had just done. Surely someone might be streaming the game, right? The stream was doing very well the last time I remembered. If that were the case, then someone could be playing the game. I felt my heart race at the thought as I opened the streaming application. However, just as I was about to do so, I looked at the time and I paused. Right, I need to do that first. I could only silently close the game before settling my gaze on the painting before me. I suddenly grew nervous as I got up from the chair and stood in front of it. Tick, tick. The seconds ticked, and the arm eventually reached 12:100 a.m. The time began, and I held my breath. Just as my body began to tense. Ding! I heard the sound of a notification coming from my computer. I paused and blinked my eyes by accident. Oh shit! I started to panic, but a second later I realized something. Nothing had happened despite my blinking. Then, slowly turning around and settling my gaze over my computer, I took a slow step towards it until I caught a glimpse of the screen. That was when I saw it. Congratulations on completing the quest. Oh. Chapter 52, The Game That Makes You Scream 2. Chapter 52, The Game That Makes You Scream 2. Optional quest completed. Difficulty, second order. Reward, 5,000 SP. Objective, investigate the painting's origins. Location, Velora Art Museum. Description, clues hide within the museum's halls. Travel to the Velora Art Museum and uncover the story behind the mysterious painting. Time limit, 2 days. I watched as my balance went from 1,450 to 6,350 SP in a matter of seconds. Seeing this, I almost jumped up with joy. This was massive. With the additional 5,000 SP, the number of items that I could purchase from the shop had increased by a lot. With this, I felt a lot more confident in handling the conductor. It finally made me feel like I could breathe again. But it didn't take more than a couple of seconds for the system to pour cold water over my joy, as several notifications appeared on the screen. You have uncovered the dark secret hidden within the painting. The young girl was being raised from childhood as a living sacrifice for the cult leader's ascension. When she learned the truth, she tried to take her own life, but her efforts were in vain. By disrupting their plans and exposing part of their scheme, you have drawn their attention. You are now one of their targets. Be cautious. This cult is no ordinary gathering. They are backed by some of the wealthiest and most powerful families, with influence that reaches the deepest parts of this land. They know your face now, and they will be watching. Caution advised. Ding. Continuation quest activated. Difficulty, third order. Reward, 40,000 SP. Objective, expose the cult and its plans. Location, NA. Description, the cult has now set its target on you. You must be careful not to get caught by them. Only death awaits if you get caught by them. Find a way around the situation and expose them. Time limit, 2 months. You really couldn't just let me enjoy my moment for 1 second, right? Staring at the sudden quest window, I felt my head throb. However, that only lasted for a brief moment. This wasn't outside of my expectations. I had more or less guessed that something like this was going to happen after hearing the senior officer's words. 40,000 SB and 2 months time limit. That's good enough. Thankfully, I had quite a bit of time to complete the quest, and the rewards were equally as appealing. I guess there was a silver lining to the situation. Furthermore, I was going to have to deal with the situation regardless. Getting a reward for it was just an added bonus. This also means that I no longer have to look at the painting every day. I sighed in relief while taking a glimpse of the painting. Recalling my first experience, I really didn't want to go through the same situation again. In that case, since everything is done, I should check out the streams to see if anybody is playing my game. This was the aspect that I was most curious and nervous about. I wanted to see if my game was going to be well received. There wasn't much time left until the quest expiry date, and the conductor was making its presence known more and more. In order to be absolutely ready for its eventual arrival, I had to make sure that my game was well received. The better it was, the more it was going to sell, and the more SB I was going to make. This was going to be crucial for my future. I also need to find a way to reach the second order. Only by reaching the second order would I be able to upgrade the shop. Perhaps then I'd be able to find more pills to heal my situation. All right. Taking a deep breath and closing down the app, I didn't delay the situation and opened the streaming app, quickly searching for my game in the search bar. A regular day in the office. 5. The number of results ended up being a measly 5. Looking at the streams, they also didn't have that many viewers watching them, with the one with the most only having 115 viewers. My heart sank at the sight, but I soon realized the reason for this. Right, it's 1 a.m. Who was going to watch the stream at this time? In fact, the fact that there were 5 people streaming the game was quite good. I drummed my fingers over the table before closing the computer down. I guess I should go to sleep now. I'll most likely see the true impact of the game tomorrow. If by the next day there had still been hardly any streams or talk about it, alongside a lack of reviews on the website, then it could very well have been considered a flop. I felt extremely nervous thinking about that. I couldn't afford to fail, especially when taking into consideration the consequences that would come from such failure. The more I started to think about it, the more nervous I became. Let's just forget about it. Putting the computer away, I quickly moved out of the office and headed back to the dorms. I wanted to get some sleep so I could forget all about the situation. Hopefully, by tomorrow I'll see something. Horror games weren't particularly popular. This much was the common consensus between those who worked in the entertainment industry. Be it game developers or streamers, they all understood the lack of appeal of horror games. But just because there wasn't much of an appeal, it didn't mean that there was no interest in them. Within a small one-bedroom apartment, the lights from the monitor flashed in the otherwise dark space. Sitting on his chair with his feet resting on it, Carl opened a certain game. The game has finally finished downloading. Honestly, this doesn't look like much, but I'll give it a try. Carl glanced at his second monitor as he spoke. The game he was currently playing was called A Regular Day in the Office. It was a game he heard about after watching a certain clip. Seeing the clip catch some stream, he immediately bought the game and was prepared to try it. It was nighttime and the lights were off. There was no better time to play a horror game than now. Carl made sure that everything was ready for the game as he looked at the viewer score. Live. Viewers 115. 115, that's not too bad. Considering what time it was, this was quite good. Furthermore, he was playing a rather niche genre, so he was satisfied with the current viewer count. All right, it looks like the game is booting. He drummed his fingers on the table while looking at the chat. What's the likelihood of me getting scared? He chuckled after seeing the message. I doubt I'll be scared, to be honest. I've played too much shit like this to get scared these days. You guys saw what happened when I played Gentle Whispers by Nightmare Forge Studios. It was ass. Indeed, Carl's expectations of the game were extremely low. This was especially after taking note of the fact that it was developed by a single person. That stream had most likely been a marketing stunt to get people to try the game. But just because his clip was funny, it doesn't mean his game was any good. It kind of felt a little desperate to me. These were Carl's honest opinions as he opened the game and looked at its simple interface. His already low expectations were further lowered. As someone extremely experienced in this industry, he understood what sort of game he was about to play. a low-budget, poorly rendered game that would try to scare you with cheap jump scares. He already wanted to do something else, but wanting to ride the recent trend, he steeled himself and pressed play. All right, let's just get this over with. In that moment, Carl wasn't the only one who decided to play the game. There were quite a few others who also began to play that game. All curious about the game, they pressed play. Welcome to the world of a simple salary man. Their game soon began. Chapter 53, The Game That Makes You Scream 3. Chapter 53, The Game That Makes You Scream 3. The game started rather plainly. This is my third year working for the company. Every day is a struggle, and I hardly get any sleep. I am so tired that I think I'm starting to hear things whenever I leave my office. The only thing keeping me sane is my playbox. Only when I play it do I feel safe. It started with a long and boring message that filled the entire screen. Carl's eyes narrowed as he read the message. Not even a voice audio, seriously. While he already had low expectations for the game, this was even worse than he had originally imagined. And take a look at the graphics. It hardly renders anything. This is the type of stuff you'd expect to have been developed 20 years ago. His comments were met with similar criticism from the chat. Low budget. Could still be scary, right? Bah, this looks boring. Switch to the next game. I'll switch stream if you continue to play. I could probably do better, lol. Reading the comment, Carl almost felt tempted to quit on the spot. However, thinking about how he could still make a quick buck from the hype the clip had, he clenched his teeth and decided to press on. Another long line of text appeared. It gave a rough outline of the situation. Tired worker, one who committed suicide, music box helping him feel safe, just a bunch of nonsense that was put in order to add some psychological effect on the player. Fuck, I can't even skip this part. The fact that he couldn't skip all the boring intro made him want to tear his hair apart. A good horror game didn't need a cheap introduction like this. This was a typical case of show and not tell. Hopefully this shit won't last long. He could see his viewers getting fed up. Thankfully, it really didn't last long as he soon found himself in front of a door as he pressed his mouse, and the scene changed to a long corridor. A simple key tutorial appeared on the right of the screen. So I just walk. The commands looked rather simple, and Carl proceeded to move forward with the character. So far the game feels somewhat laggy. My best guess is that the developer used Unigine to develop the game but rushed the game. The lack of rendering also seems to be because of that. The sound also doesn't seem to be well placed. The steps are a little uneven and the breathing is too consistent. Who even breathes like that? Carl started commenting while playing the game. The game cost about $5, but I've seen cheaper games better done than Thigh. Flick. The screen suddenly turned black, and the darkness swallowed Carl from all directions except the side monitor that displayed the chat. What? Carl looked at the screen in confusion, then quickly realized what was happening. I see what's going on here. He calmly pressed the W key as the echo of the character's steps made its way into his ears. Similar to gentle whispers, it appears that this game plays on sound and the lack of visuals in order to create tension, while eventually giving rise to the jump scare in the end. This was the standard structure of horror games, and as an experienced player, Carl saw right through the game's intentions. But, flick, the light soon turned back on and he cocked his head. Oh, was I wrong? He turned the corridor to see a familiar corridor in the distance. He had a look of understanding then. An endless labyrinth-type game. Okay, I think I've played this one before. He was trying his very best to make the stream entertaining, but looking at the chat and the lack of engagement, he felt his heart twitch. I should get this game over with. He pressed Shift and made the character move faster. By now, he didn't even care that he was wasting the character's stamina. He just wanted to die and move on to the next game. However, just as he was about halfway through the corridor, the character stopped and took out his MP3. Hey. Before Carl could figure out what was happening, a certain tune began to play from the speakers of his computer. It was a gentle tune that seemed soothing to the ears, prompting his mind to gradually relax. Wow, this is not bad. Yeah, I like it. Elmao, did the developer spend all of his money on the music? Carl found himself nodding at the comments. The music was somewhat pleasant to the ears, unknowingly starting to make his body relax. And this was the moment the game changed. Flick. The darkness swallowed the room once more, and Carl felt his body tense. Hey! The sudden rise in tension threw him off completely. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself down before continuing forward. At the same time, he glanced at the chat, only to find that it was currently quiet. What happened? Carl didn't have enough time to figure out what was going on before the lights suddenly flickered back on. Flick. Turning the corner and into a different corridor, he noticed a change. His expression grew grim when he saw the flowers on the door and the message that read, "In memory of Ramal Neal." He felt his heart pound at the sight of the message, and just as he quietly swallowed his saliva, the lights turned off. Flick. Huak. Carl flinched, his hand reaching for his shirt as he looked around. It was only after a second that he realized that the light had turned off, and he looked at the camera, embarrassed. He was just about to joke with the chat when... Step. He suddenly heard the sound of a step coming from behind. Because he was wearing headphones, the sound felt more pronounced, as though it was really coming from behind him, and his entire body shuddered, his palms sweaty. Oh shit. Gone was his previous confident demeanor. Pressing W, he urged the character forward, the steps echoing loudly from behind. Faster, move faster. He pressed shift, but soon stopped when he realized he was draining the character's stamina. Oh fuck. His face turned pale when he saw that the stamina wasn't regenerating fast. With a twitch of his fingers, he looked at the chat in order to distract himself, but... Empty. No one made a single comment. What happened? Did they leave? That quickly proved not to be the case, as he saw the number of viewers almost double. Unfortunately, he couldn't pay much attention to them as he continued to hear the sounds of the steps coming from behind him. Shit. He hurried forward. Carl soon began to find himself in a terrifying cycle of fear. Every time the light turned on, he would breathe before suddenly holding his breath whenever the darkness and the steps came. Before he knew it, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Shit, run faster, Hayak. By now, the steps behind him were running at him incredibly fast. Carl felt his heart in his throat as he tried his best to run, but it was of no use. The character couldn't keep up. His entire body tensed, his head moving away from the monitor as he hastily tapped on the keys of his keyboard. No fucking run. He was practically screaming at this point, his hands shaking as he pressed shift, but soon enough. You have run out of stamina. A notification popped up, and the character stopped. No, why are you stopping? Ah, shit. A crunching sound echoed shortly after as the head snapped back, displaying a terrifying empty face. Carl's entire body trembled as he fell back, his mouth and keyboard falling away. Kairerila. The scream pierced through the room. It was loud, and the raw fear contained within it woke up several of the nearby neighbors. What's going on? Did something happen? That was a scream, right? Let me call the police. This might be serious. Such a scene repeated throughout the entire night, as several screams filled the neighborhoods. On that day, the police received more calls than it was used to. And on that day, a regular day in the office started to trend. Chapter 54, Your account has been reinstated 1. Chapter 54, Your account has been reinstated 1. For once, I woke up on time. I looked at my watch and saw that it was 8 a.m. Rubbing my eyes and stretching my body, I got out of bed before taking a quick shower and getting ready to work. Right, I did say I would check once I woke up. As I was brushing my teeth, I turned my attention towards my phone. I suddenly grew curious about the game. How was it doing? Opening the phone, I stared at it nervously, my thumb hovering over the dock app. My heartbeat was a little too fast as I tapped the icon, watching as the app loaded slowly. The moment it opened, my eyes were drawn to the account status, suspended. My heart sank just a little, but it wasn't like I hadn't been expecting this. I just hoped they'd have resolved the situation by now. It's not strange, though. They usually take a day or two with this stuff. I was still confident I'd get my account reinstated soon enough. What was most important was to see how the actual game was doing. Did the marketing stunt work or not? I swallowed my saliva while nervously typing the name of the game in the search bar. My mind couldn't help but wander to the worst possible scenarios. I started to think about Kyle's reaction and the things I'd have to do in case I failed the mission. The few seconds it took for me to type the name of the game felt like forever, and once I searched the name of the game and pressed on it, a series of results appeared. Soon my eyes fell on my game, and my expression slowly grew slack shortly after. Tag. The toothbrush fell from my mouth, my mind blank. It took a moment for me to snap out of it, and when I did, I felt the toothpaste slip away from my mouth. That. Quickly whipping the toothpaste away, I blinked to make sure I wasn't seeing things. I even double-checked to see if it was the correct game that I pressed on. But even as I blinked, no change occurred. It was the right game, and it was all real. Recent reviews. Neutral, 731 reviews. My hand shook as I stared at the number of reviews that were on the game's page. While the neutral on the review page meant that the game had mixed opinions, what mattered was the number of reviews. 731. That was a ridiculous number of reviews. This was especially so when taking into account that only a small player base would go out of their way to send a review. This meant that the game had sold quite a lot of copies. Ho! I could hardly contain my excitement as my chest trembled with each breath, and I started to search for my game on the web. I wanted to see the reason for its sudden explosion in popularity. Is it because of the stream? If so, I should do it more often. However, the moment the first search loaded, my excitement almost faded. In its stead, I found my face slowly starting to stiffen. Well, I wouldn't be sent to jail for this, right? I didn't even know how to react when staring at the first title that appeared. Screams rattle neighborhoods, flooding police lines with panicked calls. The culprit, a game called A Regular Day in the Office. I clicked on the website to see a long article about the events that transpired this past night, and how several neighborhoods were terrorized by such screams. I forced out a laugh before finally looking at the reviews on the game. The more I read them, the more I covered my face. Terrible, just terrible. I couldn't sleep at all because of this. The police were called and everyone was questioned. Terrible. Awful game, just awful. The page was flooded with negative reviews. Most of them seemed to come from the victims who had suffered the previous night due to the screams. However, there were also quite a few nice reviews right beneath. I am not an avid fan of horror games, but I decided to try this because of the stream. The quality of the game is nothing to be proud of. The rendering sucks, and I could tell the developer cut corners in several areas. But, despite all of these flaws, the game managed to make me scream, loud enough to make my neighbors concerned. And for that, I can only give it a high score. I recommend. One review in particular stood out to me, not only because of the number of likes it received, but also because of how genuine it felt. I read it a couple of times before liking it. Shortly after, I just found myself standing by the mirror, my expression oddly calm. To say the negative reviews didn't affect me would be a lie. They did to some extent. The game, while a bit rushed, was still something that I had developed after a lot of struggle and suffering. To see people trash my work didn't feel good. But even though the bad reviews bothered me, it didn't surpass the other feeling that I felt as I leaned closer to the sink, staring at my reflection within the mirror. Though not as bad as before, my eyes were still baggy while my disheveled hair covered my face. Gripping the edges of the sink, my arms shook like they could barely hold me up. I hated horror. I hated it so much it made me sick. Made me want to puke my guts out. And yet, I lowered my head, staring at my trembling hands, feeling something ugly coil tighter inside me. My lips pressed into a hard, bitter line. I am more twisted than I thought. Because no matter how much I hated it, I realized just how much I loved to traumatize people with my very own creations. More. I wanted to do more. On the outskirts of the Velora Art Museum, several footsteps crunched through the overgrown greenery. Following the incident that had occurred the previous day, and after careful investigation by the police, it was found that the situation was a lot more serious than previously anticipated, necessitating to involvement of the BAU directly and forcing a specialized team to come and investigate the situation. This matter became especially concerning when the agents dispatched on the mission heard a certain beeping noise coming from the energy detection meter. Beep, beep. One of the agents, a tall man with a sharp jawline, frowned as he stared at the blinking light on his device. I'm getting a reading, he said, his voice tense as he brushed the shoulders of his suit. It's coming from inside the building. Same here. Another agent responded, his expression tight. I'm getting a strong signal. The third agent, a woman with dark, intense eyes, glanced up from her screen and met the other's gaze. Something's wrong. This is no ordinary energy reading. The fourth agent, a younger man, swallowed, his fingers tightening around the device. We need to be careful. This isn't just a routine situation. There's something else going on here. A reading suggested an abnormal presence of excess energy. This was not good news. Let's go. The agents walked into the building with caution, their steps careful as they followed the beeps of the meters in their hands. Coming to a stop in front of a trapdoor, they looked at each other before walking in and slowly walking past a long and narrow tunnel, the sound of their steps echoing loudly in their ears alongside the beeps of their devices. The tunnel opened up into a small, dimly lit room. A single, empty coffin lay in the center, its polished wood gleaming faintly in the weak light. The beeping now rang in their ears, growing more frantic with each passing second. Beep, beep, beep. The expressions of the four agents changed as they settled their gazes on the empty coffin that sat in the middle of the room. It's coming from right here. The agents grew tense as they stared at the coffin, and as one approached it, he took a deep breath before slowly opening it. Creak. A creaking sound echoed as the agent slowly opened the lid of the casket. As the lid slowly rose, the agent's eyes widened in shock. There, swirling inside the coffin, was a vortex of black, a void so dark it seemed to suck in the light around it. The air in the room grew heavier, colder, and everyone's faces changed drastically. Shit! The woman hissed, her hand reaching out for her phone. A gate has opened. Quickly report the situation to the Bureau. Chapter 55. Your account has been reinstated too. Chapter 55. Your account has been reinstated too. News of a gate opening quickly reached the ears of all the major guilds within the island. There were a total of 72 guilds within the island, of which only 2 were of the king grade. Guilds were ranked according to the chessboard hierarchy, with pawn grade guilds at the bottom and king grade guilds at the top. The Severed Star Guild was a newly promoted queen grade guild, just shy of the king grade. They still lacked the necessary achievements and members to reach the king grade. But that wasn't an issue. Even though they had yet to reach the king grade, they were considered to be the guild with the highest chance of advancing to such a grade. After all, each one of their departments had several geniuses that could make any other guild salivate with envy. At this very moment, a meeting was taking place on the guild's 50th floor. The top floor and the guild master's floor. The gate has been identified as a... That's a little worrying. A middle-aged man replied, his voice low and steady. He wore a dark suit that strained against his broad frame while his black hair and beard were neatly trimmed. Wearing a flat expression, the guild master leaned back in his chair as light poured through the massive windows behind him. If those 2 are trying to take the gates, then things will be rather complicated for us. I'm sure they will try their best to make sure we don't get a spot. The rise of another king grade guild wasn't good for them, and so it wasn't strange for them to try their best to make things harder for themselves. We can't afford to lose this gate, especially not when we have found so many talented recruits. The reason why gates were important was because of the fragments that they managed to collect from them. Not only were the fragments extremely valuable, providing extremely clean energy to sustain the island and several other important operations, they were also crucial in the development of an awakened. There existed several types of fragments, and each decree required a specific sequence or number of specific types of fragments in order to advance to the next order and unlock the next node. The higher the order, the more absurd the requirement. It was for this reason that they couldn't give up on the gate. Guild Master, if I may say something. Interrupting the Guild Master's thoughts, his assistant stepped forward, a folder clutched tightly to her chest as she adjusted her sharp, angular glasses. There's actually something interesting that I've managed to find while investigating the recent gate. Oh, do tell. Interest flashed across the Guild Master's eyes. What could Adeline have possibly found? Take a look over here. Adeline placed a file on the desk, revealing a photo of a man who stood out immediately, mostly because of the sunglasses he wore. She pointed at the image. He, along with another streamer known as Jamie TV, was responsible for uncovering the anomaly within the museum. And this guy right here. She pointed at the man with sunglasses. He's actually within our guild as an observer for one of the stars of the containment department. If we play our cards right, we might be able to claim a spot in the raid. Ahem. The guild master crossed his arms, his gaze focused on the man with the sunglasses. So he was within the guild. Well, that changed the situation. One of the rules set by the Bureau was that whoever discovered a gate had the right to claim a spot for it. If the young man with the sunglasses was truly within their guild, then all they needed to do was convince him to join, and the spot would be theirs. The guild master made his decision then. Get in contact with him, offer him a job here. Understood. How much should I offer him? Ahem. The guild master pondered for a moment before looking back at his assistant. Which department was it again? Containment. Yes. All right, let me make a call. The guild master reached for the phone next to him and dialed a number. A rough voice echoed from the speakers a few seconds later. Guild master, why are you calling? I'm kind of a little busy right now. Adeline bitterly smiled when hearing the voice coming from the speaker. Only he would speak to the guild master in that manner. It's kind of a life-and-death situation, you know. It's Uruk. What's going on? Are you in the middle of a gate, if so? No, I'm just constipated. The room fell silent before the guild master suddenly burst out laughing. His laugh echoed within the quiet space as Adeline covered her face and shook her head. Seriously? Uruk, guild master, his is no laughing matter. I'm actually dying over here. Can you make it quick? Yes, I will. With a shake of his head, the guild master went straight to the point. I need you to tell me about the observer that one of your recruits brought in. What do you think about him? As if forgetting all about his situation, the line fell quiet. It remained quiet for a few seconds before his voice echoed again. Are you talking about the boy called Seth? Seth? The guild master turned to look at Adeline, who slowly nodded her head. Yes, him. What do you think about him? Huh? A tired sound escaped the section chief as the line fell quiet again. Seeing Sebastian act like this, the guild master grew even more curious. While Sebastian tended to act chaotically and erratically, he was an extremely competent man. There was a reason why he was the section chief of the containment department. And his next words made the guild master extremely surprised. I really want him. He could feel the desire in the section chief's voice as he spoke. Guild master, have you not watched the stream? The stream? The guild master looked to his assistant, who readily displayed to him a certain video. He watched tentatively as the section chief spoke over the phone. The first time I was impressed was during the newbie trials. He was just there to look but decided to have a go. He ended up setting the record for the fastest run in the game. I gave up thinking that I might be jumping the gun, but then I saw his stream. That guy. He might just be a monster. The guild master's eyes narrowed as he skipped past several scenes and witnessed the subject with heavy scrutiny. He analyzed everything, from the speed of his thoughts, his handling of the situation, and his general calmness. He was slowly starting to see what the section chief was talking about. But then, I ended up offering him a position, but he refused me. The guild master turned his attention to the phone again. He refused. Yes. What did you offer him? Very good terms, top even for the top recruits in their first year. But he still rejected. Yes, he said that he wanted to continue developing games. Games? The guild master paused, his eyes blinking rapidly before he suddenly burst out laughing again. His laugh this time was even louder than the previous, the amusement clear on his face. Eventually, calming himself down, he looked towards Adeline. Draft up a contract. Guild master, are you going to offer him a contract? I'm afraid he's still going to reject it. Add the title of trauma consultant. Give him a base salary of around $2,500 a month and tell him he can do whatever he wants. We just need him for the gate. Adeline took the orders seriously and jotted everything down. Then finished everything she bowed before leaving. On the phone, the section chief remained stunned. Eventually, however, he recovered and started speaking hurriedly. Wait, you're giving him a bogus position. What for? Ah, wait, is it for the gate? Correct. The guild master nodded. If he works for us, then we will get a claim to the gate. The profit that we'll make from the gate will far outstrip the salary that we're offering him. The section chief started to understand. However, he soon chuckled. But that's not the only reason, right? I bet you have other motives behind your actions. The guild master merely smiled without answering. The section chief pressed on. You're smiling, aren't you? Fuck, just thinking about it is giving me goosebumps, shit. Aren't you constipated? Huh? The line paused before the section chief sighed. I was lying. Oh? The guild master didn't sound surprised. And what exactly were you doing? I was playing football. Recently, I feel like my leg hasn't exactly been as strong as it once was. The last time I tried to kick. Do. The guild master ended the call there, allowing for the silence to return to the office. Then, slowly turning his attention towards the sunglasses-wearing figure in the file before him, he drummed his fingers on the table. For the section chief to say something like that, I'm starting to become interested myself. Chapter 56, Your account has been reinstated 3. Chapter 56, Your account has been reinstated 3. I sat in silence, staring blankly at my laptop. How many sales exactly do I have? The quest never specifically said that I needed to make money. The criteria were for me to hit 10,000 sales. Staring at the number of reviews, I felt that I had hit that number or was close to hitting it. If that's the case, then maybe it shouldn't matter if I'm currently suspended. I checked the app on my laptop, but had yet to see the quest completion notification. That most likely meant that I had yet to hit 10,000 sales. But if that's the case, I don't see why they'd think I was botting. While 10,000 was a high number to me, it was still considered a small number within the industry. It wasn't a number large enough to make Doc suspicious about me botting. In that case, could the reason be something else? Like, someone reported my account. I groaned when thinking about this far. It made sense when taking into account the fact that there were a lot of trolls online. If they really did do something like that, then I needed to do something quick. And so, after a lot of thought, I came up with one conclusion. I'll open an official account on Robes and send a message there. Hopefully, people see it and do something. Robes was the social media platform that people used here. It was also where Zoe posted and where her account was. I scrolled through her posts to see how she managed her account, but all I saw were photos of her in weird poses and different clothing. I read the caption of one of them. About to enter a gate, wish me luck, Tilda. The photo above was a selfie of her with a gate in the distance. Not far I could even see Kyle, his eyes half-closed mid-yawn. That's funny. I chuckled at the sight as I tried to pinch the photo to get a better look. But just as I did, oh crap, I accidentally scrolled down and liked the next photo. Just her in a dress standing by a cafe, sunglasses lowered, with a caption that read, Am I pretty? I sat in silence for a short moment before sighing. Well, whatever. She has a lot of followers, so she won't notice it. I then shifted my attention back towards my own page. It was very plain, with my name on the page, Seth Thorne. It's definitely plain. There were also no posts. I wasn't the type to use social media, so this was nothing to be surprised about. Another thing about the account was that it didn't really stand out. There were quite a few other accounts with the same name and surname. As a result, I changed the name to make it more obvious. Horror game developer Seth Thorne. Post 0 followers, 0 following, 0. Yes, this looks much better. I nodded in satisfaction when I saw the name. This will definitely make it obvious that I'm a game developer. I didn't waste any more time after that. I quickly got to work and wrote a message detailing my situation and how my account had been suspended before posting it. There. I didn't stop there. In order to truly get the news to spread, I sorted through my contacts and sent a message to Jamie. I've just created an account on Robes. Would you mind sharing this with your followers? I have an important message there. I didn't wait long to receive a message from him. I got you. Nice. With that sorted, I felt a lot more relaxed. While I didn't know if this would help or not, I knew that creating an account was important. This was so that when my next game came out, news would spread fast. I closed the page and went online to check for any updates about my game. But just as the browser loaded, there was a knock at the door. To talk? Huh? I looked at the door in confusion. Who could it be? It couldn't be Kyle since he told me he was busy. Then, May I come in? An unfamiliar female voice echoed from the other side of the door. I was stunned, but I still replied. Oh, yes. Okay. The door opened, and moments later a woman stepped inside. She dressed in a sharp suit, her hair pulled back into a tight bun, and angular glasses framing her sharp eyes. "It's nice to meet you." She was the first one to greet me as I stood up and extended my hand in her direction. For some reason, I felt nervous while looking at her. "Yes, I'll get straight to the point then." The woman dropped a file on my desk. "We would like to offer you a position within the guild." A sudden job offer? Why? Could it be because of the section chief? If so, I'm sorry, but we took your rejection into account. That's why we're not offering you an official position. You're not? I was surprised to hear this, but I was also confused. If they weren't going to offer me an official position, what exactly were they planning on offering me? Have a look. The lady pointed at the file on the desk, and that was when I finally took a good look at it, opening it and reading the contents. It took me about 10 minutes to read the entire time, and once I was done, I found myself unable to say a single word. What could I even say? What do you think? If there's anything that you're dissatisfied with, we can make adjustments. It's good. The terms were really good. A base salary of $500 for a job as a trauma consultant. But despite the job title, I didn't really have to do anything. It was just a random name thrown in for the job. So essentially, I get paid for doing nothing. This made no sense. Was this Kyle's doing? As if sensing my suspicion, the lady adjusted her glasses. Kyle is one of our star performers within the guild. We do not wish for him to be poached by other guilds. This is one of the reasons why we're offering you these terms. So it was because of Kyle. This made a lot more sense. But still, surely this wasn't all right. There's another reason. There it is. A gate recently opened in the museum that you previously streamed in. Because of your direct involvement with the situation, you can be considered to have contributed to the finding of the gate. We need you to be our employee to ensure us a spot. So that's the case. I felt a lot more relaxed knowing the real reason behind the sudden job offer. If it had just been because of Kyle, I would have still felt a little suspicious. But this, it made a lot of sense. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Yes, it does. I looked at the file in front of me and nodded. I was just about to sign it when I stopped. Looking at the lady, a thought crossed my mind and I hesitated. But as if sensing my hesitation, the lady spoke. Is there anything? Actually, yes. Please let me know. I scratched the side of my face, a little embarrassed. Is it possible to give me a down payment of $10,000? You can deduct it from my salary. I just need the money fast. With the threat of the conductor looming, as well as the cult, I needed as much money as possible. For that reason, I felt the need to ask for $10,000 directly. This would convert to 1,000 SB, which would help me gain access to more items. 10,000. Thankfully, it didn't seem to be a difficult request. That can be done. Is there anything else? And I stopped mid-sentence, laughing awkwardly as I looked at her. Actually, there is something else. Yes. I hesitated before looking at my phone and then at her. Surely they can, right? Is it possible for you guys to reinstate a game? Chapter 57. Your account has been reinstated for. Chapter 57. Your account has been reinstated for. Your account has been reinstated. I stared blankly at the notification that appeared on my computer. That was fast. Not even a few hours after I had made my request to the guild, and my account got reinstated. I didn't even know how to feel. To think that a guild's influence was this big. Wait, does that mean that the post I made on robes is useless? It wasn't a big issue. Either way, the account was going to be useful for me later down the line. I just logged in and deleted the post that I had previously made. Jamie had yet to make the announcement, so the follower count was still stuck at 0. But that was irrelevant. Ding! You have been transferred 10,000. I couldn't contain my smile when I saw the new notification that appeared on my phone. I didn't even hesitate to convert all of it into SB, netting myself 1,000 SB. It's a bit of a pity, but this is necessary. I now only had enough money for food and basic necessities. Rent was free, and so was the office space. My general expenses were low to begin with. With that being said, I opened the doc application and checked the statistics. I was really curious to see how much money I had made and the number of sales. It's here, right? I fumbled around the page for a few moments before finally locating the section, and just as I clicked on the statistics, the smile on my face slowly faded. Hey. I had to blink several times to make sure I wasn't seeing things. However, blinking again and seeing no change in the data in front of me, I slumped back onto my chair. My mind could hardly process the number in front of me. I had originally thought the number of sales had almost reached 10,000, but I was wrong. I was very wrong. I drew a deep breath, trying my best to calm my trembling hands as I stared at the number on the screen in front of me. Sales, 17,319. This is insane. The number was far greater than I had originally anticipated. In fact, it had far surpassed it. I then looked at the income generated section and drew another cold breath. Income, 60,617. This was the first time I had ever earned this much money before, and the previous excitement that I felt from receiving 10,000 felt like almost nothing. To make things even better, the sales were still going up. This was far from the final income I was going to make from the game. The thought drove me mad. But there was only one issue with the situation. I can't withdraw the money until the end of the month. Doc paid every end of the month, and it was currently January 17. There were still 14 days left until the end of the month. I guess it was still a good idea for me to request the money immediately. Taking a deep breath, I started to look through the statistics of the game. I was curious to see what else I could find, but right as I got into it, a notification appeared on my computer. Market your game. Quest completed. Oh, so now you decide to show up. I shook my head. Very clearly, I had fulfilled the criteria of the system several hours ago, and yet it was only now that I received the notification. This also happened back when I completed the museum quest. Was there a specific criterion for the completion mark notification to appear? Or was the system just trying its best to mess around with me? I really wasn't sure, but the sudden flood of notifications made all those thoughts pass away. Calculating rewards. The calculation didn't take very long. It didn't take long before 3,000 SB was added to my account. Taking into account the extra 1,000 SB that I had just recently added to my account, I had a total of 10,450 SB. Holy shit. I looked at the system shop. With this amount of money, I can literally buy anything. The most expensive item was the butcher's knife. It was also the most intriguing item as it was a growth type, but I didn't choose to buy it immediately. If my guess is right, since it's a growth-type weapon, it'll start off rather weak. That wouldn't be ideal, considering that I only have a day and a half left before the conductor comes. I should hold off on buying it for now. It was a bit of a pity, but I knew that by the end of the month, with the amount of money I'd rake in, I'd be able to buy the knife. I just needed to be careful with my points. Okay then. Leaning back onto my chair, I scrolled through all the listed items. What should I buy? Seriously? Zoe mumbled while she sat in her cubicle, her leg resting on her desk as she fiddled with the phone in her hand. She had just received a message from Jamie. Originally, she had expected him to ask for the shout-out, but that never happened. Instead, he was messaging her about something else. Seth has just started a page of robes. He's asked me to promote it and authenticate it. Oh, that's cool. But what does it have to do with me? Zoe's expression turned strange. Don't tell me he wants me to promote the page. Zoe didn't know how to feel about that. In part, she felt responsible for the incident, but at the same time, it wasn't really her fault. He was the one who had chosen that place. Furthermore, she had gotten him in contact with Jamie to help him. But should I reject it, if Jamie asks then? Don't worry, I'm not asking you to promote his account. That would be useless since it would be filled with a bunch of your fans that have nothing to do with what he does. They'll just be a nuisance to him. Oh. Contrary to her expectations, Jamie didn't ask her to promote his page. Then what exactly did he want? I want you to help him manage his page. I just looked at his page and... He didn't finish his sentence, but from the way he was texting, it was clear that it wasn't very good. Zoe sighed, but at the same time she was curious. Surely it couldn't be too bad, right? All right, send me his page. Jamie didn't waste a single second and sent the robes page over. Zoe tapped the link, and her app launched instantly. Moments later, a simple page appeared. Her eyes were drawn straight to the name at the top and the photo beneath it. PFTT. She burst out laughing shortly after. What the hell, ha? Despite her best efforts, Zoe couldn't hold back a laugh as she eyed his profile picture. A picture of Seth wearing a pair of sunglasses and looking far too pleased with himself. He looks nothing like a game developer, PFTT. Not only that, but looking at his bio, she couldn't help but laugh again. I am not liable for any damages caused by my games. All responsibility falls on you for screaming and waking up your neighbor. What the hell, haha? The more she looked at the profile, the funnier she found it. It was a strange feeling, almost unfamiliar. How long had it been since she'd laughed like this? Ever since the incident with her parents, she'd buried herself in work, her goal clear. She wanted to become stronger. Strong enough to prevent incidents like her own from happening again, as well as conquering Centriest Island. She didn't have much time to laugh. And yet, somehow in just the past few days, she'd laughed more than she had in her entire time here. It felt weird. So damn weird. Zoe rubbed her eyes while looking at Seth's profile. She shook her head and snooped around the page. The account looked pretty new. He didn't seem to have done much with it. Fiddling around, she looked at his like history, not expecting much, but... Hey. Her face froze. Horror game developer Seth Thorne has previously liked this post by Zoe Turlan. She then looked down to see a very familiar photo. Her face froze. What the fuck? Chapter 58, Return of the Jester 1. Chapter 58, Return of the Jester 1. All right, all attention over here. A loud voice snapped Zoe out of her thoughts. She dropped her phone onto the desk and sat up straight, eyes fixed ahead as the section chief appeared, disheveled and groggy, absently scratching at the unkempt stubble on his face. He was holding onto several papers that he waved. I've just received a gate report. I'm sure most of you are aware of what gate I'm talking about. It's a... The section chief then looked through the papers. He clicked his tongue while mumbling, Kyle, he's not here so I can't drop this annoying thing off to him. If that's the case then. The section chief raised his head and eventually locked eyes with Zoe, who felt her heart sink. She could already see where this was going. Zoe. He smiled. It was a disgusting smile that Zoe had seen too many times by now. It was disgusting. No. You don't even know what I'm about to ask. I do actually. You already made it quite obvious. I don't have time to babysit the operation. I'm trying to gather enough fragments to advance to the next order. What are you missing? I'm missing 10 fragments of light, an essence of light, and the heart of a fifth-order light-attributed anomaly. In short, she was missing a lot of things, but this couldn't be helped. The more one advanced, the harder it was for them to go to the next order. Depending on the decree chosen, one would need to follow a specific list of items and fragments in order to stimulate the next node. And even if she did manage to acquire all of the necessary items, there was no guarantee she'd be able to succeed in unlocking her next node. She didn't really have time to invest in a... Oof. Even the section chief looked a little sorry for her. The number of items wasn't low. Still, it wasn't as though he didn't have a way around this. I'll give you 10,000 points. Will you take the job then? Make it 12,000 and I accept. So? It's fine. The section chief clicked his tongue while Zoe smirked. This was what she had been aiming for the entire time. The guild had a specific merit system that came through points. With enough points, she'd be able to purchase the necessary items for her advancement. It just so happened that 12,000 was just enough for her to purchase one of the items that she needed for her advancement. It would still take her a while to advance, but she'd at least be one step closer. Make sure you don't fail the mission. You won't be the only one who will go inside. You must pay absolute attention to those fuckers from Ivory and Crownfall. You know what happened the last time we were with them. I got it. Zoe reached forward to grab the file from the section chief's hands. In it, she could see all the detailed reports from the scouts. Test XXXX-12. Subject D9341, armed with a combat knife. Result after 4 minutes SCP-XXXX-1 instances overwhelmed D9341. Last transmission, they just keep coming. Oh god, they're redacted. Test XXXX-19. Subject MTF Operative Gamma-7, Mothman, equipped with heavy weaponry. Result operatives held for 17 minutes before being overrun. Final message, We've killed hundreds. There's thousands now. It's not stopping. Her brows furrowed the moment she read the first part of the report as she sat up in her chair. As expected, this didn't seem like an easy scenario. How troublesome. In the end, I didn't buy anything. I just spent most of my time looking through the items and memorizing their description. There were just too many good items. I couldn't make up my mind. But more importantly, trauma consultant. I looked at the shiny metal plaque that rested on my desk with mixed feelings. This was merely a customary plaque given to me by the guild in order to make my job look official, but I was worried if people actually took it seriously. What then? Don't tell me I'd have to actually give them counseling. Can I reject them? They won't get angry for rejecting their mental traumas, right? I had plenty of mental trauma myself. If anything, I was the one who needed counseling. Well, if it really does come down to it, I'll just tell them the truth. Either way, they should be aware of it. I'm not qualified to be some sort of consultant. Then again, this could also be a good opportunity for me to gain some connections. Whatever. I brushed those thoughts aside and shifted my attention back towards the painting in front of me. I stood up from my seat and took a good look at it. The young girl was now in the position she had been when I had first received the painting, and there didn't seem to be anything strange with it anymore. I sighed in relief then. Since I no longer have to look at it at night, it should be a regular painting now. I thought about keeping the painting hung on the wall, but then I recalled something extremely important. This painting, it was actually stolen. Oh shit. I silently groaned when I realized this. Although I was confident that not many would recognize the painting, now that there was a gate that had happened in the area where the museum was, I was sure that a few of the people had done some research on the place. Those guys would definitely recognize it in an instant. But there was something else more important than that. I thought back to the scenario and how the museum had been abandoned because the painting had been stolen. If those weird cult people already had the girl's body, why would they care to stop funding the museum once the painting got lost? Surely they could have just made another one, right? A coincidence? Or is there more to it than I know? The thought left me unsettled as I stared at the painting intently. For now, it would be best if I take it down. As I reached out to grab the edges of the painting and take it down, my fingers brushing against the old frame that supported the painting, something else caught my eye, just in time to make me pause. Slowly, I looked back at the painting, my chest growing heavier. And then, I saw it. The face of the little girl, her face pale and eyes wide, staring at me point blank. My mind blanked at the sight. I couldn't even scream before her small hands shot out, unnaturally fast, seizing my head and yanking me forward. Into the painting. Everything turned dark from that moment. By the time I woke up again, a large notification appeared in front of me. Scenario starting. Oh shit. Chapter 59, Return of the Jester 2. Scenario will be starting soon. You have 30 minutes, please get ready. Staring at the floating notification in front of me, I felt at a complete loss. Scenario, why am I suddenly in a scenario? What's going on? The last thing I recalled was standing before the painting. That was when my mind blanked. No, wait. I suddenly recalled the face of the little girl and the hands that reached out for me. Hastily, I sat up and looked around me. Could she be? A dull sound escaped my lips. Not far from where I sat, a mansion rose tall and pale against the soft blue sky, its white walls gleaming under the midday sun. All around me, lush greenery swayed gently, the rough blades of grass grazing my hands and legs as I rested in its midst. This place, it looked extremely familiar. This is the place within the painting, isn't it? I recognized the small pathway that was within the painting. I could even recognize the spot where the little girl had posed. Then, I'm in the world of the painting. I gradually stood up and dusted my clothes, trying my best to gather my bearings. The situation made no sense to me at all, but I had to remain calm. A scenario, I'm now inside a scenario. In other words, a gate. The thought made me groan. If this were truly a gate, then I was in serious trouble, especially since I didn't know the level of the gate. I was currently in the first order. This meant that I could only realistically handle F to E ranked gates. Clearing higher gates was not impossible, but I needed specific items and ample preparations in order to do so. But I had neither. I wasn't prepared, nor did I have items that were specific to clearing the scenario. In other words, I was fucked. Shit, what do I do? I looked around me to see if there was some sort of exit, but no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't see anything. The only thing I could see was the mansion in the distance, but that was the last place I wanted to go. Then, what was I supposed to do? No, now's not the time to panic. I had to take several breaths in order to calm my mind down. There was no use panicking at this point. Whatever happened, it happened. The only thing I could do now was look forward and find a way out of this situation. I thought back to the second message I received, and a thought occurred to me. It says that I have 30 minutes to prepare. That might just be the thing that I need in order to clear this ridiculous scenario. Regarding the description of the scenario, I was sure I was going to receive it just before the scenario started. In that case, the best course of action for me to take was to scout the mansion. But there was only one problem. I really don't want to do that. Just the sight of the distant mansion made my stomach sick, and yet I knew that going into the mansion was the only way for me to survive. As such, pushing my cowardly thoughts away, I headed towards the mansion. I hope I'm right about this. The mansion was only a few minutes' walk from where I spawned, if it could even be called that. In order to save time, I jogged all the way there before arriving in front of its large wooden door. Standing by the door, I felt small. From the finely polished white stone that made up the structure to the well-kept garden that stood outside the door. Everything about the place felt rich. And yet, the more I looked at it, the more dread I felt. I really don't have a good feeling about this. I said this while pushing the doors open, a gentle creak reaching my ears as a large hall appeared in my vision, flanked on either side by sweeping staircases that curved upward toward the second floor. A tall chandelier stood above, and several doors appeared on each side of the first floor, each open, revealing an empty darkness within. One that seemed to suck the very light away. Ho! My chest trembled as I took a deep breath. The place looked rather eerie as I stepped in, a sudden chill invading my body. I swallowed silently while taking in my surroundings. The scenario hasn't started yet. In that case, there shouldn't be any monsters or problems. At least I hoped that was the case. However, I still remained cautious as I scanned my surroundings, the mansion looking completely deserted. Step. The echo of my step echoed as I stepped forward, the silence around me loud. This should be the main hall. I looked around and memorized every detail of the hall before moving towards one of the doors that was shrouded in darkness. Despite my nervousness, I moved past the door and entered an entirely different room. The moment the light touched my eyes, I realized I was standing in an enormous room, far larger than the entrance hall. Along one side, desks were neatly arranged, each draped with pristine white cloths and topped with gleaming metal buffet platters. The ceilings above were extremely high, with the brown polished floor gleaming under the lights of the chandeliers above. Windows lined the walls, veiled in sheer curtains that just barely gave a glimpse of the world outside the large windows. At the far end, a grand piano rested beneath the chandeliers, its polished black surface catching the light and gleaming like still water under the sun. This place... I held my breath for a moment, then stepped forward, the sound of my step echoing louder than before. I paused before the tables, where my eyes caught the edge of a certain flyer. I slowly picked it up. You are cordially invited to the Midnight Masquerade, a night of mystery, music, and moonlight. Date Saturday, October 19th. Time, doors open at 8:00 p.m., unmasking at midnight. Venue, the Grand Ballroom, Ravenshade. Dress code, formal attire and mask required. Beneath the chandeliers and shadows, let secrets dance and silence speak. Join us for an evening of enchantment where every face hides a story. No entry without a mask. A masked ball. I read through each line again to pick up any details before placing the flyer down and looking around. Could this be the scenario? Chapter 60, Return of the Jester 3. Judging by the situation around me, it just might be the case. I looked at the flyer once again and then at the surroundings. The more I looked, the more confident I was about my conclusion. However, it was still far too early to tell. There were still other rooms that I had to explore. This could just be a small part of the entire scenario. The most appropriate course of action was to continue and explore the place while memorizing the layout of the mansion. and looking for any more clues and tips that could help me figure out more about the scenario. I sighed and checked the time. There were still only about 20 minutes left before the scenario started. To ensure that I managed to memorize everything, I stopped wasting time and moved on to the other rooms of the mansion. This room doesn't look anything special. The room next to the ballroom was simply a dining room. I looked around the room before settling my gaze on a specific painting. It depicted a family of 4, a man, a woman, and 2 young boys. They were all standing outside the mansion, smiling, just like any regular family. I studied the painting carefully. Aside from their clothes, which looked rather posh, there was nothing unusual about the painting. But still, it made me question something. Is there no little girl? Last I recalled, the little girl was part of this family. Was this painting taken before her death or after? I licked my lips, imprinting the image inside my mind before going to the next room. I continued like this until I reached the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor appeared to be the residential area, where the rooms were located. Besides the large dining room in the middle connected to the kitchen, in total, there were a total of 7 bedrooms, with multiple bathrooms located throughout. It was a very fancy mansion, and as I settled my gaze over the last door, I reached for the doorknob and tried to open it. But, click. The door refused to budge. It was locked. What the? This was different compared to the other rooms. Unlike this one, I could enter every single room within the mansion. What could this mean? I felt my heart quicken as I stared at the door. Could this be a big part of the scenario? I held my breath, feeling the smooth and metal touch of the knob. I was just about to twist the knob again when... Ding! A notification flashed across my face again. Scenario is starting. The world shifted, and I dropped to the ground. Look! Letting out a groan, I looked around, only to be shocked to find myself back where it all began. What the... But as if that wasn't bad enough, I suddenly saw a black vortex appear not far from where I was, and my mind churned. Then, a foot slowly emerged from within it. Operation, the host's invitation. Class black. A sentient Victorian mansion, hosting an elegant but deadly party overseen by the host. Guests must follow the host's every word with perfect, but not excessive, compliance. If you manage to impress the host, only good things will come. Disobedience results in grotesque, instantaneous death. A few moments prior, Velura Art Museum. Several large black SUVs stopped right outside the gates of the now crowded museum. Stepping out of one of the SUVs, a young girl whose looks could attract the attention of anyone who looked carefully brushed her blonde hair back, while her green eyes scanned the surroundings. "Oh shit." Her face fell the moment she spotted several groups in the distance. Looking at their uniforms and clothes, she knew exactly who they were. She looked behind her where 4 other recruits appeared. They were the recruits she had chosen for the upcoming mission. Whatever you do, don't fall for their cheap provocations. Those bastards are merely trying to shake your mind before entering the gate. All of you should know how important it is to keep a clear mind when entering a gate. Yes. Understood. The recruits nodded with serious expressions, their faces filled with obedience. Zoe had a very good reputation among the recruits. Not only was she really pretty, but she was extremely capable. As such, nobody had anything to say to her words. Good. Nodding in satisfaction, Zoe turned her attention away from the recruits behind her and moved towards the mansion in the distance. But just as she took a single step, a certain voice reached her ears. If it isn't a familiar face. Zoe's eyes closed as she silently sighed. This fucker. Turning around, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared. He was relatively handsome, further accentuated by his bright white clothes, as the insignia of a tusk sat by his breast pocket. He was Tom Tucker, one of the 5 stars of the King-grade Ivory Dominion. It's been a while, Zoe. He waved with a smile. His eyes were curled into slits while his smile looked bright. On the outside, he looked extremely friendly. However, Zoe knew him well enough to know he was the furthest thing from nice. She had seen firsthand how he willingly sacrificed some of his team members in order to gain merit and clear scenarios. He was the most treacherous of people she had ever met in her line of work. Of all people, it had to be him. Zoe groaned to herself as Tom looked around. I don't see Kyle anywhere. Is he here? No, he's got other stuff to do. Oh, I see, that's such a pity. I wanted to catch up with him. It's been a while since I last saw him. I heard that he's doing quite well for himself. His eyes glinted with a certain something as he spoke before looking towards her recruits and moving away. The interaction was short, and yet the recruits already felt shaken. Zoe inwardly cursed when seeing this. That damn fucker, he's always up to no good. Her heart dropped. With him present, the situation had now changed. She now not only had to worry about the scenario, but she also had to worry about him and any possible things he might do in order to interfere with her team. Thankfully, it didn't seem like Crownfall had sent any annoying person on this mission. In the distance, her gaze settled on a burly man with broad shoulders and a thick back. His thinning black hair clung to his scalp, and his clothes strained to contain his bulky frame. Zoe was somewhat familiar with him. If I don't recall wrong, he should be called Ryan. He had somewhat of a reputation, but nothing in comparison to Tom. This kind of made her curious. Why would Crownfall send someone like him to the gate? Whatever, I'll figure it out later. Seeing the groups enter the museum, she started to move and made her way towards the basement where the gate had been found. Eventually reaching the place, she saw that all other groups had arrived, waiting by the gate as they all stared at an agent in a black suit and sunglasses. He stood by the gate with an extremely serious expression. As Zoe and the others arrived, he finally opened his mouth to speak, but just as he managed to get a few words out, a certain sound interrupted his words. Welcome to KH. All eyes suddenly flicked towards the source of the noise as Zoe's face froze, her hand covering her mouth. What just happened? Zoe looked at her hand in confusion. She didn't mean to do that. She didn't know what suddenly came over her. Feeling everyone's gaze, Zoe didn't know what to say. But with her gaze falling on the not-so-pleased agent again, or more specifically, towards his sunglasses, a certain scene popped up in her mind and her lips quivered. Hold it in, hold it in, hold it in. As I was saying. PFTTT. Chapter 61, Return of the Jester 4. Hastily covering her mouth again, Zoe felt the piercing gazes of multiple people at once. She could see Tom's gaze from a distance as he watched on with amusement, while the agent's expression showed signs of extreme displeasure. Seeing how the situation was starting to unfold, Zoe bit her lips. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him and his damn sunglasses, she wouldn't have found this funny. Miss Turline. The agent's voice was cold as he scanned the notepad in his hands. Feeling his gaze, Zoe could only silently close her eyes. Whatever, what's done is done. I'll just wait for him to finish nagging. The nagging, however, never came. After a moment's pause, the agent shifted his attention away from her. It was either perhaps he realized her identity, or because there was not much time to waste, he started to speak again. You've all been given a brief overview of the scenario. Several scouts have already gone in. From what we've gathered, it begins with your arrival at a large estate where a party is underway. The rule is simple. Do whatever the host tells you. If he says dance, you dance. If he says sing, you sing. The agent paused, his expression turning grim. If you fail to do any of the listed things, you will die. The expressions of the recruits didn't change upon hearing the agent's words. Everyone was already aware of this fact. In fact, they were all used to the idea of dying at this point. From what we've managed to find, the way to clear the scenario is by impressing the host. If you somehow manage to impress the host, the scenario will be cleared. Everyone more or less knew everything beforehand. Zoe had as well, having thoroughly studied the scouts' reports in advance. This was the bare minimum one had to do before entering a gate. I don't think I'll have a problem with dancing. The same is with playing the instruments, but I don't know if I can impress the host with my skills. Thankfully, Zoe had brought several items with her in order to help her in this regard. The dancer's ribbons. Upon wearing the ribbon, one will be possessed by the deceased soul of a ballerina that once stood amongst the most talented in the world, automatically be able to dance smoothly and fluidly. But be careful not to be consumed by her. Tempo ring. Allows the wearer to maintain a tempo while wearing the ring. This is so the wearer will never be out of tempo when playing any instrument. These two items alone should be able to make her perform better than most people, and perhaps even impress the host. There are a few other things that you need to be careful of. First, you must never reveal your face. As the agent spoke, he retrieved a small mask that covered the upper part of his face. Do any of you not have a mask? If you enter the scenario without a mask, you will automatically be killed the moment the ball starts. It is extremely important that all of you have your masks with you. As the agent asked, his gaze swept the surroundings as Zoe retrieved her own mask. It was a smooth, featureless sphere with a glossy surface that reflected the light like polished obsidian. It covered her entire face, completely hiding her expression. Unfortunately, the guild had no suitable mask item for her. All the ones they had were far too dangerous for her to wear. She could only settle for a normal mask. Good, it looks like everyone here has brought a mask with them. In case someone doesn't have it, there are spare masks with me. The agent stepped aside to display a small box where a multitude of masks appeared. Since everyone looks ready, I won't hold you up for much longer. Just remember the things that I told you and... The agent paused, his voice turning somber. Just as you can impress the host, you can also disappoint him. Make sure you don't disappoint the host, otherwise... He didn't finish his sentence, nor did he have to. Everyone present clearly understood the meaning of his words, as they all silently nodded their heads. Good. Moving towards the coffin that sat at the center of the room, he pushed it open to reveal a familiar swirling black vortex. May all of you be blessed with luck. I hope you all come back in one piece. And with such words, the recruits jumped onto the coffin one by one. Zoe looked behind her to make sure that the recruits were ready before stepping forward and moving towards the coffin. Just as she arrived at the coffin, her gaze paused on the agent who locked eyes with her. Your sunglasses remind me of something funny. That streamer kid. Hey. Zoe blinked, the agent slowly pulling his glasses away. I watched it too. I kind of had to since it's important for the task. I realized pretty quickly why you were laughing. He smirked. Funny, no. Zoe smiled wryly and nodded. It really was. Then, nodding at the agent, she jumped into the gate, her vision turning black before a bright light engulfed her. Swoosh. Blinking rapidly, she looked around and found herself standing in front of a large mansion. The sun bathed them from above as a gentle breeze drifted by, carrying the fresh scent of grass. The doors were wide open, and within she could hear the loud sound of chattering and music. Swoosh, swoosh. One by one, more and more people started to materialize, as everyone focused their attention on the large mansion in front of them. It took a minute for everyone to finally arrive, and when they did, they didn't hesitate to move forward. Zoe and her group were the last ones to move, as she waited for everyone in her group to appear. It was only then that she decided to appear. However, just as she had taken a step, her eyes turned and locked with a certain individual. He stood not far from her, his gaze drawn towards her. Zoe frowned as she met his gaze. A jester. She quickly pulled her gaze away, shaking her head. That's rather tacky. Chapter 62, Masquerade Ball 1. She didn't notice a thing, right? Feeling Zoe's gaze, sweat dripped down from the side of my face. She was staring for too long, and the more she stared at me, the more nervous I felt. This persisted for a good couple of seconds, until she eventually pulled her gaze away. Fuck, that was too nerve-wracking. I sighed in relief. At the very least, it appeared that I had managed to successfully infiltrate the group. Everyone was too preoccupied with the scenario to even take notice of me, and I joined right as the first group entered, so even if they did find me suspicious, they'd think that I was merely part of the first group that entered. There were quite a few people present. I could count about 30. Judging from the different clothes they were wearing, they all came from different places. They all wore some ridiculous mask, making mine the least noticeable one. To make the situation even better, they all wore different types of clothes. Some tried to wear clothes fitting a ball, while others wore more casual ones. That was the only reason that prompted me to join the group. Still, I should have seen this coming from miles away. Taking into account the origins of the painting and the sudden portal that formed in the museum, I should have expected people from the guild to be here. And I sort of did after a certain point. But of all people to expect, Zoe wasn't the one I expected to be here. That made the situation worse for me. This was especially so when taking into account the fact that she was actually quite sharp when it mattered. I really hoped she wouldn't figure anything out. I could only maintain my distance for now, as I moved past the room that led to the ballroom. The moment I crossed the door, as if everything I had seen before was a lie, a bright light engulfed my vision. Looks like we have some new guests arriving with us. The lights from the chandelier pierced the surroundings, momentarily blinding my vision. Soon after, a rough yet pleased voice echoed in the hall as a glass was raised towards the tall ceilings of the ballroom, the glass cup reflecting the bright light of the chandelier. Excellent, how excellent, to see guests coming to my party. There's nothing that pleases me more than that. Blinking my eyes, I managed to clear my vision. I proceeded to look at the source of the noise. A chubby man stood at the center of the hall, dressed in a pristine white suit adorned with golden embroidery and a red bow tie. He wore a slim black mask to hide the top half of his face. His head was bald, and there was no noticeable feature about him besides his double chin. He looked normal at first, but that changed when he turned around to greet the people on the other side of the hall. Where the back of his head should have been, a face appeared. Grotesquely attached to the back of his head, the face looked around, its white eyes focused in our general direction. My stomach churned, and an all-too-familiar feeling rose up in my throat. I should have gone to the bathroom beforehand. I really wanted to puke. Everyone! The man's voice roared once again, the glass higher than before. I looked around and saw the other people throughout the room similarly raise their glasses. They all wore masks, hiding their faces, but taking a closer look, I realized something extremely crucial. Their masks, they were deeply embedded on their faces, the corners seeping deeply into their skin. I felt chills staring at the sight, as if they couldn't make the entire thing even creepier. Then again, after everything that I had experienced so far, this wasn't terrible. I could handle this much. Or at least I hoped I could. I knew things would get worse soon enough. Let's all have a toast first before we get started. This is my own way to show my appreciation for coming. Salute. The host proceeded to bring the cup in his hand to his mouth and took a sip. The rest followed his example. Pulling the glass away from his mouth, he twirled it in his hands. There are quite a few new faces here, unlike the regulars. Should I give everyone a brief overview of how things work around here? The ball host turned around again, fixing his gaze in our direction. He chugged the wine in his hand, as red trickled down the side of his face. All right. He set the cup aside and dabbed the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Then, turning his attention to the piano, where one of the audience members had taken a seat, he began to explain the rules. The rules are simple. A member of the audience will play a piece for everyone to listen to. Everyone will find a partner and dance. Whoever performs the worst will be directly eliminated. Eliminated. I held my breath the moment I heard those words. I was well aware that in this case, eliminated didn't just mean excluded from the game. Elimination meant death. We'll stop until someone eventually impresses me. A smile crept onto his face. It was a creepy smile that left me shuddering. That's all simple, right? The rules were set. They were simple and easy to understand. But it was the simplicity that made my stomach churn. I have to impress him, through either playing a piece or dancing. Fuck. I slowly turned my attention towards the piano and the man sitting next to it. In my current situation, the only thing I could do was play the piano. I was far better at it than dancing. But could I really play something good enough to impress the host? I was decent at the piano. I had taken quite a few lessons when I was young, but I was no godly talent. I found it hard to believe that I could play anything that could impress the host. Then, wait. I looked around, my gaze falling on Zoe and the other guild members. That was when I realized something important. I wasn't alone. They were also here. Who was to say that I had to be the one impressing the host? Why didn't I think about this sooner? Reddy, what about you all? I'm feeling in the right mood right now. Let's see if there's anyone that can impress me tonight. The bright lights started to dim faintly, as the people around headed towards the main dancing area. I followed along with the rest. But just as I was about to move, the host's voice rang in the air once more. Oh, and... He paused, the smile on his face slowly fading, and his eyes starting to turn sinister. All noise in the room ceased as all attention fell on the host. If you hear the sound of a little girl crying, ignore it. Way, clap. He clapped his hands, and the piano began playing. Find a partner quickly, the dance has started. The scenario began. Chapter 63, Masquerade Ball 2. Quickly look for a partner and start dancing. As if it had been planned beforehand, The guild members quickly paired off, forming groups of 2. The same happened for the NPCs that didn't belong to the guild. Before I knew it, everyone had paired up but me. Oh shit. I desperately looked around in hopes of finding someone who was alone, but it became quite clear to me that everyone had paired up. What do I do? Dang Tilda. A gentle tune rang in the air, and everyone began dancing. I was the only one who wasn't dancing, and the host's head turned in my direction. He stood in silence, his expression calm and devoid of any emotion. He was waiting for me to move. But I didn't have a partner. How could I move without one? Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Do you not have a partner? Eventually, his voice rang, and I felt several people turn their attention towards me. I could see from their faces that they were confused as they looked at me. Who is he? Why does he not have a partner? I'm sure that we assigned an even number so that this situation wouldn't occur. What group is he with? The situation was starting to spiral in the worst way possible. So, my heart sank as I heard the host's voice once more. The movements of those around me eventually stopped, and so did the music. Silence. Hundreds of eyes focused on me, and the words simply left my mouth without a thought. I already have a partner. You already have a partner. The host looked around. Where I do not see your partner. That's because I haven't called for them yet. So that's the case. The host smiled, his eyes directed towards me. I knew in that moment that if I didn't do anything, I'd be done for. I took a deep breath. I'll be fine, this should work. It was going to work. It will work. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, I slowly brought my hand forward. A black hand grasped my hand right after, and a dark figure materialized before me. The faces of everyone present changed as the Nightwalker materialized, but I promptly ignored them and fixed my attention on the host. Is this good enough? The host didn't answer immediately, he just stared at me in silence. I felt like losing my mind in that moment. Quickly decide, just accept it already. Wow, what a grand entrance. Who would have thought you'd suddenly make your partner appear like that? Impressive. The host turned to the piano and flicked his hand. Dang. The music resumed, and so did the dancing. I did so too. But just as I moved, I felt the Nightwalker squeezing my hand tightly. I know, resist. I looked towards the bright lights above. The Nightwalker's greatest weakness was light. It could hardly move within the light, and it was slowly starting to poison it. I could practically hear its screams in my mind. Feeling the strength it put in my hands as it began to move with me, I knew that it was in pure and sheer agony. However, I had no other choice. Resist for a bit. I'll recall you back when this is over. Come, dance to your heart's content. Show me what you're capable of. The host's voice rang as I focused all my attention on the Nightwalker. I was trying my best to keep it from fading on the spot. But its movements were slowly starting to stiffen. I didn't have much time. Tze-zze. But a faint sizzling sound reached my ears. I felt a lump form in my throat when I saw it coming from the Nightwalker, as its figure started to dissolve before me. No. I just need a few minutes, that's all I need. As if understanding my thoughts, the Nightwalker tried to resist, the sizzling slowing down. I took a step forward, the Nightwalker matching my tempo. The Nightwalker was attuned to my thoughts, able to see the images in my mind and mirror them with uncanny precision. Following the dancers from my memories, its movements flowed seamlessly, almost as if we had rehearsed them countless times. The Nightwalker was much better than me, and as a result, I let it lead the dance. I merely followed from that point. Hold on, just hold on. Who the hell is he? By now, there was not a single person who wasn't aware of the strange, jester-like figure. He had come out of nowhere and suddenly taken the spotlight. Dang. His figure glided across the ball floor, his movements in sync with the strange black creature, as the pair's movements were almost flawless. Beneath the bright lights of the chandelier, the two shone brighter than anyone present. The sight was one for the eyes, but at the same time it made everyone grow alert. This jester, who was he? He wasn't in the scouting report. The scenario had deviated from what they had originally been told by the scouts. Some inwardly panicked at the thought. There were times, occasionally, when such incidents occurred, and in such times the difficulty of the gate would oftentimes increase, and so would the mortality rate. Not only that, but there was something more crucial than that. With the sudden changes occurring in the scenario, their preparations and everything planned to tackle the gate, would they still be able to stick to them? "Don't panic, keep doing what we've planned," Zoe's voice quietly whispered to her dance partner as she tried her best to maintain calm. The situation was bad, but in such a situation, the most important thing was to remain calm. She wasn't the only one who was like this. After the initial shock, the other guild members resumed their dance, and the ball went on full swing once more. For now, this was the most appropriate response. It was just a pity that one of the groups stumbled as a result of the sudden situation. Great, amazing, wonderful. The host showered the surroundings with praise, his eyes darting all over as he looked extremely pleased with what he was seeing. Everyone danced to the best of their abilities, but only one group managed to pull the host's gaze more than once. It was the jester and the black creature. Their dance commanded the room, every step pulling attention like magnets. And just when they seemed impossible to ignore, smoke began to curl from the creature's body, its form growing lighter with each movement, fading yet still dancing. The sight, it made them look even more imposing. Dong! The two moved with such grace and elegance that they even managed to absorb the attention of the NPCs. Zoe clenched her teeth, trying her best to dance to her best abilities. But even she felt inferior to the jester. And then, the tune in the air mellowed, and the jester pair began to slow down. The dance was coming to an end. Duh. From fast to slow, the pair matched the slowing tempo of the music, steam rising out of the black creature's body, becoming more and more pronounced as it started to surround the two. Everyone slowed down. All eyes on them. And soon the last notes played. Duh. With the final notes echoing across the room, the jester came to a graceful stop, his posture poised and elegant as the black creature before him started to fade, dissipating entirely into the air. The surroundings turned quiet, and everyone came to a stop. Bravo! But the silence was fleeting. With thunderous applause, the host showered the lone jester with praise. Wonderful, how wonderful. That was an amazing performance. You almost had me impressed. Almost. That wasn't enough to impress it. The hearts of many started to sink as a realization soon dawned on them. It was just as they feared. The difficulty of the scenario had increased. I truly admire the grace of your movements. They flowed with such smooth elegance and the tempo was spot on, but there was something missing. A soul, yes, it was flawless, yet it felt empty. The host began to give criticism to the jester's performance as he stood in the middle of the hall without moving. He simply accepted the criticism without any words. And as the host finished his words, he turned towards a specific group. Now talking about the group that impressed me the least. Panic flashed across the faces of the pair under scrutiny. They opened their mouths as if to speak, but the host cut them off before a single word could escape. Everything about your performance was appalling and unimpressive. I'm afraid that this is it for you. He waved his hand once. Bang! That was all it took for their heads to explode. Chapter 64, Masquerade Ball 3. The floor was dyed red. Two headless bodies limped onto the floor. Nobody made a sound. All eyes fell on the bodies and then towards the host. Have someone clean this mess up. We'll resume with the ball shortly after. Bang! Two headless people emerged from the entrance of the room and moved towards the corpses on the floor, dragging them away while leaving a long trail of red along the path. I could only swallow silently while staring at the scene. At the same time, I looked back towards the host who grabbed himself another drink. What is he going to make us do now? I don't think I can dance again. I couldn't summon the Nightwalker anymore. It had died. This was already giving me a headache. I knew exactly what would happen if I summoned it again, so I couldn't. I just couldn't. While we wait for the cleaners to handle those things, how about we switch things up a bit? Switch things up a bit. My heart pressed against my chest. What was this damn host going to do now? I've noticed something interesting. Despite everyone wearing masks, some of you clearly know each other. Your movements, polished, yes, but they're missing that spark of spontaneity, that flash of raw inspiration I'm after. So for the next round, let's shake things up. It's time for a switch. Find yourselves a new partner. What did he say? Oh my God, why are things changing again? Several whispers managed to reach my mind as the room stirred. Those from the guild started to panic, seemingly taken by surprise by the sudden development. I could imagine why. They are probably throwing away a lot of the preparations they had made in advance before. Oh, right. As if suddenly recalling something, the host looked around. His gaze swept everyone until it settled over a certain individual wearing a simple gold mask. I almost forgot. He shook his head while covering his face. We have one extra person. At this rate, one will be left out again. That can't happen again. It dawned on everyone pretty quickly what the host's intentions were. This was especially so for the one wearing the golden mask. Wait. But, goodbye. He could do nothing about it. Bang! His head exploded, and his body fell limply onto the floor shortly after. Thump! Blood began to seep onto the floor once again. I felt breathless at the sight. My stomach churned more than ever before, and my body tensed. Shortly after, several cleaners came into the room and began cleaning the floor, dragging the body away. Where even now, everyone will now have their own partner. Isn't that great? The host looked all too pleased with himself as he raised his glass in the air. He then settled his gaze on another person. Wearing a long and elegant red dress, she had her face covered by a red mask that matched her dress. Her entire body froze up when she felt the host's gaze. No, I don't. The girl in the red dress shook her head rapidly, trying her best to reject whatever she was about to be asked to do. Her half-exposed face was pale, and the trembling of her body didn't betray the fear that she was currently experiencing. Yes, it has to be you. Her judgment made sense. But it didn't really matter. You will be the one to play the piano. I hope you can play an amazing piece for all of us to dance to. The girl's face turned even paler. I looked around. I could tell from her expression, alongside that of a few others, that this entire scenario was deviating from the norm. She probably knows how to play the piano, but after everything that I've witnessed, it's clear that she's afraid of making any mistakes. The entire scenario had changed in a way that just the subtlest of mistakes meant death. Her head just wasn't in it. Are you not willing to do it? The host's voice lowered and the atmosphere changed. It suddenly felt incredibly tense. All eyes turned to the girl in red as she scanned the room in a fluster, her gaze finally locking onto someone in a striking golden mask, its edges flaring out in sharp, dramatic spikes. Their eyes locked until he looked away. Her face paled further. All right then, if you're not going to play then. I'll play. The woman hastily shouted as she cut off the conductor. Her face was entirely face, and she settled her gaze onto the piano. I can play the piano, yes. She moved towards it, prompting the host to smile. That wasn't hard, was it? Right. The host was extremely sadistic. It looked like he had already ranked everyone's performances in his mind. He was slowly picking on the ones that had performed the worst, looking for excuses to kill them. Of the 30 that had originally arrived, 27 were still. Bang! Bang! From the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a certain red dress. Did I say you could touch the piano? Can't you see that we have a mess to clean before we can start dancing again? I pulled my gaze away. My guess wasn't wrong. The host, he was just trying to find excuses to eliminate everyone in the room. And if my guess wasn't wrong. Oops, it looks like we're one person too many. I guess one has to go. No. Bang! Another head exploded. The all-too-familiar red stain on the floor. Oh my, at this rate we might never get to dance, if people just followed the rules. The hall fell silent again. Everyone was tense, and as I looked around, my gaze couldn't help but fall on Zoe. Seeing how she hasn't moved yet, I take it she isn't strong enough to take on the monster. That would make sense if the scenario had suddenly risen in levels. Then, did that mean that we had no other choice but to clear the scenario? But how was that possible? I had already done the best that I could. I didn't see how I could do better than what I had just done. You will be the next one to play the piano. The host soon selected a new victim. When I turned my head, I was surprised to see that it was the man with the golden mask. I could tell with just one glance that he was different from the rest as he calmly walked towards the grand piano and took his seat. His crisp white suited a stark, elegant contrast against the piano's polished black surface. The room was also cleaned shortly after, as the host nodded. "It looks like we're ready to dance again. How wonderful. You have 1 minute before we begin. Quickly find a new partner. There will be no surprises this time, right?" The host silently looked at me, and my stomach churned. The room scrambled soon after, as everyone moved to look for a new partner. I felt a pit in my stomach as I looked around. Who would partner up with me? I turned my head and stopped. A pair of emerald eyes met mine, steady and focused, as though I were truly the one she was looking at. Then, she stepped toward me and extended her hand. "Dance with me." Chapter 65, Masquerade Ball 4. Her outstretched hand reached for mine. She was close. Getting closer. She hasn't noticed anything, right? No, that's not possible. How could she notice a single thing? Her hand grasped mine. We both lifted them at the same time. And then, dong, the music began. It was an elegant and cheerful piece. From the moment the note played, it was as if the entire room lit up. The tune effortlessly flowed into my ears, and my steps began to move on their own. I wasn't the only one like this. I looked around to see everyone moving at the same pace. I slowly turned my gaze towards the man in the golden mask. Was this his doing? Oh, what a wonderful piece, amazing. The host started praising the man in the golden mask. That served as enough evidence for me to tell that he was the one responsible for my sudden movements. Tusk. I heard someone click their tongue. Turning my head, I saw Zoe staring in the direction of the man with the golden mask. Lucky bastard. Rather than scared or nervous about the situation, she was angry. If I had been the one called, I would have been able to do the same. That was when it all hit me. They're all lunatics. Of course they're going to act like this. I should have seen it coming from miles away. Who are you? But then the inevitable question came. Zoe's emerald eyes were locked with mine. You very clearly don't belong with us. I can tell you're not some anomalous entity, and yet you were somehow able to summon one. What is your purpose? Her grip over my hands tightened. It hurts. Are you not going to answer? Zoe took a step forward, and I followed along. We were both puppets now, bound by the music. It told us what we needed to do. All we had to do was follow along. Are you the one responsible for the sudden increase in difficulty of the gate? Her questions kept coming. Questions that I myself couldn't answer. Just let this end quickly. Increase the tempo. I slowly turned to see the host staring in the direction of the pianist. Your music is wonderful, but the dancing is getting stale. Increase the tempo. Dang. An increase he did. The shift was felt by practically everyone. My legs moved faster and my heartbeat sped up. Shit. From the sudden rise in intensity, I realized that my breathing was slowly starting to intensify. This was starting to feel like a workout. I thought about my stamina and felt like throwing up on the spot. If this continued, then... No, don't think about it. I put those thoughts aside and tried my best to keep up with the dance. But it was starting to get very hard. Swoosh. Zoe pulled me down and I just followed along, our masks just barely brushing. My skin crawled when I saw her emerald eyes peering right into me. That look of hers. How many times had I seen it before? She was analyzing me. Your eyes, they feel familiar. My heart skipped as we rose again. Swoosh. I raised our hands. She spun beneath and returned. I wrapped an arm around her waist. We were even closer now. So were her eyes. Yes, they certainly feel familiar. Do I know you? I blinked slowly. She was as sharp as her character was designed to be. Your palms are sweating, nervous. No, I'm just tired. Am I onto something? Her face came closer, her mouth whispering to me. I could feel her lips slowly pulling up. Keeping a pretty lady waiting. This is bad. It was as if she was able to deduce things the more she looked at me. This sort of broken ability. It really had to belong to her, didn't it? I had been swept into an unexpected catastrophe. No, I can't lose my composure here. I had to remain firm. I'd be done for if I let the panic take over. I had to remain calm and show nothing. She was only going on a hunch. If I played my cards right, then I'd be able to get her off my back. How exactly can I turn this situation around? I had to think. And that was when it happened. Hick! A soft, settled crying echoed through the ballroom. Every guild member's head turned upward in perfect unison. Zoe included. Hickle-hickey. It sounded like a little girl. The voice was faint, but it crawled into my ears, burrowing deep. A chill ran down my spine. I tried to ignore it. Bang! The ballroom door slammed shut. The floor trembled. Windows rattled. Everything in the room started to shake, and the temperature of the room seemed to suddenly drop. Cold. Like I said, don't mind the crying, just focus on your dance. The host and the NPCs appeared wholly unperturbed by the situation as they continued to dance. But me. I could barely focus. Bang, bang. The doors opened, slammed, and trembled again. My balance faltered, my breath grew shorter. Get a grip. I bit down on my tongue to ground myself. I thought I was holding it together, until I realized I was the only one struggling. Everyone else glided across the ballroom effortlessly, mask serene, movements fluid. Zoe, too, as she kept her eyes closed, her mind focused on the task at hand. That's when the sinking feeling hit me. I'm going to fail this, aren't I? I looked around to see that I was the only one making mistakes. They were small, but they were piling up. No, I can't fail, not like this. I increased my focus, following the music that I could barely hear through the trembling of the room. Bang! The door slammed once more, this time harder than before. I silently clenched my teeth. Damn it, make it stop. Hickle-hickey. But the crying persisted. It came from all directions, but at the same time it felt like it was coming from my head directly. I felt shivers knowing this. But I had to focus on the dance. And that was what I did. Thankfully, the crying soon stopped. It merely lasted a couple of minutes. But it was also at that moment that the music in the air had come to an end. Dang! And soon enough, the final note rang out. The music stopped, and everyone managed to pull themselves away from their partner. Me included. Applause filled the air. The host clapped, his face beaming as he turned toward the man in the golden mask. Wonderful, that was an absolutely stunning performance, extremely amazing. I have no words to say, no, well. He paused, and the entire room held its breath. Then slowly, though you tried your best to mask your mistakes, I did notice a few. Such a pity. It could have been a perfect piece. I noticed a visible shift in the man in the golden mask's features. He clearly didn't seem to have expected this sort of feedback. Judging from the expression he wore when the piece ended, he appeared to be confident in what he had shown. But even that wasn't good enough. But if that wasn't enough, what was? Tensions rose. I lowered my head to keep my presence as low as possible. My thoughts were elsewhere. Could the host not have noticed my mistakes? They were really small, so it shouldn't be a problem. I desperately recalled the dance and frantically thought back to any possible mistake that I could have made during the dance. There were quite a few, but they were very small. Surely he wouldn't notice. Yes, he might not notice. I slowly raised my head back up. But if you had to rate your performance, how would you rate it? The host was already in front of me. When did? I'll decide based on your words, how about it? His lips pulled into a creepy smile. Chapter 66, The Perfect Piece 1. The host's smile spread so wide that it reached the end of his cheeks. It was creepy. So creepy that for a moment my mind blanked. But that only persisted for a couple of seconds, until the host's voice echoed again. This time, his face was a lot closer to mine. I could almost feel its breath run down my face. So, what do you say? How would you rate your performance? You have yet to answer my question. I'll make my decision in accordance with your answer. I wanted to open my mouth, but I stopped myself. I couldn't carelessly answer the question. No, it was more like I had to think fast and find a way to convince the host not to kill me. I could see it in his eyes. It was the same look he gave to the people he killed just moments prior. I was now on his radar. One wrong move, and my head was going to explode. The only difference was that he was granting me a chance to say some final words. Was it because of my first performance that he granted this opportunity? I wasn't sure, but I had to think quickly. Think. If you don't answer me in the next few seconds, I'll take that as a sign you're unsatisfied with your performance. In that case, there's no reason for you to be here any longer. The host moved away, raising his hand at the same time. I knew the movement. It was the same movement he did, before suddenly exploding the head of one of the people present. Oh no! My heart pressed at my throat as my thoughts started to spiral. I had to think quickly. It was nice. My performance was adequate. Eventually, the words slipped from my mouth. The surroundings turned silent as all eyes fell on me. The host cocked his head. Adequate? You think your performance was adequate? His voice sent chills down my spine as his eyes focused intently on me. I clenched my teeth while slowly nodding my head. Yes. Is that so? The host's smile turned even creepier, pulling all the way towards the edges of his brows. My stomach churned at the sight. This was creepy. Beyond creepy. However, that didn't matter right now. I was a few seconds away from dying. I needed to remain focused. I had to forget all about the fear and creepiness of the situation. You thought it was adequate, but I think differently. In one moment, the host was in front of me, and in the next moment, he was right behind me as his voice gently whispered into my ear, his warm breath tickling my right ear. When did he? You were clearly playing along with the music, and yet I also saw you stumble a couple of times. You were the only one to do this, and that was what I felt ruined the entire dance for me. You added a blemish to a piece with hardly any stain, such an ugly thing. Do you think I wouldn't notice? The host began to grip my shoulder, his voice lowering as he continued to whisper in my ear. I asked you about what you thought about your performance to see if you'd be honest with me. You see, I highly value honesty, but alas. The host shook his head. You've disappointed me. The host brought his hand away from my shoulder and pulled away. He stopped right where he had been moments prior, right before the moment he appeared behind me. Looking at everyone present, he opened his mouth again. I could tell he was about to announce my death. But he had miscalculated. It's such. I played adequately. I was not done. The host turned his attention towards me again. This time, I could see his slowly twisting face as it seemed to be anything but pleased by my repeated cut-offs. The surroundings started to rattle, and my heart sank. However, I kept my thoughts firm as I spoke. I played adequately when taking into consideration the piece that was being played. What? The entire room froze, especially the golden masked man, the one who originally played the piece. I could see his face twisting under the mask. What are you talking of? He then began to speak, but stopped the moment the host's gaze fell on him. It's like I said, I played accordingly to the level of the piece that was playing. If you deem my performance to be subpar, then it's mainly due to the piece being subpar. The host's mouth opened, but no words came out. It seemed like my words had rendered him completely speechless. This was what I had been aiming for. I tried my best to do well within the mediocrity that played in the air. I looked at the host while saying this, or at least tried to, as my gaze unconsciously moved towards the golden masked individual, his face slowly contorting. A subtle laugh escaped my lips as I looked at his face. It couldn't be helped. His face was really funny, but at the same time I wasn't just laughing because his face was funny. I just wanted to waste time. The more confident I looked, the more convincing I became. And sure enough, the host no longer appeared angry. So you're saying that he was the problem, that he was trash? That's exactly what I'm saying. I subtly looked around. You saw it yourself. He was commanding everyone's dance. There was no variation. It was like what you said to me. Soulless, dancing should be a way to express emotions. What you saw was merely one man controlling several puppets. Where were the emotions in that? Where was the freedom of expression? Sometimes. I couldn't help but praise myself for the amount of bullshit that I could spew out of my mouth. I was great. Really great. Oh no. The best part of it all was how the host was eating up my bullshit. As if suddenly enlightened, he looked at me with sparkling eyes. Now that you mention it, you make a very good point. That indeed felt a lot like the case, didn't it? No, not at all. It was, in fact, almost perfect. I nodded along. Yes, I did feel like there was something missing. I thought it was you who ruined it, but it was in fact a fault with the piece itself. The host smacked his fist against his open palm. His joy was clear. I finally am starting to understand. Wonderful, how wonderful. The host began to thank me. I felt a heavy weight lift off my shoulder, but only for a brief moment. The joy was merely short-lived, as the host's smile slowly faded as he looked at me. Thank you for your help, but... He sighed. That still doesn't take away from your mistakes. Wait. I felt my heart leap out of my chest as I saw the sudden change in the host's face. He soon began to raise his hand. Shit. I hope that... Why don't you allow me to perform instead? The host paused once again, his eyes focused on me. Not only the host, but everyone was staring with the same look. Zoe, especially as she stood not far from me. Perform, you. Yes. I subtly lowered my head while placing my hand over my chest. Since I said this piece was trash, it's also because I'm confident in my skills. I'm sure I will be able to play a piece that can satisfy you. The silence in the room persisted as the host's gaze fell on me. I held my breath as I felt his gaze. Was he going to accept? Was he going to reject it? Every second dragged on, feeling more agonizing than the last. But then... All right. I raised my head. The host was looking right at me. Show me your performance. I'm curious to see what you deem to be perfect. I hope you can impress me. Of course. I pulled my hand away from my chest and calmly made my way towards the piano. The sound of my steps echoed loudly inside my head as I moved before eventually arriving at the piano and tracing my fingers across the keys. Dang. I touched one of the keys, and a note began to play. Dang. I touched another key before sitting down, closing my eyes as I did. Then, slowly I placed my hands over the piano. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself staring at my reflection in the polished surface. But there was something else. A figure, creepy, one that only I could see with stitched-up eyes and mouth, standing right behind me. Gradually it brought its lengthy fingers down, and I felt something brush against the sides of my neck. I took a deep breath. It's been a while. Chapter 67, The Perfect Piece, too. I blinked my eyes, and the conductor was gone. All I saw was my reflection as the world around me turned quiet, and the lingering sound of the note I played drifted in the air. I wasn't worried that the host would kill me on the spot, just like he did with the woman in red. His curiosity wouldn't allow for that. You may start whenever. I hope that you don't disappoint me. I silently smiled while hearing the host's words. I wasn't worried about disappointing. That was the least of my worries. I knew that the moment I played, he'd show up. He was my worry. There's only one day left until our supposed meeting. I guess it won't hurt if we meet a little sooner. Dang. I pressed another key. This time, the note struck louder than the previous, lingering in the air for a longer period of time. I wasn't a beginner with the piano. I was no expert, but I was not bad at it. It was one of the few things I had been taught since childhood. Such a background was also what had helped me clear my first-ever scenario. How else would I have memorized a music sheet in my mind? It had saved my life then, and it was going to help me fight for it again. I breathed out slowly. Who would have thought those piano lessons I hated so much would come in handy in the future? Had I known better, I would have focused on them before. Then again, who would have expected a situation like this to occur? What are you waiting for? As the host, not far from me, started to grow restless, I knew that I couldn't delay any longer. I placed both hands on the piano, and soon I began to play. Dang. It was a piece I was quite familiar with. The same piece that had helped me survive in the past. Chopin's Prelude in E minor. The situation had unfolded in a way that none of the guild agents were able to understand what had happened. The minds of a few scrambled as they stared at the jester sitting on the piano. His identity was still unknown. The same was true for his intentions. He just suddenly showed up out of nowhere, changing the entire scenario alongside his presence. The hearts of the agents grew heavy at the sight of him. His back was straight as he stood before the piano. From his posture alone, one could see he was experienced. But would his piece really be able to impress the host? Dang! The first note began to play. Then came the second, and then the third. The jester's back remained upright as he continued at the piano. While the left hand carried a steady, almost funereal procession of descending chords, the right hand wove a sparse, pleading melody above. The room throbbed with the gentle strains of sound, rich and vivid in their sorrow, with subtle hints of melancholy threaded through every pause and progression. It was a simple tune, and yet it felt pleasing to the ears. But at the same time, it's nice, but I don't feel anything. The people around danced to the tune, but their dance was lacking. It was slow, almost too slow. This was no piece fit for a ball dance. Zoe's brows furrowed as she tried her best to match the beat of the music. Her eyes continued to fall on the enigmatic jester. Just what in the world was he thinking to play this piece? She only had to look once to see the host's slowly crumbling expression. On the other hand, not far from her, Tom's lips slowly pulled into a smirk as he stared at the jester. "And you called my piece trash?" If his was trash, then what was this? Tom had originally been worried that he might get implicated because of the jester's words, but it seemed like he had worried too much as he closed his eyes and led the dance, his steps slow and even to match the tempo of the song. Everything was slowly starting to turn for the quiet jester as he played his music. The hit he had originally promised never showed itself. Instead, all they heard was a slow and melancholic song that seemed unfitting for the dance. The host's body trembled. He looked angry, as if he had been played. Everyone stopped. They knew that things were about to turn for the worse. The world around me was quiet. I had zoned out all the noise and faces around me. The only thing I could hear was the soft melody of the piano before me. I could tell that I wasn't doing very good. The keys were playing perfectly. There was no mistake in any of the notes. And yet I could tell that it was still lacking something. Emotions. It lacked emotions. That was what it lacked. Indeed, this piece was one that encapsulated grief, sadness, longing, and a sense of transcending these negative feelings. As things stood, I couldn't display such emotions. I fundamentally lacked the understanding of them in order to play this piece as it was intended. Right now, I was merely playing the notes, not the music. Dang! My skin prickled as I felt the host's gaze. I tried to swallow, but I found that I couldn't. Every hair on my body stood on end. I clenched my teeth and continued to play the piano. I was waiting. Waiting for... Is this really the best that you can do? Him? A croaky and sharp voice whispered in my ears. After all that criticism, you show me this. Slowly blinking my eyes, a figure stared through the polished surface of the piano. Its lips pulled up, its sewn lips stretching. The perfect piece you boasted so much about is this. It indeed was. But I never said I was capable enough of playing it. I was far from good enough to play it. If you're not good enough to play it, what gave you the arrogance to stand here and play it in front of everyone? The conductor spoke in my mind, as though it could read my thoughts. No, it probably could. Regarding my confidence. I stared at the polished surface of the piano, where the conductor appeared. He was my confidence. He was the reason why I decided to play the piano. Me, you think I'm going to help you? Yes. Of course I was sure. Surely a perfectionist like the conductor wouldn't allow for such a piece to be tarnished by me. Isn't that right? The conductor's smile slowly faded as he looked at me. I felt chills run down my entire body. However, I maintained my gaze on the conductor. This was my bet. Since I'm already about to die, I might as well risk it. What difference would jumping from one hell to another make? Since I was going to hell anyway, I saw no need to care about the way I died. I took a silent breath while staring at the conductor. So, are you going to help me or not? Chapter 68, The Perfect Piece 3. If there was one thing I understood after the first scenario with the conductor, it was that seeking perfection was a curse. Many strive to be perfect. The desire for perfection was a deep human trait, though the intensity and expression of it varied widely from person to person. Inherently, such logic was flawed. Even though people strived for perfection, nothing was ever perfect. Achieving perfection was almost impossible. Many understood this simple truth, and as such, gave up when they got close to it. This is enough. To me, it's perfect. But there existed those who didn't believe in such a notion. People or beings who let their inability to reach perfection consume their minds and thoughts. Their reality, it was filled with nothing but anguish and despair, with just the singular thought of perfection completely consuming their minds, to the point of madness. The conductor was one such person. I stared at the reflection before me, from its sewn eyes and sewn lips. I didn't understand then, but I understand now. No voice could tarnish his peace. No sight could influence his sound. He sewed his lips and sealed his eyes, to hear the music all around, and to drown the world outside. The madness had reached a point of no return. All the conductor could think about was reaching perfection, his life driven by that one singular thought. I couldn't relate to such a thought process. I wasn't perfect. I neither strived to be perfect. I just wanted to live. I blinked my eyes slowly. That was a lie. I could relate a little. I thought back to the game I had recently developed and thought about all the reactions I managed to see on the internet. The screams, the police calls, everything. I started to understand. The feeling of wanting to do more. Better, more perfect. Blinking yet again, I stared at the conductor's image before me. He didn't say anything while he looked at me through the polished surface of the piano. I was starting to understand better, and unknowingly my back began to hunch over. I didn't really understand why. Dang. But as I played the next note, something about it felt different. It felt crisper, sharper. My finger twitched. I felt a certain pain settle into my chest. I raised my head to look at the reflection on the piano. The conductor was there, his baton in the air. When did... A long breath escaped my lips. The twitch in my finger persisted as I played the next note, its sound expanding further throughout the room as it lingered for a few seconds longer. That sound... It sounds so good. I silently swallowed my saliva. My mouth was strangely dry as I looked at the keys before me. I wanted to hear it again. I wanted to hear the same crisp sound from before. And so I tried again. Dang, dang. My hands moved on their own. They danced across the keys, pressing down as the notes echoed in the air. H-ho. My chest trembled as the notes drifted in the air. Staring at the reflection before me, the conductor waved his baton. He was conducting my piece. Dang. I began to follow his lead. My back hunched further while my hands started to tense. The more I played the music, the more I started to feel my hands become light. Each note of the melody unfolded with a fragility that made it seem as though the keys were made of thin glass, ready to shatter beneath the slightest pressure. I started to be afraid of making any mistakes. The mere thought of pressing too hard made my heart ache. It made my mind swirl with all sorts of thoughts, consuming it. The more I played, the more I understood. The reason for the conductor's perfectionism. It was to feel complete. Within the emptiness inside the minds of others, perfection was a means to fill the void. It was a means to give purpose, to give proof of existence. Because only those who achieved perfection could be written in the history books. Acknowledged. And that was all the conductor really wanted. He wanted to be acknowledged. So let me do that for you. Dang. I once again added pressure to the keys, as the notes dragged into the air with even more force and sharpness. The conductor remained in front of me, his baton waving slightly. I followed its lead. The conductor knew which tempo and rhythm I had to follow in order to strive for perfection. Da-dong. My hands moved fluidly, pressing onto the keys with steady precision. I felt sweat drip down the side of my face as I played the piano. The closer I got to the ending, the heavier the weight on my chest. I couldn't mess up. I had to be perfect. I felt my breathing quicken as those thoughts entered my mind. It was getting hard. But as if possessed, my hands continued to move, their movements becoming even more fluid. The world around me had long faded. The only thing was the piano in front of me and the conductor standing not far off, as a certain darkness embraced our surroundings. I continued to play. My movements were swift, my execution seamless, and most importantly, I was perfect. Dong. But, no, this isn't enough. Something didn't feel quite right about the situation. I looked towards the keys in front of me and the conductor in front. Something was missing. But what? What exactly was it missing? The answer came to me shortly after as I paused and looked around, the darkness around me fading. That's when I saw it. The faces of everyone around the ballroom directed towards me. Not a single person was looking at me. And none of them were dancing. Oh, I see. Dong. I pressed down on the key once more. It was them. They were the missing piece to my perfection. The ones to acknowledge it. My audience. With the exception of the melody coming from the grand piano in the ballroom, the surroundings were quiet. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the jester by the piano. The dance had long stopped. In that moment, it felt that any extra noise would tarnish his peace. Nobody dared to make a sound. But at the same time, their expressions couldn't help but change as they saw the changes happening to the jester as his back grew more and more hunched, his hands curling and his shoulders rolling. The sight was sickening to watch. But at the same time, nobody could tear their gaze away from him. Just what is he doing? Why is he acting like this? He's a freak. Their stomachs churned as they stared at the host, who was blankly staring in the direction of the jester. His reaction said it all. But it wasn't like this at the start. At first, the piece felt normal, boring, but something about it changed halfway through. It was during the same time that the jester changed, as something about the notes that played in the air felt entrancing, mind-numbing. Zoe struggled to keep her eye away from the jester. All of a sudden, she recalled her previous words. Your palms are sweating, nervous. Am I onto something? They felt laughable now, nervous, no, the opposite most likely. He was probably excited. Excited to display this before them. Dang. And with each note that struck, her mind grew more and more blank. She couldn't extricate her gaze from him, and in that moment it felt as though the world centered around the jester. They were merely spectators to his world. To his piece. And then, dang, the last note struck, gently spreading throughout the ballroom. The silence dragged on as everyone stopped moving. All thoughts were blank as the note lingered in the air for a few seconds after the last key was pressed. They only snapped out of it when the note finally faded, and they raised their hands to look at the jester. What is? It was also in that moment that they saw it. The long and slender figure that stood on the opposite end of the grand piano, its slender arms resting onto the top as its sewn eyes and mouth stared directly at the hunched jester, who slowly raised his head. And soon, their eyes met. Under the stares of everyone in the room, the jester stood up from his seat and looked at everyone watching. Everyone was staring at him, acknowledging him. This was the perfect piece. His perfect piece. He bowed. Chapter 69, Crying One. The ballroom was silent. All eyes were on the jester as he slowly bowed to them. Behind him stood a tall, slender figure dressed in formal black, nearly half a body taller than him. Its elongated arms hung low, thin fingers grazing the polished floor. Its eyes and mouth were sewn tightly shut. The sight of the two felt extremely contrasting. One large and one small. And yet, surrounded by everyone, it created a picturesque scene. It was chilling, and nobody dared to move as they took in the sight before them. No, it was more like they couldn't move. A strange pressure emanated from the figure standing behind the jester. It weighed heavily over the entire room, and it made it impossible for anyone to move. What is that? That's... The eyes of many shook under the presence of the strange creature. Experienced as they were, they all understood the moment its presence was felt that this was no regular creature. It was an extremely powerful, anomalous entity. Just its presence alone made it impossible for them to move. They felt suffocated. And yet, the only one that seemed completely unaffected by the strange creature was none other than the jester. Raising his head back up, the jester looked around the room. He took in their gazes, basked in them, and then he slowly turned his attention towards the host. Tug. His step shattered the silence. Under the watchful eyes of all those present, he moved towards the host, stopping right before him. So, His voice, deep and slightly hoarse, cut through the silence. My performance, was it satisfactory? The host just stood there, his mind and expression blank. For the briefest of moments, he almost seemed overwhelmed as he took a step back. But that didn't persist for long, as he soon recollected himself. Satisfactory? The host looked around before suddenly bursting out in a wave of applause. That was more than satisfactory. Wireless. The other members began clapping alongside the host. The jester basked in the claps as they persisted for several minutes. There are no words that I can use to describe what I have just witnessed. It was, as you said, it was the piece that mattered. I apologize for doubting you. The claps once again returned. This time they were louder than before, with those from the guild being forced to join. One could notice the faint hits of respect the host had for the jester as it spoke. It took several guild members by surprise, but only for a brief moment, as they soon saw the host take a step to the side. Clank. The large doors of the ballroom opened. That was a fantastic piece, and you have truly impressed me. For playing such an amazing piece, I gift you this. Extending his hand, the host passed on a small gray crystal towards the jester, who took it. Thank you. It's nothing compared to what you've given me. Thank you for coming to the party. Eh? What? All eyes fell on the crystal in the jester's hands. They were confused at first, but the situation soon dawned on them. The trial. It was cleared. What he had currently handed to the jester was none other than the scenario fragment, the thing they had all been working to gain. Similarly, understanding the situation, the jester nodded faintly. It was my pleasure. And with those words, he slowly made his way out of the room. Tug tug. The gentle echo of his steps echoed throughout, as his back slowly faded into the darkness that lay on the other side of the door. Zoe stared at his retreating back with a frown. But then she realized something. That monster, where did he go? Just moments prior, a giant monster had been standing behind the jester. How did it suddenly disappear from their view? Her mind drifted towards the monster until the host's voice echoed again. Why aren't you leaving? Do you wish to stay longer? It was only after its words echoed that everyone snapped out of their thoughts and hastily moved towards the door. At the same time, waiting for them near the doors were several butlers holding onto metal trays where similar-looking crystals appeared. As they moved, they took the crystals and didn't look back. This scenario, it was one none of them would ever forget. Zoe thought so too as she closed her eyes, and eventually followed the rest out of the room. Soon after she crossed the doors closed behind her. Clank. Her world went dark. Huh? Coming out of the ballroom, I had to take a few seconds in order to calm my churning stomach, as I felt like I was on the verge of puking. I feel like I've lost half of my lifespan. My heart was still beating like crazy. But most importantly, I raised my head and looked around. I was back in the entrance hall. It was currently empty, with no one around. And this was the issue. Where is the conductor? I had been so sure it was following behind me just a moment prior, and yet, the moment I came out of the ballroom, he was long gone. Why was that? I struggled to understand this as I looked around. He should have been with me. I was ready for what was to come. I understood the risks of my actions, and I was prepared to handle them. And yet he was gone. Nowhere in sight. That didn't make me feel at ease. After all, I understood that he was still most likely coming tomorrow. And the thought, it made my heart churn. I really feel like puking again. I took a few deep breaths to steady my mind, then slowly turned my gaze toward the distant exit. There, I could see the garden as the well-trimmed bushes and flowers glinted under the bright sun. In the distance, I could see a swirling portal, and I'd be able to leave the moment I crossed that portal. The sight was incredibly inviting, and I thought about moving. But then, is this really it? I thought about the reason why I had been pulled into this scenario, and who had brought me here. I also thought back to the crying from before. Right, the crying. I turned around to see the long flight of stairs that led to the second floor of the estate. If I could recall correctly, the crying came from there. My lips quivered as I looked in that direction. Then, looking back towards the exit, I felt them quiver again. Ha-ha. A laugh escaped my lips. Not just a regular laugh, but one filled with despair as I looked towards the stairs. I have to go, don't I? I closed my eyes and let out a long breath. Then taking out my phone and opening my eyes again, I scrolled through my playlist. Conductor, do your job, I'm ready, finish me. End my misery. Why wait a day when you can do it now? Need a knife? I can get one that can grow. Who am I kidding? I'm too cowardly to die. Putting the phone back in my pocket where the fragment was, I decided to move up the stairs. Although I was really curious about the fragment, for now. I had to finish this next part. I needed to get to the bottom of this entire scenario, and only by finding the little girl could I do that. After all, she could very well help me gain some clues on the strange cultists after me. With another sigh, I eventually moved up the stairs. I hope this is worth it. Chapter 70, Crying 2. Creak. The stairs creaked under my feet as I slowly moved up the stairs that flanked the entrance hall. I held onto the wooden railing while taking a few breaths to calm myself down. I looked towards my right hand, where a black marking appeared. The Nightwalker, it was back. However, I knew that I couldn't summon it like before. Thinking back on what had previously happened, I could only bitterly smile. It'll probably attack me if I summon it. I needed to think of a way to handle the situation with the Nightwalker. It was a really useful helper. It had already helped me get out of multiple terrible situations. I couldn't do without it. Too bad I don't see anything in the shop that might help me. There were quite a few items I thought could help, but there was no guarantee they would work. They also didn't seem to be able to solve the crux of the problem. I needed to find a way to earn its loyalty back. But how could I do that? Or do I even have to do that at all? Perhaps the best way would be to go back to the new recruit's trial and get another one. I don't know. Would it even be possible? And did my skill have some sort of limit? I needed to investigate the matter further before coming up with a decision. If I can really do it, I'll start farming Nightwalkers. Yeah, that could work. I imagined myself with an army of Nightwalkers. By then, I'd feel a lot safer. Creak. As the stairs cracked once more, I realized that I was now standing before the entrance of the second floor. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything beyond it. I felt nervous staring at the darkness. However, feeling movements coming from the main hall, I knew that I had to go on. The ones from the guild are starting to get out. But before I did that, I slowly removed the mask from my face and replaced it with a pair of sunglasses. The world around me chilled as I started to shiver. Cold. Holding onto my arms, I walked through the door. I see the portal has formed, we can get out. Let's get out of this place quickly, report the situations to the guild. Reports the deaths too, damn it. Coming out of the ballroom, the first thing the guild member noticed was the gate that appeared right outside the mansion. This usually indicated that the scenario had been cleared and that they could leave. Many felt relieved upon seeing it. After all, this entire experience had been some sort of nightmare. Whatever wrong could have happened had happened, and they had sustained multiple losses. These weren't just any small losses. All the people who died were valuable recruits that the guild spent a lot of resources on. But with deaths being so common in the containment sector, none of the guild recruits were too affected by the deaths. They had all seen partners come and go like clockwork. They were now numb to it. Right, the fragments. What fragments did we get? Recalling the fragments that they had received from the host right before leaving, several people checked. That was when they took a look at the long crystals in their hands, staring at the swirling gray cloud within the crystal. A fragment of conceptualization, that's pretty good. I got the same. It looks like they're all the same. Coming out of the ballroom, Zoe similarly looked at her fragment. She also had a fragment of conceptualization. That's not really what I need, but I guess I can trade it off for some points later. The crystal was useless to her. It didn't suit her decree at all. There existed several decrees, with 17 the number that was currently known. The fragment of conceptualization was for those who followed the conceptualization decree, as in those who could will imagery into existence. Such a decree was rare, but also extremely useful. Many squads tended to bring at least one who followed the conceptualization decree with them. There were many times when a certain item could help the team clear scenarios. From ropes, radios, and so on, they were essential for many teams. In fact, Zoe's current squad had one such member. It was just a pity that the current scenario made it impossible for them to act. Everything happened so fast and abruptly that it was hard to do anything at all. Zoe thought about the current scenario and shook her head. Her team composition ended up not being the right one for this scenario. Kyle, with his temporal decree, would have been rather useful. Added with her elemental decree, or to be more precise, light one, she felt that the two would have been able to clear the scenario alone. Her specialization of the light element within the elemental decree was also the reason that she needed fragments of light in order to reach the next order. But it wasn't all bad. The fragments were still worth quite a bit, so she could just trade them for some light fragments. I'll have to check the purity of this fragment later. Maybe I can fetch something good. The greater the purity of the fragment, the more it was worth. The highest known purity was at around 80%, which fetched a lot of money. Purity didn't just mean greater and more efficient energy, but it also meant a more powerful node. Zoe made it her goal to keep the fragments she used in order, to advance to at least greater than 60% purity. Anything lower than that wasn't worth it. Captain, what should we do? Pulling Zoe out of her thoughts was one of her squad members. She looked behind her to see them all looking at her. Oh, right. Zoe turned her attention towards the portal in the distance. She pursed her lips and looked behind her, towards the second floor of the building. Logically speaking, she was certain that there was a hidden scenario within the main scenario. It was probably related to the crying that they had heard during the main dance. The rewards for completing such a task would certainly be generous. However, taking into consideration how risky the main mission had been, she decided to hold off on exploring the hidden scenario. If she had Kyle with her, alongside her main squad, she wouldn't have hesitated to go. But the truth was that she wasn't with her squad. Right now, she was in charge of a lower-ranked squad. The scenario had also grown considerably more risky. She didn't know if the same was true for the hidden quest. Zoe couldn't afford to take the risk. And as such, let's go. She decided to abandon all thoughts regarding the hidden mission. At the same time, she looked around to see if there were any signs of the jester, but he appeared to have long left the place. Moving with her squad, they all walked towards the distant portal and paused before those from the Ivory and Crownfall Guild. Her eyes paused on Tom and the other team leader before she shook her head. Looking at them, it was clear that they were having thoughts about clearing the possible hidden scenario. Greedy bastards. That was all Zoe thought before entering the portal and fading. Soon enough, her squad followed. Chapter 71, Crying 3. What should we do? Should we leave? No, not yet. Tom halted his team right in front of the portal while looking back at the mansion, his eyes narrowing beneath his mask. He could see those from Crownfall still lingering by the gate. They seemed to be having the same idea they were having. The hidden quest. Indeed, while the main scenario was fully complete, there was still a hidden scenario that could be completed. Hidden scenarios were generally quite rare, and they tended to be provided with abundant rewards. Knowing this, how could they decide to go back? It would be such a waste. Squad leader, those from Severed Stars are leaving. Pulling his gaze away from the main building, Tom turned to look at the guild members of Severed Stars as they slowly moved into the portal and entered it. His brow rose for a brief moment. They're leaving, just like that. They weren't going to try the hidden scenario. A small laugh escaped Tom's lips as he looked at them. As expected of them. This was the difference between their guilds. This was the gap between a King Grade guild and a Queen Grade guild. They took risks and weren't cowards when opportunities presented themselves to them. This is why she should have joined Ivory instead of that crappy guild. Tom shook his head. He knew Zoe quite well. The two of them once belonged to the same training academy. Zoe's scores were higher than his, but in the end, she ended up choosing Severed Stars instead of the other King Grade guilds. As a result, the gap between the two started to diminish, until now, as Tom felt confident that he had finally surpassed her. But as if his thoughts weren't enough proof, what he had just witnessed was all the proof that he needed as he shook his head while turning to look at his own team members. Don't bother with them too much. It's good for us that they're leaving. That means we'll get more rewards once we clear the scenario. Tom stepped out of his group and retrieved a specific device he could use within the gates. It was quite an expensive device, each call costing quite a fortune. However, taking into consideration the current situation, he felt compelled to make the call. He had to ask his guild about the scenario before proceeding. And that was exactly what he did. The world was dark. At the very least at first. But then the glasses activated and the scene sharpened into view. A long corridor stretched ahead, a deep red carpet unfurling beneath my feet, guiding the way toward a partly open door. From within, a warm orange light spilled out. Light. I felt my body tense slightly at the sight. Am I seeing things or? I gradually removed my glasses to make sure, and sure enough, the light still appeared to spill out from the slightly opened door in the distance. I licked my lips while staring in that direction. But then, clank, clank, I suddenly started to hear sounds coming from behind the door. It sounded like faint chattering, mingled with the delicate clatter of thin metal. It was hard to describe, but I didn't really have a good feeling about the situation. Nonetheless, I still decided to move and get a closer look. Don't panic, remain focused. You need to keep calm if you want to clear this scenario. With each step that I took, my heart pressed tightly against my chest. I had to remind myself over and over again to remain calm. I couldn't let the fear take over my mind, even though I wanted to do nothing more than run. You've already just faced a conductor who will probably hunt you tomorrow, a strange host who is still downstairs, a strange creature that thrives in the dark and that will kill you if you summon it again. Maybe, just maybe, I was making things worse for myself. No, I really was. Shit, I want to puke. I swallowed the rising nausea clawing its way up from my gut and stepped closer to the door, inching my head forward to peer through the narrow opening. That was when I saw it. What in the... A large dining room. A long table ran down its center, covered in a pristine white cloth, too white like bleached bone. Candles flickered along its length, casting long, twitching shadows over neatly arranged plates and wilting flowers. A chandelier sat on top, its crystals reflecting the flickering flames of the candles beneath. Paintings, faces blurred, smeared, or turned away, hung crookedly on the walls, while at both ends of the room were large wooden doors, closed completely shut. But what froze me, what buried a cold needle into my spine, were the four figures seated at the table. They sat upright, eating and conversing in muffled tones, forks tapping against plates, producing the familiar clinking sounds from before. Servants glided between them, slipping in and out of one door without a sound. And every single one of them lacked a face. Just blank skin where features should be, as if they had been erased. Still they chewed, still they spoke, somehow. I had to take a deep and cold breath upon seeing the sight. What in the... I couldn't tear my gaze away from the sight before me, not because I was scared, but because I recognized them. The painting. Indeed, they were the same four people from the painting beneath. It was just that they lacked faces. The only reason I could tell was their clothes. They were exactly the same as the painting. Could they be the owners of the estate? If so, click. A strange, dry click broke through the silence, followed by the sound of a fork clattering to the floor. All their heads snapped toward the noise, their blank eyes locking on the fallen utensil as it skittered across the floor until it stopped in the same direction as the door I stood behind. My heart reached. Swoosh. And I immediately pulled away, moving away from the door as I held onto my beating heart. A strange silence followed shortly after, one that felt entirely suffocating as I took several steps back. Did they notice? Why is there no sound? They saw me. And then, tack, the softest of footsteps echoed in the silence. It was far, but tack, tack. It was slowly moving towards the door. Sweat trickled down the side of my face as I continued to move back. Tack. Each step dragged on, moving closer and closer to the door. I didn't dare breathe. I couldn't breathe. I reached the end of the corridor, reaching for the door I came in from. But it was locked. Oh shit. I felt the pressure build, suffocating me, as the door at the far end of the corridor creaked open, its hinges groaning with every inch. Oh fuck shit, open damn it. My eyes swam towards the shop in front of me as I prepared to buy a certain item when... Hickle. The sound of crying suddenly filled the space. The door stopped moving. What followed was a trembling, yet feeble voice. I'm hungry, I'm really, hungry. Chapter 72, Little Girl 1. Hickle. The quiet sound of the crying drifted into the air as I stared at the door, completely paralyzed. Through the narrow gap of the door, a faint shadow slipped in, stretching across the floor, growing longer as the figure pushed the door open. I stopped breathing. My eyes alternated between the shop interface and the door. But then, "I'm hungry, someone." The girl's voice continued, and the door stopped moving. "I'm really hungry, please." Her voice lingered in the air, drifting across from within the dining room and the place I was in. I didn't know exactly where, but I knew that I had to move. I couldn't stay here. And so, pressing my lips into a thin line as I stared at the door leading to the dining room, I slipped off my shoes to muffle my steps and began moving toward it in silence. I made sure to keep my steps as light as possible before stopping at the other end of the door. This should do. I held my breath while grasping my shirt. At the same time, I stared at the door next to me. If the door opens, it'll just cover me up. This should be better. Looking down, my eyes fell on the shadow that still stretched across the floor. I knew that the figure was just beside me, right on the other side of the door. "Please." "Hick, hick." The crying persisted, growing louder than before. I listened to her crying while keeping my eyes on the shadow. I was on high alert. My entire body was tense, whilst I tried to keep my breathing as shallow as possible. I couldn't let it feel my presence. Thankfully, the crying grew louder with each passing second. "I'm hungry, someone." It was loud, and the silhouette behind the door soon turned away from the door, the shadow growing smaller as it started to move away. The sight made me feel more at ease. However, I was still on high alert as I waited a couple of seconds before taking out my phone and slowly inching it towards the gap of the door from below. I moved it slowly and carefully, just enough to allow the camera to peek through. Yes, this should still be hidden enough, it should. But the moment I saw the screen, the air caught in my throat. All faces were directed towards the door, staring straight at the narrow gap, seemingly waiting. I felt chills run down every part of my body as I tried my best to keep my breathing even. Were they waiting for me? I swallowed nervously before pulling the phone away and trying my best to keep my hand from trembling. Had I peeked directly with my head, I would have most likely have been seen. The thought made me shudder. Still thinking about them and hearing the crying that was still lingering in the air, I started to wonder why nobody was doing anything about it. The servants were still roaming without care, while the family just stared at the door. This is problematic. If my guess was correct, I had to get to where the crying was coming from. However, in order to do that, I needed to enter the room and move past the servants. But how exactly could I even do that? This mission felt impossible. No, it's not impossible. There must be a way. I started to rack my brain over the matter. Room full of servants. 4 people are eating at the dining table, crying child. Biting my lips and thinking about the situation, my mind eventually settled on a specific item that I had found on the shop. It was one of the items that I had previously seen, and one that seemed to be fitting for the current situation. Shop. Mr. Hugs. A dirty teddy bear that reduces aggression in a 5-meter radius. However, extended exposure causes severe dependency and emotional instability when separated. Price 2,178 SB. Shop. Enough. I felt hesitant while staring at the shop item. There were many doubts in my mind as I stared at it. Reduce aggression. For how long would it work? This was a first-order item, and the monsters inside were probably a lot stronger than that. For how long would it be able to keep them from being aggressive? Would it even work on them? There were so many doubts in my mind as I stared at the teddy bear image next to the item's description. With 10,450 SB available, I could easily afford it. The issue was whether it would work or not. If it didn't work, then what would I do? Do I even have any other option? No, it might even come in handy later. I have to buy it. I looked through the other items available for me to see, and there was another item that caught my interest. Shop. Quick-stitch outfit. A magical set of clothing that can instantly transform into any outfit the wearer imagines. While it provides perfect style and comfort, overuse can lead to a loss of personal identity, as the wearer begins to forget their original appearance. Price 3,450 SB. Shop. It was an item I had previously dismissed as useless. but thinking about my current situation, this very item could turn things around for me. This added with the teddy bear, and I might just be able to pose myself as one of the servants. The problem was that this was a big might. Whether I could fool them or not was something that I wasn't entirely sure of. The knife was the next closest useful thing for this scenario, but I doubted I'd be able to do much to the servants. If my guesses weren't wrong, they were much stronger than me. The current situation made it impossible for me to fight them. So then, I guess this is my only option. I didn't hesitate any longer and purchased the two items in question. Poof! A teddy bear and a plain white shirt fell from above as I reached out to grab them. The balance also went from 10,450 to 4822. I could feel the pinch, but I tried my best to ignore it as I stared at the two items in my hand. Eventually, I put on the shirt while holding onto the teddy bear. How does this work? Moments after putting on the shirt, I pulled at it to see if there were any changes, but it was still a plain white shirt. That was when I looked at the description again and smacked my face. Right. I closed my eyes and imagined the clothes the servants were wearing. A black blazer with a crisp white shirt that was neatly tucked within their creaseless black pants. The moment the image formed in my mind, something shifted, and when I opened my eyes again, my clothes had changed. It worked. I looked down at the blazer and shirt, identical in every detail to the servants' uniforms. Then, holding onto the teddy bear, I took a deep breath before turning my attention towards the door. This better work. Slowly extending my hand, I pressed it against the knob before pulling. Kriak. Light spilled into the corridor, and I stepped into the dining hall. Chapter 73, Little Girl 2. Kriak. The creaking of the door echoed through the silence as I stepped into the room, the light spilling into my eyes, blinding for a moment as I adjusted. The bright lights were immediately overpowered by a heavy, suffocating stench. One that clung to the air. A rotting one. Immediately, my nose scrunched up upon smelling the air. What is this smell? The smell was sickening, and it made me want to leave. But those thoughts quickly faded as I looked ahead and saw all the faces turned in my direction. Everyone, every single person was staring at me. My legs nearly locked on the spot upon seeing the sight. I clung to the teddy bear in my arms with even more force. 5 meters, 5 meters. I measured the distance between me and the table. It was a little over 5 meters. I swallowed nervously as I kept my head down, taking a steady step forward while holding onto the teddy bear. My only goal was to get close enough for the bear to have an effect. This was the plan, however. Tag, tag. Each step that I took felt defeating as the hair on my entire body rose on end. I could feel them. The stares from everyone within the room. Not a single person was looking away, and I unconsciously clenched the bear with even more force. Just keep walking, don't mind the stares, so long as I get near enough. Tag. The sound of my steps grew more pronounced the longer I kept walking. It felt like hours, but I had barely taken a handful of steps. Time seemed to stretch, the room closing in with every breath I took. The atmosphere felt incredibly tense, and each breath felt suffocating. Then, at last I stopped. Right before me, I caught a glimpse of the cloth that covered the white table. Ice had arrived. Slowly, I raised my head. 4 blank faces stared in my direction. Their empty faces peered right into me as I held onto the teddy bear and stared at them. Please work, please work. Biting my lips, I eventually forced a smile. Was everything to your liking? Silence. My words were met with silence as the 4 faces continued to stare at me. A slow, suffocating dread began to seep into my bones, digging into my flesh and body as I tried my best to remain composed. Until eventually, it was quite good. Yes, it wasn't bad. What do the kids think? Good. Delicious. An immediate sense of relief washed over me the moment I heard their voices, and my grip on the teddy loosened slightly. I see, that's good to hear. I continued to smile while staring at the current plates on the table, most likely their second entree, covered by metal lids. I extended my hand. Should I open up the plates for you? Yes, just give me a couple of seconds. The family head grabbed a napkin and dabbed it onto his face, almost as if he were trying to clean his mouth. But it was just that. He had no face. The entire scene felt weird. In some way, it almost felt comical. Swallowing, I gradually turned to look at the servants standing not far from where we were. Standing with their backs straight, they stared in my direction, their figures not moving an inch from where they were. Good, this seems to be working. I felt a lot better knowing that the bear was working, but of course, I didn't relax. I remained vigilant and turned my attention towards the plates as the family head finally extended his hand. You may. Oh, yes. I smiled before reaching for the metal lids. The smell. The moment I opened the lid, the pungent smell from before became even more pronounced as my entire nose scrunched up, forcing me to breathe from my nose. On the other hand, the 4 family members looked utterly delighted by the smell as they commented things like, "Smells great. That's wonderful." I felt like puking. However, that feeling only became more pronounced the moment I took a look at the source of the smell, and my stomach rumbled intensely, my cheeks inflating as I truly felt something rise up from deep within my stomach. I had to cover my mouth in order to prevent myself from puking. Shit. Clenching my teeth, I pulled my eyes away from the plates as I tried my best to forget what I had witnessed. And yet, regardless of how hard I tried, I couldn't forget. I couldn't forget the skinned face of the family head, resting on the plate as though it were some sort of gourmet dish. The reason I could recognize the face was because it was exactly the same as the painting beneath. What sort of sick situation is this? I wanted to do nothing more than run away from this place. However, knowing that I really had no other choice, I could only force myself to open up the 3 other plates as I struggled to keep myself from puking. It was only when I opened up all the plates that I bowed and tried my best to excuse myself. I hope that you enjoy your meal. Ah, yes, you may go, thank you. Making sure that I had the direct approval of the family head, I grabbed the teddy bear and began walking towards the door where I could hear the crying coming from. Hickle hickey. The closer I came to the door, the louder and more pronounced the crying became. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Please. For some reason, my chest ached upon hearing the words coming from the little girl. The situation was quite clear to me. That little girl, she was being mistreated. While it had already been quite obvious by what I had previously seen, I didn't know it was to the extent of starving her as well. I could only force my feelings down and move closer to the door. Hick hick. The crying grew louder the closer I got, and just as I reached for the door, a certain voice echoed in the air. All right. My body froze. It was the family head. What does he? I slowly turned my head in his direction. Then, my entire body came to a sudden stop as I saw everyone staring at me. I swallowed nervously. Can't I help you? Oh, yes. The family head lightly said, placing his utensils down. You can first help me by telling me why you're going in that direction. The kitchen is on the opposite side. I don't think I've ever seen you before. In fact, who are you? The atmosphere suddenly changed at the question, as I felt the temperature around me significantly drop. Shit. In that moment, I knew that the effects of the bear had run off, and my entire body tensed. But quickly, I moved as I saw the servants rush in my direction. Oh fuck. Without a second's hesitation, I spun around, flinging the door open with a violent yank. I entered through the opening, and I slammed it shut behind me, the sound of the door's final thud echoing out loud. Clank. Hastily looking around, I pressed the lock button on the door before pulling away. A faint click reached my ears, followed by the soft tremor of the door. Then, bang bang, came the thundering thud of fists pounding against it, the sound reverberating through its wooden frame. Ada. Taking a step back, I spun my head and stared in the direction from which the crying was coming. I didn't waste a single second and rushed in that direction. Yuri, I have to hurry. Chapter 74, Little Girl 3. Thank God I previously looked through all the rooms. Having investigated the place in advance, I knew exactly where I needed to go. It had to be that room. Of everything that I had seen during my first sneak peek of the place, that was the only room that I found to have been locked. Not only that, but the more I moved, the more convinced of my judgment I was. That was because I could hear the crying draw closer and closer as I followed the familiar path that led to the room. Hickle-hickey. There were 7 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Each room was connected to another in some way, with the room I was looking for located near the master bedroom. Here, the place was enormous, and even though I knew where to go for brief moments, I almost found myself going the wrong way. Thankfully, I redirected myself to the right path. There was only one problem, however. Where is he? Where did he go? Yes, I was currently being chased by multiple faceless servants. This feels like déjà vu. It reminded me a lot of the time when I was being chased by those strange cult members as I ran around the abandoned museum. This time, however, there were no cops to help. No Nightwalker either. The only one I could rely on was myself. As such, overhearing the voices of the servants, I picked up my pace while making sure my steps made no sound. Holding onto the teddy bear, I surveyed my surroundings. I was currently walking inside one of the bedrooms that seemed to belong to one of the children. The room was quite big with a large bed sitting in the middle, a lot of toys, alongside several wooden furniture pieces that I thought were perfect hiding spots. Should I hide? I shook my head shortly after. I didn't know the number of servants that were chasing me, but I knew that there were quite a few of them. The number was also probably increasing, meaning that I couldn't afford to waste time hiding while waiting for them to leave. Therefore, staring at the furniture, I could only dismiss it and reach for the door. Feeling the cold touch of the knob, I yanked the door open, ready to rush forward when... My eyes widened in shock. A faceless figure stood before me, holding a knife, its blank features staring straight through me. I froze. Shit. Found you. The servant wasted no time. It lunged forward, the knife slicing through the air toward me. I reacted just in time. You are... I scrambled back while waving my hand, as a shadowy figure appeared right in front of me. Heek! A screeching sound echoed right after as the knife plunged into the Nightwalker as its hands reached for the servant, grasping onto its face. Go! I didn't waste a single second. Seeing the situation turn like this, I dashed past the servant and Nightwalker before turning back and kicking with my foot. Bang! The servant stumbled forward, while the Nightwalker continued to cling to it. I didn't look back and closed the door right after. Clank! Hayo. My breath came in ragged gasps, sweat dripping down my forehead. I couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. I might really need to consider getting a replacement for the Nightwalker. If it already hated me before, right now it probably wanted to do nothing more but kill me. I could only silently pray for it while thanking it for its sacrifice. It had yet again saved my life. Who? I exhaled and glanced around, my eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. And then I saw it. The door that I had been looking for the entire time. Hick. The crying was louder than before. It was hard for me to ignore as I unknowingly started to shiver. Besides the crying, the surroundings were strangely quiet. The air was dusty, and the world around me felt colder than ever. I clutched the teddy bear tighter and walked toward it. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I knew this was the key to finishing the hidden scenario. I didn't even try to consider that it was locked like before. I didn't care if it was locked. I just have to get the little girl to open the door for me in case it's locked. Holding my breath, I walked towards the door, my heart pressing tightly against my chest as I tensed up the closer I came to the door. I couldn't hear a single thing besides the muffled crying of the little girl. The servants who had been searching for me moments prior almost seemed to have vanished into thin air. Why was that? I was confused, but I pushed those thoughts aside as I reached for the knob. I'm really hungry, And the moment my hand touched the knob, the crying stopped. Now it was really quiet. It was as if the world around me had suddenly frozen. My hand paused. However, it was only for a brief moment before I grabbed onto the knob and pulled. Clank! The door swung open, revealing a small girl sitting on a bed, dressed in a fine white dress. Both hands were clutching her head as she started trembling. Hickle. Don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. Her whimpers were the only sound, now growing louder, as she slowly raised her head to meet my gaze. The rope marks on her neck were still visible. Her eyes were black as the night sky itself. And the moment her gaze fell on me, I found myself freezing on the spot. "I'm hungry, do you have food?" She no longer seemed to be whimpering as she looked at me. In fact, her face was cold. So cold that it made me unable to move. "A food." I opened my mouth, but I couldn't say yes to her. "I didn't have any food." "No food." Her voice grew colder, and I felt my heart starting to sink. I could see things were starting to turn for the worse. Rattle, rattle. The room trembled. The ground shook. The curtains swayed violently, and the cabinet rattled. Her eyes grew darker until the blackness swallowed them whole. "Oh shit." I shuddered, feeling every muscle in my body tense. But I wasn't completely helpless. I didn't just purchase the teddy bear to help me sneak past the servants. There was another reason for it, and that reason was right before me. Gradually, my mouth parted as I began to speak. "I don't have food," I began slowly, "but I have something else." "Something else?" The rattling stopped, and the little girl looked at me. I held my breath and stepped forward, offering the teddy bear in my hands. A teddy bear. Chapter 75, Little Girl 4. The moment I showed the bear to the girl, everything froze. The rattling, the shaking. I could only watch her, heart pounding, as her black eyes remained fixed on the teddy bear, unblinking. She might not want it, but for now, it's enough to stop her. The bear had such an effect. And this was all I really wanted as I took a step towards her. "Do you like this? It looks cute, doesn't it?" I gave the teddy bear a small shake, my eyes scanning the room. It was almost empty, the bare essentials filling the place: a bed, a wardrobe, a small desk. The room felt more like a spare closet than a bedroom. Nothing more. It was also a lot smaller than the other bedrooms that I had crossed in order to get here. This felt more like a spare closet that had been turned into a bedroom. "Bear." The little girl tilted as she looked at the teddy bear, her large eyes blinking. I smiled before moving closer to her. "Yes, teddy bear." The small details, along with everything I'd heard, told me all I needed to know about her situation. As I stepped closer and slowly leaned in to meet her gaze, I brought the bear closer to her. "Touch it. If I can." She looked hesitant. No, not just hesitant, she also looked scared. I pressed my lips together while bringing it closer to her. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." "Not that I could." "The bear will also not hurt you." "Really?" The girl reached for the bear with her little hand. And then, her hand finally came in contact with the bear, as her little eyes started to widen. "Soft, right?" I brought the teddy closer to her. "You can have him if you want." I felt a slight pang in my heart while giving the bear to her. This wasn't exactly cheap, but thinking about the points I'd soon receive from the game sales, I felt much more at ease. Furthermore, I needed to do this in order to preserve my life, so... The girl hesitated for a moment, but then, after seeing that I really wanted to give it to her, she reached for the bear and tried to pull it into her grasp. At the same time, her black eyes became clearer. The key word. Tried to. The moment her fingers touched the bear, it wouldn't budge. It stayed firm in my grip. Huh. I looked at the bear, stunned. And then her. No, wait. The darkness in the girl's eyes resurfaced as she looked at me, and a suffocating weight clutched at my chest. "You lie." For a second I couldn't breathe. Her gaze pierced through me in a suffocating manner. I struggled to recover my breath. No, I'm not." I tried to push the bear to her while letting go, but I realized that I couldn't. My hands, they refused to let go of the bear. Shit. I suddenly remembered the description of the bear, and my stomach sank. Rattle, rattle. Once more the surroundings shook. The room trembled again. The curtains swayed, and the sound of footsteps outside the door grew louder, heavier. The servants. They were coming. I bit my lip while staring at the teddy bear in my hand. Let go, let go. I felt a rush of anxiety. Never in my life had I thought my survival would depend on something as simple as releasing a teddy bear. And yet here I was, in that exact same situation. Rattle. The rattling grew more prominent, and the sound of the steps coming from behind became even more rushed. My heart raced out of my chest, the beat drumming loudly in my mind. Bah thump, bah thump. But even despite my best attempts, My hands refused to let go of the bear. It was as if they were glued to it, refusing to let go. I glanced at the door. The servants were getting closer. I had no choice. In desperation, I bit down on my tongue. The moment I did, pain shot through my mouth like fire. Fug, 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 fug. I didn't hold back. I bit harder, my face contorting in pain. But in that same instant, the rattling stopped. Hey, hey. A soft, almost innocent giggle echoed in the stillness. The footsteps stopped. I turned my head. There on the bed, the girl was playing with the teddy bear. Her black eyes, which were previously fully black, were starting to clear, and she looked almost happy. Hey, hey. Her laugh was light, like something that hadn't come from her in a long time. For a brief moment, I forgot about the pain in my mouth. The sparkle in her eyes was like that of someone who had found something that they had never seen before. It was almost as if this was the first time she had ever played with a teddy bear. Perhaps that's really the case. I glanced at the servants by the door, their faces obscured, their bodies like shadows. I could feel them there waiting, but they didn't move. This place, the reason why they don't have faces. It clicked. This was a reconstruction of her past memories. The servants had no faces because she couldn't recall any of them, and the same applied to her parents, who appeared only as hollow skins laid out on the dishes. In that sense, she was the key to everything. Do you like it? And as I asked that simple question, I saw her looking at me again. The darkness in her eyes was still present, but it was a lot less than before. I met her gaze while she met mine. Eventually, squeezing the teddy bear tightly, she nodded her little head. Oh yes. Is that so? I smiled at her while pulling my hand back. Then you can keep it. The little girl blinked, her eyes falling on the bear. I can. Of course. Really? Really? Really, really? Yes. After a brief pause, a smile blossomed on the little girl's face as she squeezed the bear tightly. The darkness in her eyes had almost fully retreated by now, and as I stared at her, I brought my hand forward. Are you hungry? Her gaze shifted back to me, confused. I thought back to her previous words and continued. I heard that you were hungry. I can give you food. Do you want it? Food? Oh, yes. The girl's small hands tightened around the teddy bear for a moment, then loosened slightly. She held her stomach, and that's when I noticed how thin her arms were. My lips pursed once again. Finally, she reached out to me, her little hand before me. I opened my lips, but soon closed them as I reached for her hand. It was cold. Let's go. I pulled her gently toward the door. I'll bring you to eat. Chapter 76, Little Girl 5. Myrle, you will accomplish great things for this family. You were born as a great sacrifice for our family. You will help Grandpa become stronger and live for longer. You should be happy about that. What, you don't want to do it? Myrle, you think you have a choice. Be obedient and listen to your family, you ungrateful little wench. This is all for those that birthed you. How dare you try to defy us? We provide you with food, shelter, and life. And yet this is how you treat us. See what happens when we don't give you any of that. Myrle hesitated before walking out of the room. Her mind flashed with all sorts of memories. Voices whispered in her head as she looked towards the servant in front of her. He stood tall, taller than her, casting a large shadow over her little body. She took a step back. Get back in, what are you doing? For a moment, she almost heard his voice as he shouted. Yes, yes. Myrle tried to step back, but the hand grasping her stopped her. His expression was calm as he looked at her. It's okay, they won't hurt you. His hand was also warm. Just trust me, I'm here with you. If you're scared, you can hold on to the teddy bear, it will protect you. Myrle slowly turned her head to look at the teddy bear in her hand. It was soft and big. Then, she slowly brought it to her chest as she took a step forward, her steps moving past the servant who remained standing still. See, nothing happened. The strange man looked at her kindly. He was scary but also kind. I'll get you out of this place and I'll let you eat some good food. All you have to do is follow me. The darkness within Myrle's eyes receded as they continued to walk. It was dark, and the sound of their steps was the only thing that echoed throughout. They passed several servants along the way, and each time Myrle felt herself tense with fear. But the terrifying man beside her kept urging her forward. his presence strangely reassuring despite everything. If the first one didn't hurt you, the other one also won't hurt you. I'll beat them up if they do something to you. You can trust me. His words were as warm as his hand. But why was he trembling while saying such words? Soon the two stopped before a large door. Myrle's entire body tensed at the sight of the door. She wasn't supposed to go in there. Absolutely not. Don't be scared. Hold tightly onto the teddy bear. If you hold on tightly, nothing will hurt you. Really? Myrle looked at the teddy bear in her hand. Indeed, so far nothing had happened, but... Don't worry. The man brought his hand forward and pushed the door open, light spilling in. As the door creaked open, a vast, unfamiliar dining room came into view. A towering chandelier hung above, casting light across the entire space. At the far end of the room, a long table stretched out, its surface adorned with plates and utensils. Several figures were seated around it, and as the door swung wide, their heads turned in unison, their gazes locking onto them. Myrle froze up. Myrle, what are you doing here? You should be in your room. Get out. The moment they laid eyes on her, they shot up from their seats, their voices erupting in a barrage of shouts, each one louder than the last. No, no, no. Myrle's entire body flinched as she was subjected to the shouts. How are you? Get back to your room before I come to you. No, 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 no. Myrle's grip over the bear loosened as it fell on the floor, and she let go of the man's warm hand. Myrle curled into herself, her hands clutching her head as she tried to drown the noise away. Her knees pressed tightly to her chest, her body trembling as she huddled on the floor, trying to make herself as small as possible. No, no, please. Rattle, rattle. The surroundings shook. Myrle, get back now. Stop, make it stop. Their shouts continued to echo in her ears as she pressed her hands against her ears. She wanted it to stop. From the shouting, the noise, everything. Please. Mir. Here, you drop this. A soft voice whispered in her ear right after, as she felt something soft on her chest. The rattling stopped, and when she looked up, she saw a large teddy bear. Hug it tightly. The scary man was right beside it, as he picked her up from below. Myrle's body squirmed, but the man didn't let go as he carried her with both hands. Like I said before, I'm here, don't be scared. No, but... It'll be easy. It won't. Just trust me. Myrle hugged the teddy bear tighter. Eventually, she curled herself into it as the man continued to walk. Myrle, get back here. What are you doing? I'm counting to 10 before I come. You'd better understand the consequences of being disobedient. 1. A countdown started. Listening to the familiar countdown, Myrle hugged the bear even more tightly. Rattle, rattle. The surroundings continued to rattle, but the man continued to move. He seemed completely oblivious to the shouts. 3. His steps moved slowly across the dining room. 5. Almost as if to show he wasn't scared. 7. That she was safe with him. 9. Soon the countdown nearly reached 10. Once again, Myrle tensed. So did the surroundings as everything came to a standstill. Everything but the scary man as he continued forward. Then, 10. The inevitable 10 came, and Myrle's body scrunched up, her arms holding onto the teddy bear tightly as she started to tremble. No, please. Please. But, silence. Nothing ever happened even after the countdown reached 10. Myrle continued to squeeze the bear as the faint echo of the man's step echoed. Soon he stopped. Myrle blinked her eyes and raised her head. A door appeared in front of her as the man looked at her. He nudged his head behind her, and as she turned her head, she saw her parents looking at her, their bodies still. See? The man's voice whispered once again. I told you, did I? They won't do anything to you. Myrle's grip over the teddy bear loosened as the man brought his hand towards the door. It's time we leave, it's time for us to eat. Clank. The door opened and the two entered. Myrle's gaze remained on the man as the two crossed the door, and the world around them turned bright. The light was bright, enveloping the two of them completely. By the time the light faded, Myrle's body was long gone. Thud. A teddy bear fell onto the floor, and as Seth lowered his body to pick it up, a faint notification appeared in his vision. Basic node, containment vessel activated. D-rank spirit, mile acquired. Chapter 77, App Update 1. So you're telling me someone managed to infiltrate the raid, and as a result, the difficulty of the scenario went up. Now that you've cleared the first scenario, you think there's a hidden one and you want to explore it. A certain voice echoed from the speaker of Tom's device. Following the situation, he immediately contacted his team leader and explained the situation. Because the gate had already been cleared, the gate was set to dissipate in a few hours. As a result, nobody could enter. They could only go out from this point. As a result, Tom could only decide whether to take on the hidden mission now. There's a chance that the rewards are high. If you allow me to go, I have confidence in retrieving at least a few fragments with high purity. But didn't you fail to clear the main scenario? I didn't fail that. Intruder messed everything up. I was still able to somewhat impress the host. If not for the difficulty going up, I would have definitely impressed him. Yes, but you still failed. And I can do better. Tom mumbled, his grip over the device tightened. If I had known the difficulty had risen, I would have played something else. You know very well that I'm overqualified for this job. Give me your permission and I'll come back triumphant. Those from Crownfall are also about to do this. We can't lose out to them. And the line fell silent. The silence seemed to last for an eternity before the voice spoke again. Give me a bit of time. I'll talk this out with the section chief. What? Why wait? If we delay the situation any longer, those bastards from Crownfall will start the hidden scenario. If that's the case, then, Looking at the communication device, Tom's teeth clenched tightly as he saw that the communication had cut off. Damn it! He silently cursed while looking at those from Crownfall. His heart sank when he saw them starting to get ready. Fuck damn it! This wasn't an opportunity that they could afford to miss. If they missed it, and the reward ended up being extremely good, then it would be a massive blow to them. Especially since Crownfall was their main competitor. He could accept anyone but them. Screw it. As such, looking at the communication device in his hand, he placed it in his pocket and turned towards his members. Get ready, we'll start the raid in a bit. Oblivious to the conversation between him and the team leader, the Ivory members started to get ready. To them, Tom's words meant approval from the higher-ups. It was just a pity that he was acting on his own. But regardless, he was confident in clearing the scenario. Therefore, he wasn't worried about the consequences of his actions. Results mattered more than anything else within the guild. He understood that more than anyone, and this was exactly what he was planning on doing. He was planning on bringing results. Make sure you stay focused and follow my lead. I can't guarantee that any of you will be able to live if you don't follow my lead. Fully equipped and well-rested, Tom guided his team toward the mansion's entrance. Following right behind him were the members of Crownfall, who took a little longer to get ready. Tensions seemed to be at an all-time high, as the two groups got ready to tackle the hidden scenario. However, Krayak, right as they were about to get in, a subtle cracking sound echoed in the air. It was subtle, but it was enough to make everyone stop dead in their tracks as they all looked towards the mansion. Did you hear that? One of them asked, looking around. The recruits' words were met with similar words as they all looked towards the mansion. Was that my imagination? No, I heard it too. Tom's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the mansion. He too had heard the noise. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint the exact direction he heard it. Is something happening? It was just as he started to ponder the noise that another cracking sound echoed. Krayak? What the hell? This time the noise was impossible to ignore. Eyes widened, and a few of the team members exchanged uneasy glances. Wait, look! Someone suddenly shouted. A few immediately pointed at the source. It was the large crack that appeared by the sides of the mansion, gradually expanding with each second that passed. By now it had become obvious that something was wrong, and the feeling only grew when the mansion started to shake. Rumble, rumble. The building is collapsing. Quickly move back. Everyone quickly moved back upon seeing the structure shake, and even Tom moved back. Why is it collapsing? What's happening to the hidden scenario? This doesn't make sense. Tom could only stare in utter disbelief as the building continued to shake. He couldn't believe his eyes. Craw crack. But even though he couldn't believe the scene, the building continued to rattle, the cracks expanding before growing larger and larger. The windows shook before shattering, the glass shards falling onto the grass beneath. Rumbled. The rumbling continued, and soon, the mansion's left side crumbled under its own weight. Dust billowed up into the air, and the building fell apart. Shit. Everyone panicked at the sight, and staring at the scene, many moved back towards the gate. Wait, look. To make matters worse, the mansion wasn't the only thing that was collapsing. Far from it. The fountain. Everything was starting to collapse. Be it fountain, garden, or even ground, everything was collapsing. Quickly go back. The gate is closing, rush back, rush back. It soon became clear to them that the gate was starting to close. Everyone rushed back towards the portal that led them away. Everyone but Tom, who looked in the direction of the mansion with a lost expression. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this happen? This made no sense. What about the hidden scenario? How could the gate clear like this? There was still the hidden scenario. It shouldn't collapse so quickly unless... And then it clicked. A certain image appeared in his mind as his teeth clenched tightly. A scenario wouldn't immediately collapse unless the hidden scenario was completed. And for the gate to collapse like this, it only meant one thing. The hidden scenario. It had been completed. It's him. Tom's teeth clenched tightly. It had to be the jester. Thud. Luck. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my back. Groaning, I pushed myself up and glanced around. I'm back. Seeing the familiar environment, I slumped to the ground in relief. I really am back. Through ragged breaths, I stared at the empty white ceiling above me. Never before did I feel so happy seeing a ceiling. But most importantly, I raised my hand and stared at my wrist, my gaze lingering on the white mark that circled around my wrist like the black one. White, huh? I wonder if there's a reason for the color change. My mind drifted back to the message I'd received before reappearing in my office. This was Myrle. The little girl. I could feel the connection with my mind, and with that, I also felt like I could summon her with just a thought. I held off on that as I took in the events from moments prior. There was quite a lot to take in. From Myrle's past to her connection with the strange cult, there was quite a lot that I needed to figure out, but just as I started to ponder over such matters, a notification appeared in my vision. Congratulations on clearing the scenario. It was the system. Rewards calculating. Rewards calculating. Ding. System update available. Do you wish to upgrade? Play button yes, no. A. Chapter 78, App Update 2. An update. I was confused. An update. Now of all times, did it have some sort of correlation with the scenario that I just cleared? I had a lot of questions, but no answers. The only thing I could do was stare at the sudden notification with a frown. However, I snapped out of it rather quickly as I pressed yes shortly after. Surely an update was a good thing, right? App is updating. Please wait a moment. The notification stopped from that point, leaving me at a loss. Scratching the back of my head, I eventually settled my gaze on the painting on the wall. It's still here. I moved closer to it and traced my finger over it. Nothing. Touching the painting, there was no reaction at all. I felt a little relieved knowing this. The little girl in the picture was in the same position as she once had been, and everything else was in place. But it was only for a brief moment as something streaked into the painting, startling me completely. Shit. Taking a step back, the painting came to life once again as the girl in the picture lowered the umbrella, exposing her black eyes. She was exactly the exact same as the first time I saw her. No, actually. Taking a closer look, she was holding onto a teddy bear. Confused, I turned my attention towards my wrist and realized that the white mark was no longer present. When did she? I'm hungry. A certain voice whispered in the air, and I looked up. Myrle's face now covered the entire painting as she looked at me. Food, you said you would give me. Food. Oh, right. I suddenly recalled my promise to her. Just give me a minute, I'll go get the food. Hooray. Yes. I dropped whatever I was doing and got out of the office. On the way out, I made sure to lock the door behind me. Not only was the painting recognizable, but I didn't want anyone to know it was haunted, too. Let's see. Moving towards the kitchen area, I rummaged through the cabinets in search of any snacks. However, all I could find were half-empty cereal boxes, a bag of stale pretzels, and a suspicious-looking jar of something that might have once been peanut butter. I sighed, closing the last cupboard a little too hard. Looking through the other cabinets, all I saw was instant coffee powder, a lot of it. Too much of it. What sort of drug addicts are these? Moving towards another cabinet and seeing it filled with instant coffee powder, I started to feel bad. Was this some sort of drug? Well, now that I think about it, I kind of need some coffee myself. I held off on making it for now as I rummaged through every corner of the kitchen. It was only after a minute of good searching that I finally saw something that caught my eye. Huh? Secretly tucked behind several instant coffee jars was a bag of chips. It's also unopened. Nice. I felt a lot more relieved with the chips in my hand. I was just about to turn away when... What are you doing? A certain voice reached me from behind, and I almost jumped out in fright. Thankfully, I managed to keep my cool as I turned around while hiding the bag of chips behind my back. Kyle. Thankfully, it was just Kyle as I sighed in relief. But my eyes soon narrowed. Taking a look at him, he looked quite haggard. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were baggy. He looked almost as bad as I did, which I thought was almost impossible to do. What the hell happened to you? I don't want to talk about it. Kyle dismissed with his hand, moving towards one of the cabinets and taking out a jar of instant coffee before dumping about a quarter of it into a cup and adding just small amounts of water. The fuck? Surely that? Oh, not bad. Kyle smacked his lips while he looked at me. What? He brought his coffee closer to himself. Don't tell me you want some. I'm's okay. I thought back to the time I stole his coffee. Don't tell me. There's quite a messy situation going on right now. I looked at Kyle. I thought he didn't want to talk about it. There's been an incident not far from here and... I was sent to investigate the stuff. It's a rather complicated situation. It seems to be some sort of high-order entity. We're still unsure of its rank, but it's extremely powerful. How powerful are we saying? That's what I'm struggling to figure out. Kyle smiled wryly before taking a sip of his coffee. Smacking his lips, he yet again mumbled, "This is good stuff." Lunatic. Absolute lunatic. So far, all of its victims have been regular people, but the fact that we've yet to find anything related to it is extremely worrying. It's almost as if it doesn't exist in the first place. Regardless of what we do, we can't detect it. Seeing the rare look of solemnness on Kyle's face, I felt my chest grow heavier. For him to look like this case must be really dangerous. Here, take a look. Kyle suddenly extended his hand to show me his phone. That was when I caught a glimpse of his screen, and my entire body froze. A sickly, mummified figure appeared on the screen, the skin shriveled and brown like dried leather. Sunken eyes peered from hollow sockets as it lay slumped on a sofa, hands curled inward, slowly blinking at the recording device while its open mouth just barely moved. I raised my head to look at Kyle, who stared at the video with a grim expression. This right here is the state in which he leaves all of his victims. As you can see, they're not dead, but at the same time, they've lost the ability to do anything. I pursed my lips while looking away from the phone. The video was too much for me. Are you sure you should be showing me this? It's not exactly confidential information. In fact, it's probably best if you know about it since the matter is probably going to get escalated to the Bureau. It is. Yeah, the Guild requested a few scouts from the Bureau to conduct some tests. Based on the results, the Bureau will assign it an international ranking. If it qualifies as Thrall class or higher, guilds from other jurisdictions will start coming here. It'll probably make the news too. Thrall class? What was that? Oh. As if recalling my ignorance on most of the matters, Kyle started to explain. You might not know this since it's something usually taught later in your second year, but the Bureau classifies anomalous entities into 5 categories: Sigil, Elcid, Malaz, Thrall, and Kermite. Thrall class is the second most dangerous. I see. I was starting to understand. Anything ranked below that falls under the sole authority of the local guilds. No outside interference is allowed. But once an anomaly reaches the higher classes, it's a different story. Those are considered global threats, and when that happens, anyone, regardless of jurisdiction, is permitted to step in and deal with the situation. Kyle played with the phone in his hands. Which is what might be happening in this case. Things will get rather lively if that happens. Chuckling, Kyle chugged the last remaining of his coffee before taking a deep breath. In any case, this anomaly. Kyle licked his lips. They call it the Twisted Man. Chapter 79, Shepherd 1. The Twisted Man. That name, it didn't really seem fitting when I thought back to the video that Kyle showed me just moments prior. Kyle shrugged. I know what you're thinking, and I think the same. I don't make the names, though. Mummified Man also didn't sound good. I think they just went with Twisted Man because the insides of all the victims are twisted. Hello? That felt kind of lazy. Well, either way, you should be careful. Things within the island might get quite hectic soon. If things get really bad, then the other departments might also get involved, but I think it's fine for now. An S-rank gate recently opened up on the main island. That's part of the reason the guild is rather peaceful these days. An S-ranked gate. That sounded pretty serious. As far as I knew, S-ranked gates were the most dangerous gates. They were considered to be almost unclearable gates. You don't have to worry too much about the gate. It's a horde-type gate, meaning that it has nothing to do with us. Our job is to handle this situation currently. Ours? Yeah, no. It's just you, there's no ours. I see. I still pretended to nod. I was still somewhat unfamiliar with how the guild operated and what the other departments did. However, from the looks of things, each department had its own hands full. I once again rejoiced at the fact that I didn't join the guild. No, wait, I actually did join. But it was a fake position and stuff. Surely that doesn't count, right? I shook my head. Whatever the case was, I had to quickly get back to the office and give the chips to Myrle. Well, whatever the situation is, it sounds rough. I hope you manage to figure something out soon. Yeah, at the rate things are going, I don't think I'll get much sleep. Kyle turned around and grabbed another jar filled with instant coffee. I thought about stopping him, but then decided to leave him be. I could relate. Continuing to hide the chips behind my back, I glanced at my office in the distance and spoke. Either way, I need to get back to my office. There are a few things that I need to take care of regarding my game. Oh right, yeah, your game. Kyle shook his finger in the air. How is that going? I'd say pretty good. More than good if someone took into account how long it took to develop. Oh, is that so? I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad people are enjoying your game. Thanks. I had yet to check my current analytics, but I was sure they were even better than before. Maybe, just maybe, I cracked the 6-digit mark. The thought made me excited as I turned around while keeping the chips behind me and slowly moved away from Kyle. Well, I'll see you later. I hope you get some rest soon. I wish. Kyle lowered his head in defeat while dumping the coffee powder into his cup and adding hot water shortly after. I took the chance to turn around and leave, dashing for my office and closing the door right after. Hungry? An all-too-familiar voice reached my ears shortly after as Myrle appeared by the painting, half of her body hanging out while she looked at me. Who? I got it. I took out the chips and showed them to Myrle. Hey. Her large eyes blinked as she looked at the chips, her head tilting a little. What is that? They're chips. I moved closer to her while opening the package and giving it to her. Give it a try, they're good. Hey. Myrle peeked further out from the painting as she started to sniff the chips. Then, slowly reaching out with her little hand, she grabbed one chip before shoving it into her mouth. Crunch. A crunching sound echoed as she took a bite of the chip. There wasn't much of a reaction at first. However, that quickly changed a few seconds after as her eyes widened. Her pupils dilated shortly after as she looked at the chips, and her hands moved right into the bag, grabbing as many chips as she could before shoving them down her face. Crunch, crunch. Hold on, slow down, slow down. I'm not going to steal the chips. What are you doing? With how aggressively she was shoving the chips in her mouth, she almost started to resemble a squirrel, and I had a hard time stopping her. Stop, calm down. Only when I pulled the chips away did she finally stop as she looked at me, her eyes staring at me with a look that seemed to say, why? Stop for a second. I'm not going to take the chips away from you. Eat them slowly. If you eat them too much, you won't be able to properly enjoy them. Miles' eyes narrowed, but after staring at the chips, she reluctantly nodded her head. Okay. Her mouth was still full, so she couldn't speak. I ended up giving her the chips back shortly after that as she slowed down, taking one chip at a time. Pleased by the sight, I turned my attention away from her for just a second when... Crunch, crunch, crunch. Miles started shoving the chips down her throat. I didn't even know how to react. However, right before I could even turn around, another notification appeared. Update complete. Changes have been made. Please load the app to see. My lips twitched as I saw the message, as Miles continued to shove her mouth with the chips. However, I soon let go of it and moved towards the laptop. Just this time, she was also a ghost. Miles was already dead, so it wouldn't affect her too much. Let's see. I tapped on the app and loaded its interface. Game developer Seth Thorne. Status, first order play button see more. Black small square basic node. Containment vessel play button see more. Items. Black small square blank mask. Black small square spectral glasses. Black small square Mr. Hugs. Black small square quick stitch outfit. Shop open. Quests unlocked available 1. Black small square expose the cult and its plans. Reward 40,000 SP. Time limit 2 months. Developed games. Gentle Whispers rating 0.5. A regular day in the office rating 1. Balance 4,822 SP. The changes were quite noticeable. Not only did the interface now have my balance, but I could also see several areas I could expand. I didn't waste a second and clicked on the containment vessel area. There was something that I was really curious about. Click. The moment I left-clicked with my mouse, a new interface appeared. F-ranked anomalous entity Nightwalker. Description: a shadowy entity that thrives in complete darkness and recoils from anything bright. Exposure to light gradually weakens it, and prolonged contact can destroy it entirely. In the dark, however, it possesses strength comparable to that of a grown man. Loyalty 40-25-15. You dare use me as a meat shield. D-ranked anomalous entity Miles. Description: the lingering spirit of a young girl who suffered years of abuse at the hands of her family, bound by the cruel traditions they followed. Her soul now haunts the very painting her parents commissioned to celebrate her upcoming birthday, the same day they had chosen to sacrifice her. Loyalty 50-55+5 is very happy with the snack you gave her. My lips twitched the moment I read the Nightwalker's loyalty area. 25. That seemed rather low. I really needed to think of a way to appease it. Thankfully, with this new interface, I could not see what they were thinking. In that case, I might be able to increase its loyalty again. But more than anything, I was curious about something else. Is it possible for me to upgrade them, to make them stronger? It was a really intriguing thought. If it were possible to make them stronger, then I wanted to know how. Of course, before getting them stronger, I also planned on improving their loyalty. I wouldn't want to make them stronger so they could kill me faster. I scanned the page, skipping over the description for now. I planned on checking it later. For now, I wanted to see all of the new features. I then expanded the First Order area. Status First Order. Decree Shepherd. Requirements for upgrade. 10x attributeless fragments. Purity 0%, 100%. My eyes paused on the decree area. Shepherd. What the hell was that? Chapter 80, Shepherd 2. I knew what a shepherd was. They were someone who tended and reared sheep. It was precisely because I knew what it was that I felt confused, but the more I thought about it, the more things began to make sense. Decree Shepherd, I suppose it relates to my ability to acquire and command anomalous entities. A shepherd of the anomalous, perhaps. That sounded like the most plausible situation. But if that was the case, I started to grow curious about what the purity meter was and the abilities I would gain once I reached the Second Order. Is there also a limit to the amount of anomalous entities that I can contain? What about the conductor? Would I be able to contain a monster that powerful? Thinking about the conductor, I slowly turned my head to stare at the large eye, imprinted on the wall, and bit my lips. 1 day left. There was only 1 day left until it came. Or at least, that was what I assumed to be the case. I thought back to the scenario when I played the piano alongside it, and hoped it would stop haunting me, but I wasn't so sure. I had an inkling that it was still going to come. My chest grew heavy at the thought. It was rather clear to me that I couldn't defeat the conductor. It was simply too strong for me. I needed to quickly think of a way to delay the situation or solve it. What a mess. Rubbing the back of my head, I once again glanced at my computer and focused my attention on the first order panel. In order to move to the next order, I need 10 attributeless fragments. Where can I get those? I had pretty much memorized everything available in the shop. There was nothing remotely close to fragments. Oh, wait. Recalling something, I rummaged through my pocket before retrieving a certain crystal. Right, I did acquire this. The crystal was long, fitting my entire hand as a gray fog squirmed deep within it. I felt a strange sensation while looking at it. The gray fog within pulsed in strange patterns, almost as if it were alive, and the more I observed it, the more unsettled I felt. That was until... Ding! Fragment of conceptualization. Purity 91%. A notification crossed my vision, floating right above the fragment. What the... The notification was so sudden and unexpected that I almost dropped the fragment in my hand. Thankfully, I was able to compose myself quickly as I looked at the notification in astonishment. Conceptualization, 91% purity. I read through the notifications with a frown. I didn't really understand, but from what I had managed to learn over the past week or so at the Guild, the conceptualization was for those following the conceptualization decree. In that case, does this mean that the fragment I have is useless? Since I followed a different decree, it meant that I couldn't use this fragment. Then, what the hell do I do with this? It wasn't like I could sell this. Maybe in the black market. Was there even a black market? Not only that, but thinking about how much of a struggle I had gone through to just receive one fragment, my heart sank. This feels like bullshit. At the current rate things were going, it was going to be impossible for me to rank to the next order. Or so I thought. Ding! Another notification suddenly appeared in my vision. Would you like to remove the attribute? Play button yes, no. My grip on the fragment tightened the moment I saw the notification. Yes, this made much more sense. There was no way this strange system would leave me to rot like this. I didn't even waste a single second and directly pressed yes. Attribute will be removed. Please wait a moment. A strange glow suddenly radiated from the crystal, enveloping the entire room. The light was so intense that I had no choice but to shut my eyes as the crystal in my hand began to grow warm. MHKH. A strange wave of dizziness hit me as I held onto the crystal, and my hand started to tremble. It almost felt as though the energy was getting sucked out of me. It wasn't pleasant. Thankfully, the process lasted no more than a couple of seconds, and once the light died down and I managed to open my eyes again, a white crystal appeared in my grasp. Attributeless fragment. Purity 91%. Awesome. The fragment felt a lot lighter than it was before as I tossed it in my hands. However, I froze a moment after as I looked up to see a gray cloud floating right before me. My right hand squirmed shortly after as I hastily looked down to see the black tattoo squirm uncontrollably, almost as if it wanted to jump out of my arm. What the... I started to panic, but there wasn't anything that I could do as the squirming only grew with each passing second. It grew to such an unbearable degree that I had no other choice but to summon the Nightwalker, as a dark figure appeared before me shortly after. My expression turned strange shortly after as I saw it stand beneath the lights, its entire body sizzling under it. And yet, as though it didn't care about the lights, the Nightwalker stared at the gray cloud floating in the air before suddenly opening its mouth and sucking it. Swoosh! The gray cloud funneled into the Nightwalker, and I could only stare at the scene in shock. What in the... The process didn't last very long. It lasted only a few seconds at most. Then the Nightwalker shifted its attention to me, its tall, shadowy body standing silently as it stared. Tension coiled in my chest as my eyes flicked to the painting behind it. And just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the Nightwalker vanished, leaving behind only the dark marking reappearing on my arm. Huh? I stared at the marking on my arm in confusion. What in the world just happened? Everything happened so fast and abruptly that I had no time to properly assess the situation. However, after a brief moment, a thought occurred to me and I hurriedly moved for my laptop, loading up the Nightwalker page. Enough. I soon noticed the change, and my expression changed. F-ranked anomalous entity Nightwalker. Description: a shadowy entity that thrives in complete darkness and recoils from anything bright. Exposure to light gradually weakens it, and prolonged contact can destroy it entirely. In the dark, however, it possesses strength comparable to that of a grown man. Loyalty 2535 plus 10. I'm still mad but not as much, feed me more. Fragments. Conceptualization 110. Conceptualization 1 out of 10. I swallowed nervously while staring at the page. I took a moment to process the page before letting out a long breath and leaning back on my chair. All of a sudden, the answer to one of my questions appeared. Could I upgrade an anomalous entity? Apparently so. Could it be that it wasn't the system that had enabled the change, but my decree? Was this the Shepherd decree? Chapter 81, Shepherd 3. Wait, so as long as I collect fragments, regardless of what attribute they are, I can use them to upgrade my anomalies. I tried to type in the question in the app chat, but I received no answer. How very useful. Maybe it doesn't know or just doesn't want to tell me. I guess I need to figure this out by myself. I looked towards the app interface one more time and stared at the Nightwalker page. I was curious to see what would happen once it managed to absorb 10 fragments of conceptualization. Would it upgrade in rank? Seeing that there's no other fragment, I take it that it can only upgrade in the conceptualization decree. What would happen if I were to give it a different type of fragment? I was genuinely curious. Unfortunately, I had no other fragments in hand. Maybe it's good that I don't have any more. I'm scared I might end up wasting one of the attributes. If the Nightwalker wasn't able to absorb the attribute, then it would just be a waste. Then again, I don't know if the attribute disappears or not. Yet again, a lot of questions but no answers. Worst case, I'll just ask Kyle again. I'm sure he might know something. I tossed all the thoughts away and focused my attention on the crystal in my hand. Now what do I do with this? Tossing it slightly and catching it again, I squeezed it with my hand but nothing happened. What was I supposed to do with this? I placed the crystal near my mouth and tried to bite it, but I don't think it's possible. It was too hard. I scratched the back of my head while staring at the fragment. It says that I need 10 attributeless fragments in order to go to the second order. I guess I should find a way to collect the remaining 9 before thinking about anything else. I wasn't really worried. I guess living inside a guild has its perks. I could find all of the information I needed here. There was also Kyle to help me. If I wanted to find a way to gain more fragments faster, then the guild was the perfect place to gain some information about it. And as such, closing down my laptop, I stood up from my seat. But just as I was about to open the door, I stopped abruptly at the sound of a sudden shout from the other side. It was quite loud. Where the fuck are my chips? It sounded very angry, too. Who stole my chips? I'll fucking kill you if you don't come forward now. I looked at the knob and pulled my hand back before sitting back down on my chair. On second thought, the game needs an update. I squinted my eyes while hunching over. Let's see. Just before, located at the end of the field agent section, was the section chief's office. Zoe stood before her, the section chief as he leaned back on his chair, a pencil pressed at the top of his lips. The room was silent. Neither one spoke as the section chief drummed his fingers over the table. He continued like this until his lips straightened and the pencil fell down on the desk. Tech. So you're saying that some sort of figure wearing a jester mask managed to infiltrate the gate, right under the noses of 3 of the biggest guilds within the island, and somehow managed to clear the scenario. Not only that, but the difficulty increased, too. Zoe smiled wryly. Putting it that way, it really did sound unbelievable. However, this really was what had happened. Put in the same position as the section chief, she too wouldn't believe the situation. There was practically no way for someone to sneak into a gate unless one of the guilds had planned this in advance. But were they really responsible for letting the jester in? How would they benefit from his appearance? As far as she had witnessed, they also appeared surprised and shocked by his appearance. "Sir, Section Chief, I know it's not really believable, but I wasn't the only one there, you can." "Oh no." The Section Chief cut Zoe off, dismissively waving his hand. "It's not that I don't believe you, I do in fact." "It's really?" "Yeah. Then, the reason why I'm stumped is because I've heard of this description before." Huh? Zoe blinked her eyes at a sudden loss by the Section Chief's words. What could he mean by his words? "It happened not too long ago. I'm sure you've heard about the incident before. It has to do with one of your seniors." "What?" Zoe's brows furrowed. If it was about one of his seniors, then, did that mean that the incident occurred in a higher-ranked gate? And what gate was it? "It's the most recent ranked gate, the one Clara managed to complete." Zoe's eyes widened in shock all of a sudden. That was because she was acutely aware of the gate that the Section Chief was talking about. "You can't be talking about that gate, right? It is exactly that gate," the Section Chief replied while scratching the stubble on his chin. "The department's first A-ranked gate." It almost felt as though her breath had been stripped away from her lungs. She couldn't really believe what she was hearing. After all, clearing the most recent ranked anomalous-type gate was a huge accomplishment. It was also one of the key factors that had propelled their guild's rank toward the upper limits of the Queen grade. It was also an extremely difficult gate. Only the top elites were capable of entering such a gate. And yet the jester had appeared there. That jester, he didn't just infiltrate the gate, but according to what I know, he was the main reason why the gate got cleared in the first place. We were unfortunately not able to gain any fragments from it, but the entire squad was able to come out of it alive, which is the most important thing. Wait. Zoe had to stop the Section Chief. "Yes. Did you just say that he was the main reason why the gate got cleared in the first place?" "Yes, that's what I said." What? Zoe was once again left at a complete loss, her chest growing heavier. The image of the jester flashed through her mind, making the heaviness in her chest deepen. She recalled her words to the jester during their dance, and sweat formed in her palms. Did I seriously say something like that? Oh my God. Zoe felt like punching her previous self. If the jester was truly the same and had helped clear an ranked gate, then she really almost lost her life. Cold sweat trickled down her back. "Well, don't worry too much." Pulling her out of her thoughts was the Section Chief as he picked his ear. "There's a chance that the jester might not just be a single person but an entire group wearing the same mask. We'll be investigating this matter more carefully. You should rest in the meantime." Looking at his pinky, the Section Chief dismissed her with her hand. "I'll take care of this matter. I'm sure you're tired. Just relax for now. I'll call you if something happens." "So, okay." Biting her lips, Zoe eventually lowered her head and moved out of the room. However, even as she got out of the Section Chief's office, her mind continued to wander over the jester. There was something about the jester. Something about him just felt familiar to her. She felt it then, and she still felt it now. Could he be someone she knew? But who? Whatever. Massaging her face, Zoe dismissed the thought. Just thinking about it was giving her a headache. I'll get some rest for now and eat my chips. Thinking about her chips, Zoe suddenly felt a wave of giddy excitement. Those chips! Those chips. They were special chips. They were something that she usually prepared before going into a gate. Some sort of good luck charm. In order not to have anyone stealing them, she tended to hide them. Of course, everyone was aware that they were her chips, but it was a force of habit she had developed from when she was still weak. Back then, her seniors didn't care if they were her chips. Hee. Zoe giggled as she made her way to the kitchen, opening the all-too-familiar cupboard and reaching for her hidden spot, a place that only she knew. But, the chips, the tasty, slightly salted and light chips. They were gone. How could this be? Zoe's eyes shook until. Where the fuck are my chips? She exploded, her hands tossing the jars of instant coffee around. Who stole my chips? I'll fucking kill you if you don't come forward now. All hell broke loose. For just the briefest of moments, several recruits believed that an anomaly had escaped the containment facility. Chapter 82, Evolution 1. What's going on here? Why is it so loud outside? I'll kill whoever did it. Wherever you are, I'll find you and I will kill you. Someone hold her back. Stop this farce at once. Oh, it sure is lively today at the guild. I mumbled while looking through my laptop and checking all the bug reports for my most recent game. I wonder what could be causing such chaos. I whistled while squinting my eyes. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Across the desk, a loud crunch echoed through the room. I looked up to see Myrle stuffing chips into her mouth frantically, like she expected someone to snatch them away at any moment. Crunch, crunch. The speed hurried the moment our eyes met. Seriously? I'm not. CRUNCH. I gave up and turned my attention back to my laptop. That greedy little foo kid. Next time I feed her, I'll just make sure to give her small packets. Though she was a ghost, she was still a little girl. I couldn't have her develop such bad habits. Well, whatever the case was, it was time for me to focus on the game. I checked the analytics. Sales, 22,451. Income, 78,579. I silently whistled while staring at the numbers displayed by the doc analytics page. Though the sales seemed to have slowed down just a little bit, the number of sales was still incredibly high, and so was the total income earned. It's a bit of a pity that Doc takes a cut, but I can't really complain considering that I'm still making so much money. Doc took a rather large cut from the sales of the game. As far as I remember, it was around 20 to 30%. It kind of sucked to think about considering how I had done all the work, but then again, they were the ones to provide me with the platform to sell the game. There was no use complaining. It sucks that I can't collect my payment already. It was depressing to see so much money that I couldn't touch. Oh, right. It was then that I suddenly recalled something. Wait, does this include taxes or not? I covered my face with both hands as I slumped my head onto the table. I had completely forgotten to factor in taxes. The thought made my heart sink. If the taxes in this world were the same, then I could kiss half of my paycheck goodbye. Fucking taxes. No, I need to talk to Kyle about this. Surely the tax law in this world was different, right? I hope it is. Be it this world or my other world, taxes really annoyed me. Ding! A sudden notification yanked me out of my thoughts. Blinking, I pulled out my phone to check it, only for my expression to shift instantly. The screen was flooded with alerts. The number of notifications was beyond what I could count. What the? Clicking on the notification, I was pulled into a familiar page. Horror game developer Seth Thorne. Posts 0 followers, 17,457 following, 0. Oida. It all clicked when I saw the number of followers, as well as the numerous DMs I was receiving. It looks like Jamie has promoted my account. I clicked on the first DM to see what they were messaging me about. In a way, I was kind of excited. These guys were in some ways my fans. It always felt nice to see what my fans thought about the game. Fuck you cunt, motherfuck. I hope you die in a ditch for creating that shitty game, rot in hell, bastard. I pursed my lips and switched to another DM. A fluke. Rotten piece of shit. I got kicked out of my house because of you. I hope that you get kicked out of yours. I got the police called because of you. Die. Fuck you. I grabbed my chest. Why? Why did this feel so damn good? Hello. Seeing the flood of people cursing my name, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their comments, full of frustration, disbelief, even hatred, only confirmed how deeply my game had gotten under their skin. And somehow, that stirred a strange, unshakable joy in me. One I couldn't quite explain. It had been such a long time since I had felt so alive. My hands grew itchy. I really wanted to create another game. If this was the effect a 1-star game had, what kind of effect would a 2-star game have? I really want to create one. It was such a pity that I wasn't yet capable of creating one. If I combine my most recent experience coupled with the recording, I might be able to replicate another game similar to A Regular Day in the Office, but that won't push me to the 2-star rating. At best, it will push me to a 1.5. In order to reach the 2-star rating, I'll need something else. But what? What exactly could I do? I sat in a daze while scrolling through the comments and thinking about the potential development of a new game. I was so lost in thought that I didn't even notice the notification that flashed across my vision. It was only after a few seconds that I noticed it as I abruptly lifted my head. What? Reward calculation complete. We will now be assigning you the rewards for completing the scenario. I blinked my eyes slowly before they suddenly widened. It was then that I recalled the fact that I had yet to receive my rewards for the recent scenario. I thought the reward was the app update, but that wasn't the case at all. Reward 1, 10 fragments. Type item. You may select any type of attribute fragment. Purity will be random. Consumable. Reward 2, Purity Enhancer. Type item. Place a fragment into the enhancer and watch its purity rise, but beware, there's risk in every refinement. The fragment might crack, or worse, its purity could drop. Choose your gamble wisely. Non-consumable. What? I could hardly believe my eyes while staring at the rewards before me. 10 fragments, and I could even choose their attribute. My heart suddenly sped up as I thought about the Nightwalker. If I were to choose 9 conceptualization fragments and feed them to the Nightwalker, would it evolve? I had a hard time containing my excitement, as I almost instinctively went ahead and chose the conceptualization fragment. However, I quickly calmed down and took a deep breath. There was no need to rush. I checked the other reward. Purity Enhancer. My eyes narrowed. I was still unsure of what this purity thing was. However, this did seem like a good thing. I should ask Kyle before finally deciding. As such, without rushing things, I made up my mind and moved out of the office. However, right as I opened the door, a pair of dimples greeted my sight. Hi. My stomach sank. What's this guy doing in front of my office? Chapter 83, Evolution 2. I wanted nothing to do with this guy. Just his mere presence made me feel repulsed. He didn't show it on the outside, but he was a snake. He was a snake that couldn't be trusted. Do you need anything from me? I looked around to see if he had been lurking around in order to snoop around my office area, or if I was just being too paranoid, and it was, in fact, just a matter of bad timing. I got my answer a few moments after. I was just passing by when you opened the door. Oh, was this really the case? I hope so. It's a funny coincidence, I guess. I looked behind him to see if I could spot Kyle anywhere. However, regardless of where I looked, he didn't seem to be anywhere in sight. Are you looking for Kyle? Miles suddenly asked as though he could see through my intentions. My brows furrowed a little, but I soon nodded my head. In hindsight, I was probably being a little too paranoid. My intentions were a little obvious from the start. Yes, have you seen him somewhere? Yeah, he's gone with the section chief and some other members to the upper floors. Upper floors, isn't that? Guild Master's office. Enough. I came to a sudden understanding. The Guild Master. I didn't really know much about him despite having been in the guild for a bit and receiving an offer from him. All that I was able to find out about him was that he was incredibly strong and that he once used to come from the containment sector. In other words, he was probably a lunatic. But what was he doing in the Guild Master's office? Recently, there's been a complicated situation taking over the city, something to do with a potential Thrall-class anomalous entity. It has yet to be classified as such, but based on the recent reports, it is likely going to be the case. Oh, I suddenly understood. This was the thing that Kyle had been talking about just before. So it really is that dangerous. I secretly shuddered. Thankfully, it seemed to be something outside of my pay grade or interest. From the description and pictures Kyle had shown me, I really didn't want to get anywhere close to that thing. We're all just waiting to see how the guild will handle the situation. For now, it looks like the guild will try to get a few more people to investigate the matter. If the situation really turns bad, then it looks like the island will get rather lively. I can see that. I was actually curious to know about the world outside the island. From what I understood, this island was merely a small part of the greater world. Maybe I'll find some time to travel over to the main island. When I had time, there were still several things that I needed to handle over here before thinking about going there. In any case, this is just the worst-case scenario. I don't think it'll get that bad, but the guild will be rather lively soon. The noise might even bother you while you're working. I'm just telling you in advance. Miles suddenly laughed as he scratched the back of his head. He looked so innocent as he laughed, so much so that for a moment I started to question whether he was truly the same character that I knew. No, in the first place. Just because he's a character that I'm familiar with, it doesn't mean that they're going to be exactly the same as I remember them. For example, Zoe's storyline was different. Her parents died, and she didn't manage to save them. This wasn't part of the original storyline. Could the same thing be applicable to Miles? Could I have been overly cautious of him for no reason? Well, it looks like I need to go now. Miles paused, looking a little depressed as his shoulders hunched. I'll sort out some paperwork for now. There are quite a few, so I should get started before it gets too late. He raised his hand and waved it, his dimples fading. I'll get going, it was nice. Wait. I stopped him before he could leave. Surprised, he paused and looked at me. I could see from his face that he was confused. I didn't bother and went straight to the point. There's something that I'm curious about. I'm doing research for my game, and I previously heard Kyle mention things like fragments and purity levels. What exactly does that mean? Do you have any idea? Fragments, purity levels. For the briefest of moments, Miles's face froze. His face tensed for a moment, just fast enough to make me question if I was seeing things or not. Kyle mentioned this before. His tone lowered a little. Yes. Sort of. I see. Miles scratched the back of his head, his eyes pausing on me. I grew a little tense the moment his eyes fell on me. Something about his gaze felt uncomfortable. And this is just because you're curious, right? It's not because you're interested in joining the guild. What sort of? I frowned while listening to his words. As expected, even if he's different from the character that I know, he still gives me the creeps. I should definitely stay away from. Well, it's honestly not that hard to explain. Chuckling, almost as if his previous demeanor had never existed, Miles began to explain. In short, fragments are the things that we acquire by clearing the gates. The better we clear a scenario, the higher the purity of the fragment that we receive. It makes sense. This I more or less knew. Well, all besides the purity part. I think Kyle told me something similar, but what does purity mean? Why does it matter? The purer the fragment, the lower the risk of developing a fracture, which, simply put, is a crack in the node. The more fractures there are, the more dangerous the situation becomes, as it greatly increases the chance of it becoming a cognitive shard. And if that happens, it may already be too late. Though Miles's words were light, my chest felt heavy upon hearing his words. Cognitive shard. I was now almost certain that was the name of my disease, the one that had been tormenting me for so long. So a cognitive shard is an accumulation of fractures on the node. There's no real cure for cognitive shards. That's why it's important to build a resilient node. The purer the node is, the more resilient it is to cracks, and the less likely it is for you to develop a cognitive shard. You're also likely to develop a stronger skill. So that is why you guys look for highly pure fragments. Yeah. Miles nodded. It's really all about averages. The greater your average of the sum of fragments you need to advance, the better. As a rule of thumb, we aim for at least 60% purity before advancing. Nodes developed in that percentage range are resilient enough. Hello? This made a lot of sense. No, wait. 60%. I suddenly thought of the fragment I had received, and my heart skipped a beat. 91%. Wait, isn't my fragment like super pure? I also thought about the purity enhancer reward, and I almost struggled to contain my expression. Okay, it looks like I really need to run. Miles turned his wrist to check his watch, his face falling. If I don't get started now, there's a high chance I'll never get started. It was nice talking to you. I wish you luck on your games. Waving his hand, Miles excused himself and left. Thanks. I stared at his departing back for several seconds before turning back and entering my office. Since Kyle wasn't available, there was no need for me to leave and look for him. It would just be a waste of time. I now had enough information to understand what I needed to do next. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I took a deep breath and looked at the rewards section once again. If everything that Miles told me is true, then I think it was possible for me to advance into the second order right this moment. But before any of that, I lowered my head to stare at the black marking on my arm. Looks like today is your lucky day. Chapter 84, Evolution 3. Poof. A chunky machine materialized right above me as I brought my hands forward and caught it. HMPFH. Groaning, I hunched over and barely managed to keep it from dropping to the floor before quickly moving to my desk and setting it down there. Bang! That was heavier than I expected. I looked at the machine in front of me with a frown. It had a bulky, boxy shape with a small display screen, rows of rubbery buttons, and a paper tray sticking out from the back or side. From what I understood, this was supposed to be the purity enhancer. But why does this look so much like a fax machine? No matter how I looked at it, it just seemed like a fax machine, an old, outdated model at that. No, wait. Taking a closer look, there was a small cylindrical tube by the side. I presume that's where the fragments are placed. I took the only fragment that I had and placed it there. Indeed, it fit nicely. So what am I supposed to do? I looked around the machine before settling my gaze on a specific switch by the side. That looked to be the power switch, and I didn't waste a single second pressing it. Check. A weird sound came out from the fax machine as I turned it on, and the display screen lit up. Shortly after that, a number was displayed on it. 91%. Oh, so it displayed the purity of a crystal. Then, I presume this button over here is to change the purity. By the side of the machine was a glaring red button. I thought about pressing it but stopped myself. This looks pure enough. I don't think I want to risk increasing its purity. Thus, taking out the crystal, I looked towards the system window and chose the conceptualization area before pressing yes, and accepting my other half of the rewards. Puff, a fairly sized brown pouch formed out of thin air, falling right into my hands as I caught it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, looks like everything is here. Counting all the fragments and seeing all of them there, I took a random crystal and replaced the previous fragment with the new one. Check. The machine made another strange noise, and moments later a new number appeared. 68%. Oof. The number was lower than I expected. No, it's more like the first fragment that I received had an absurd level of purity. This should be normal according to what I heard from Miles. He also mentioned that 60% was the optimal purity level. Unfortunately, that wasn't good enough for me. I needed my purity to be higher. I needed to create the most resilient node possible. As someone who most likely already had a cognitive shard, I couldn't afford to take any risks. But at the same time, thinking about Miles's words, I fell into thought. He said cognitive shards form when a node suffers too many fractures. But how does that explain my situation? Is it possible I don't have a cognitive shard at all, or could someone have a cognitive shard without even having a node? The entire situation felt weird to me. Something was amiss, and I felt completely blind to it. For now, I'll test the other fragments. I decided to brush those thoughts aside for now and focus on what was ahead. Check. Like that, I began to test each fragment one by one. The results were 55%, 73%, 81%, 14%, 27%, 94%, 39%, 88%, 61%. I didn't really know what to make with these numbers. Some were really good while others were really bad. In particular, the 14% fragment. That was way too low. I guess you'll be the one. Given that I already had a fragment added to the 10 I had one fragment to spare. I planned on using the low percentage one to test the machine. But before that, would you like to remove the attribute? Play button yes, no. Yes. The color faded from the fragment as a misty gray cloud formed above me. The fragment grew warm and my head felt a little light. It was still bearable and nothing terrible. The moment the cloud appeared, a tingling shot through my arm and I summoned the Nightwalker. Swoosh! It was just like last time. The moment it appeared, it funneled the gray cloud into its mouth before disappearing. Looking at my laptop, the number on its profile went to 210. I was just about to place the crystal in the fax machine when I stopped. Wait, does the purity matter when it comes to anomalous entities? From what I understood, they didn't have nodes. In that case, I looked towards the other fragments in my hand. Would you like to remove the attribute? Play button yes, no. I paused for a moment before eventually pressing yes. Immediately my arm stirred and the Nightwalker appeared once more. A gray cloud drifted slowly, pulling away from the fragment below. Conceptualization 310. I repeated the process twice more. A new cloud formed each time, and the Nightwalker immediately sucked it. Conceptualization, 510. I could feel changes happening to the Nightwalker as it sucked the gray clouds. It was hard to describe. It almost felt like it was growing stronger. I didn't waste time. I removed the attribute of the other fragments. Conceptualization, 710. Conceptualization, 810. Conceptualization, 910. By this point my mind was throbbing, and my breath was quite heavy. I felt rather nauseous, but I continued. Just one more. And then, conceptualization, 1010. A change suddenly occurred. The Nightwalker began to squirm, its form shifting as parts of its body expanded. Its arms thickened, its frame broadened, and its already towering height stretched even higher, looming over me with an imposing presence. I could only stare in silence while the changes happened in real time. The entire time, I kept alternating my gaze between the Nightwalker and the computer, watching as its profile started to change. Soon, silence. The surroundings fell silent as the Nightwalker finished its changes. Its body was now a head taller than mine, and though the changes weren't massive, I could feel its presence was a lot more imposing than before. I took a silent breath before looking at its profile. E-ranked anomalous entity Dreamwalker. Description: once a Nightwalker, the Dreamwalker is its evolved form, strengthened through fragments of conceptualization. Its shadowy body has grown more resilient, now capable of withstanding light far better than before, though it still instinctively clings to darkness. While no longer as fragile in the presence of light, it remains most powerful in the dark. Loyalty, 3565 plus 30. Skill, body morphosis. Skill enables the Dreamwalker to alter its body in any way possible. Fragments. Conceptualization, 120. Hiss. I drew a cold breath upon seeing its description. From the description to the new skill tab. Yes, skill tab. It now had a skill. Not only did the Nightwalker Dreamwalker become stronger physically, but it also earned a skill. The changes were glaring, and I couldn't help but feel excited knowing that such a creature was working for me. There was also the fact that its loyalty had increased by a whopping 30 points. I felt so much better knowing that it wasn't going to be killing me anytime soon. This is great, I muttered while staring at the Dreamwalker. With it becoming this much stronger, I started to wonder what would happen once it evolved again. But then again, 20 fragments, that's quite a bit. I knew I wouldn't get as lucky with the system next time. Remembering how tough it had been to collect just one fragment from the last gate, the thought of gathering 20 felt almost impossible. But then again, what does the rank of a gate matter if the reward is just a single fragment? If so, wouldn't it be more practical to just farm low-ranked gates? The thought settled into my mind for a brief moment before I shook it away and looked at the fragments in my hand and then at the fax machine. Right, I should stop wasting time. I looked towards the 10 fragments in my hand and then settled my eyes over the fax machine. Taking a deep breath, I moved towards it. Hopefully it'll be my turn too. I couldn't wait to reach the second order. What would happen to me then? Chapter 85, Second Order 1. All right, let's test this machine. Carefully, I placed the faintly glowing, lowest purity fragment next to the fax machine's cylindrical core. Following the changes that occurred to the Nightwalker, which was now the Dreamwalker, I was excited to see what would happen when I advanced an order. This should be good. Done inserting the fragment, I looked at the display to make sure it was the right fragment and directly pressed the red button. Check. The machine started to make weird sounds. Already used to it, I ignored it and just waited for the changes. However, a few seconds after pressing the red button, a notification appeared in my vision. My face froze almost immediately after. What? Purity Enhancer, 500 SB has been deducted from your account. The notification came abruptly, without leaving me enough time to process it. However, when it all finally dawned on me, my face changed drastically as I hurriedly looked towards the fax machine and pressed the red button. Motherfucker, why didn't you tell me this before? That was 500 SB. $5,000. Shit. Tab. I continued to press the red button, but it was to no avail. Tab. The machine continued to move and make noise as I looked at it in despair. And then, ding, a faint chime rang in the air, as a new number was displayed on the little display on top of the machine. 79%. Oh, all forms of complaints and rejection ceased in that moment. Seeing the number displayed, I no longer felt that the SB used was that much of a waste. No, never mind. It still hurt, but it hurt a lot less. Going from 14% to 79%, this is massive. I sorted through all the crystals in my possession. 91%, 55%, 73%, 81%, 79%, 27%, 94%, 39%, 88%, 61%. I quickly reached for my calculator and put the numbers together, and calculated the average of all the crystals. 62%. The bare minimum requirement set up by the guild was met. That wasn't all. If I were to remove the lowest percentage crystal and redo the average, I'd get around 66%. This is definitely not bad. But it was still not enough. I'd like the percentage to be at least higher than 70%. This was the bare minimum that I was going to accept. In that case, I looked towards the fax machine with a heavy heart. Then, with a trembling hand, I reached for the 27% crystal and put it in the fax machine before pressing the red button. Check. Purity Enhancer, 500 SB has been deducted from your account. Balance 3822S. I felt like crying, but I clenched my teeth and just stared at the fax machine nervously. Hopefully, it would yield something good. Please, please. Ding. The familiar chime echoed, and I looked at the display. 21%. I bit my lips, just barely holding myself from taking the fax machine and tossing it away. However, taking several breaths to calm myself down, I pressed the red button again. Since I had already committed, I was going to go all in. Ding. 44%. I needed a punching bag. I slowly turned my head towards the Dreamwalker. It was looking at me. On second thought, it might be strong enough to beat me up now. I tossed all thoughts away and pressed the red button again. Again. Ding. 9%. Single digit. I clutched my head, struggling to keep it together. But things only spiraled when the Dreamwalker slowly raised its long, slender hand, pointing it at me. I stood in silence while watching it, somewhat tense by its actions. Was it going to attack me? Why, I thought the loyalty points had increased. That wasn't enough. It still has a grudge against me, if so. Then, its body began to tremble, its head lurching backward as its finger continued to point at me. I stood in frozen shock, mouth hanging open. It was laughing at me. The fuck? It could do that? No, before any of that. Get back in. I immediately recalled the Dreamwalker, just barely holding myself from shouting all the possible curses I knew. Biting my lips to the point of bleeding, I glared at the fax machine and pressed the red button again. Ding. 87%. Motherfuck oh. I blinked in disbelief. After getting used to the string of low percentages, seeing such a high percentage left me momentarily speechless. However, I was soon overjoyed. Yes, this is just about enough. With this new percentage, I was sure to have enough purity to create a resilient node. I could now try reaching the second order. But, I didn't do so immediately, and instead looked at my balance. Balance 2322 SB. I closed my eyes and sighed. Taking out another fragment, I swapped it and placed it on the fax machine. I'll get the SB back eventually. What I won't get back is this moment. As such, I pressed the red button again. Ding. 14%. Again. Ding. 55%. Not enough. Ding. 7%. Might as well rob me. Ding. 0%. Bang. The fragment shattered right before my very eyes, leaving me at a complete loss. What the? I could only stare blankly at the spot where the fragment had previously been before covering my mouth and staring at my balance. Balance 322 SB. Regret. I started to feel so much regret. My hands shook as I stared at the fax machine. I just barely managed to hold myself back before turning to look at the fragments in front of me. Taking several breaths to calm myself down, a notification eventually flashed before my eyes. 10 fragments have been located. You have met the criteria to advance. The purity level is 70.9%. Do you wish to advance? Play button yes, no. As expected, only when I've gathered all of the fragments will it allow me to advance. I had an inkling before, but this confirmed it. I didn't hesitate. The percentage was high enough for me to accept. As such, I pressed yes. Though I was still suffering from the intense regret of wasting so much SP, I tried my best not to think about it. Not in such a pivotal moment. The fragments before me flared to life, flooding the room with blinding light. My vision vanished in an instant. Then came the sharp, sudden stab of pain in my head. Eck! A scream escaped my lips as I stumbled back. It was hard to describe the pain, but it was sharp, almost as though someone had stabbed a sharp needle into my head. I drew a sharp breath, trying my best to calm the pain, but before I could draw another, my body was racked with violent convulsions. I stumbled back, my back pressing against the wall as I held onto my arm. The pain intensified and my face scrumped up. KH. Groans inevitably left my mouth. In spite of my best attempts at trying to suppress them, I realized that I couldn't stop them. The pain was simply too much. Eck. I lost track of time from that point. I just waited for the pain to fade away. The minutes dragged into what felt like forever as I curled into the ground, holding my head with both hands. Shit. It took a while, and by the time the pain became bearable, I felt several changes occur in me. I couldn't quite pinpoint what they were as I slowly opened my eyes, staring at the notifications before me. Advancement complete. Second order shop unlocked. Basic node trait transfer. Fragments 020. The notifications were numerous, but the one that immediately caught my eye was the trait transfer section. What was that? Forcing myself up, I dragged my body towards the computer and looked at my page. That was when I saw it. Black small square basic node, trait transfer. Play button Dreamwalker. Body morphosis. Play button Myrle. W what? Just when I thought the shock had peaked, my right arm squirmed unnaturally. A sudden connection snapped into place between me and the Dreamwalker, and then the darkness came. It poured over my flesh like liquid ink, stretching and solidifying until my arm had vanished, replaced by a gleaming, wicked blade of shadow. I paused, processing the sight before opening my lips and mumbling. Shit. Chapter 86, Second Order 2. Swoosh. I sliced my arm around the office. The feeling was smooth, without any hindrance. I stood in silence while staring at my arm, which had now turned completely dark and was sharp at its end. I wanted to try slicing at the table, but thought better of it as I imagined my hand returning to how it was, and the shadow retreated. I felt a little nauseous while staring at my arm once again. My mind throbbed at the same time. It wasn't for long, though, just for several seconds before everything settled back to normal. I guess it's most likely because the node is being used. This was my best guess. I was still too unfamiliar with how nodes work to know. But still, this is ridiculous. Even now, it felt like I could shift every part of my body in the way that I wanted it to. So long as I imagined it, I could probably make several hands appear. Wait, that might actually not be a bad idea. The more hands I had, the better. It would make the programming process a lot faster. Well, so long as I could keep my focus the same, then maybe. Still, with some practice, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. I'll need to test this out later. What I was worried about was the toll it took on the node in my head. Although I had developed one at a 70% purity rate, I was worried fractures would still form if I overused it. It'll probably be fine, but I can't take any risks. For now, I plan to gradually deepen my understanding of this new skill and learn more about nodes and fractures. It might take a bit, but this is good. I was excited about this new skill. The possibilities were endless. But at the same time, looking at Myrle's profile and seeing her skill section, I was a little lost. Why can't I see her skill? Could it be because the gap between me and Myrle was too large for me to properly control her? It made sense when thinking about it, but I was really curious to know what her skill was. Eventually, my gaze fell on the painting where she was, watching as she held the bag of chips above her, waving it in the air while tilting her head left and right, trying her best to see if there were any chips left. Dragging her finger into the bag, she sucked on her finger. This little... I shook my head before checking my watch and turning to look behind me. It should be almost time to talk. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who is it? Who else would visit you? Oh, he had a point. No, but... I hastily looked at Myrle, who was still messing with the empty bag of chips. What are you doing? Can I come in? Shit. The doorknob twisted, and my eyes widened. Without thinking, I rushed to the painting, brought it down, and the bag fell onto the floor as I flipped the painting over. Clank. The door opened right after as Kyle came in, his eyes pausing on me. What are you doing? He looked at me weirdly as I brushed my hair back while leaning on the wall with my other hand. Oh, nothing. Kyle's eyes narrowed and my stomach sank. Did he figure something out? Why is he looking at me like that? Could it be? Are you starved for romance? Starved for romance? What was he talking about? First the sunglasses and now this weird position. You must be dying to get a girlfriend. What sort of? That was when I realized it and looked at my current position. With one hand leaning on the wall and my body twisted to the door, it really did look like I was practicing some sort of weird move. Holy fuck. It took all of me to stop my face from changing. If you're here to spout nonsense, you can just leave. No, I'm good. Kyle glanced at the turned painting for a brief moment, mumbling something like, You even got a painting. You seriously think I don't see through you? I forced a smile. Think whatever you want. Anyways. Kyle sat on my desk, crossing his legs. There will be a section dinner soon. I was told to invite you since you now seem to be part of the guild. Section dinner, can I? You can't skip it. What, why? Because I'm not allowing you to. Kyle hopped off the table, eventually moving towards the door again. You're too much of a loner. You're practically stuck in your office the entire time, and wherever someone sees you, they mistake you for some sort of ghost, given the dark circles beneath your eyes. Do you even sleep? Lately, yes. I managed to sleep an average of a whopping 5 hours these past few days. A record for me. Lately. Kyle covered his face. This. He looked really speechless. What? It's not that bad. Not bad. Kyle looked even more speechless as he opened his mouth to say something, but eventually closed it and shook his head. Whatever the case, you need to come to the dinner. It's in 2 hours, so don't be late. You need to interact with the others more, and there are several key pieces of information that'll be shared. Even if you're not an active member of the guild, you need to be there since it might be related to your general safety. I stared at Kyle, thinking of all sorts of excuses to reject the invitation. However, after a while, I gave up. All right. I realized that going was only going to benefit me. There was quite a lot that I still needed to learn about nodes and this world, and the best way to learn was by going there. Although I hated socializing, I had to do this. Good. Kyle smiled, seemingly happy with my decision. His mouth opened to say something, but it soon froze the moment he caught sight of something on the floor, and his face hardened. Hastily looking back, he moved out of the room and closed the door. Right before leaving, he mumbled in a hurried tone. It was you. He looked really scared as he said those words, leaving me at a complete loss. What the... Clank. The door closed right after, and I could only stare numbly at the door. Looking around, my eyes eventually fell on the chips on the floor, and realization dawned on me. All right. I almost forgot about that. I shook my head and started toward the empty bag, but just before I could reach it, the world around me seemed to suddenly freeze. Flick. The light above snapped off, and in an instant I was swallowed by darkness. Click. A soft, deliberate click echoed through the room. The door had locked. Then, the air shifted. The temperature plummeted, and I began to shiver uncontrollably. A creeping dread coiled deep in my chest, spreading like ice through my veins. Until... 0. A massive blood-red 0 seared itself onto the wall. My body froze. Krog crack. The silence was shattered. The wall began to split, jagged lines tearing across its surface. Pieces crumbled and fell away, revealing a growing hole. And through it, I saw something eerily familiar. A theater. An opera-style theater, completely abandoned. A grand stage loomed in the distance, cloaked in shadows. I stared, breath caught in my throat, as the all-too-familiar stage presented itself before my very eyes. But then, I closed my eyes and checked the time. I sighed. How punctual. Chapter 87, The Conductor's Trial 1. The theater was empty. From the fine red seats lined in velvet, to the grand balconies that arched above, and the stage looming in the distance. Everything was silent. The lights were off, casting the entire theater in a murky darkness. A biting cold lingered in the air, as if the room itself had been abandoned for years, and yet it felt as though thousands of eyes were staring right at me. My entire body tensed at the sensation. However, I didn't let it show. I maintained my composure while walking towards the same seat I had sat in the past. It should be this one. I sat down, and the moment I did, flick, the light snapped on, and everything flared to life. Swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the seats began to fill. The all-too-familiar faceless figures emerged with the light. It was just like last time. No, not quite. I was alone, and every single one of them was staring directly at me. Tack. The simple echo of a step echoed all of a sudden as I turned my attention towards the stage, where a towering figure emerged, its elongated body and stitched-together features casting long shadows as its presence took over the entire theater. My chest shook at the sight. But it wasn't out of fear this time, but out of nervousness. He's here. I had a plan. I just needed to execute it. It had to work. And then, the figure stopped. Silence. Slowly, its head turned to face me. I didn't dare breathe, but at the same time, I didn't dare take my eyes away from it. I stared back, showing no signs of fear. At least, I tried not to show it. So long as I don't puke now, I'll be fine. I was very close to puking. Still, I managed to remain composed. I somewhat expected this. I had been waiting for it to happen, and as such was prepared to handle the current situation. I also knew its weakness. I can do this. My fists silently clenched. And then, a grotesque tearing noise echoed through the theater as the stitches on the conductor's face split apart, forcing its mouth open in a dreadful, unnatural grimace. I've been waiting. Every part of me shivered the moment its voice reached my ears. It was almost like a whisper, a cold whisper. My lips pressed together tightly as I held onto the armrest of the chair. Your earlier performance was, I must say, perfectly adequate. You've revealed something rather intriguing, and I found our collaboration unexpectedly delightful. Is that so? I forced a smile. I also found the But the conductor cut me off before I could speak. Its voice was now colder, drier. That does not take away from what you previously stated. You said my music was trash. I cannot accept that. Every hair on my body rose the moment the conductor spoke. This situation, it's not good. But that's fine. The conductor slowly turned towards the seats that were nearly arranged on the stage, its hand raising to display the baton. Then, gradually stopping in the air, the conductor paused. The silence stretched. Since you've shown me the complete piece, it is now my turn to reciprocate. I will now display to you the very same piece you displayed to me. Its hand moved down and... wham! The stage lights flared to life, illuminating several figures now seated gracefully in the chairs by the stage, almost as if popping from out of thin air. Holding onto several instruments, they stared straight in my direction. Oh no! I could see where this was going. That was when I knew that I had to act. It was now or never. As expected, you're mediocre. I didn't even finish the sentence before one of the faceless figures in the front row reached out and grabbed my throat. Its cold, lifeless hand tightened, lifting me off the seat. My vision blurred as the pressure on my windpipe cut off air. Rip! With a sickening rip, its mouth pulled apart, and the conductor's voice echoed. What did you say? Time froze. The entire world seemed to hang still as the figure's blank face stared through me. I gasped for breath, my lungs burning. I could only hang suspended in the air as the faceless figure before me stared right through me. Then, barely managing to speak, I continued, "You're mediocre uck." The grip over my throat tightened, forcing the remaining air out of my lungs as the surroundings started to tremble. Rattle, rattle. Everything rattled, and so did I. I couldn't stop, I had to keep speaking. "Why do I need to see S? Thing I've already seen." Just barely managing to get my words out, the rattling paused and the grip over my throat lessened. I took a big gulp of air and continued to speak. I couldn't let this chance go to waste. "Are you trying to tell me that you're better than me, someone who does this for a living, versus a mere game developer?" I almost laughed. No, I did laugh. How laughable. The figure's hand tightened again, but not enough to cut me off completely. I had to keep going. "If you're attempting to reciprocate by presenting something I've already performed, doesn't that suggest you consider yourself beneath what I've played? If this wasn't the case, why would he stick to the same music? The conductor could be showing me something else. Something far more superior. And yet, you're still hung up about my performance." Rattle, rattle. The rattling around intensified. The curtains swayed, the balconies shook, and the seats rocked back and forth. This right here. Things were flowing in the same way that I wanted them to from the start. I could feel it now, that crack in its facade. The power shift was subtle, but I could see it in the way the rattling around grew more intense. Knowing the conductor's weakness, I directly pressed its buttons. Almost just a little bit more. But this wasn't enough. "You feel inferior to me." Rattle, rattle. "You want to show me you aren't, but what will that achieve? You're trying to compete against someone who hardly knows anything about music. You are only perfect because of me." The conductor's voice dropped into a low growl, as if someone had ripped his throat out, and he was forcing his voice out through whatever was left of his mangled throat. "I am the reason that you were perfect." "Are you really?" I smirked. "I beg to differ." My fingers twitched, moving slowly toward the hand that still gripped my neck. I focused on the faceless figure, daring it to respond. "You don't believe I could have played that piece without you, right?" "Of course." "Then how about we make a bet?" "A bet?" I swallowed nervously while staring at the conductor. This was it. This was what I had been trying to achieve and had been planning since the start. "Yes, a bet." I licked my lips, feeling the tension within my body rise to a level unlike it had ever hit before. "Give me a piece of your choice." I took a small breath while turning my attention away from the faceless figure and towards the real conductor. "Give it to me, and I'll show you an adequate performance to prove to you that I never needed you." Chapter 88, The Conductor's Trial 2. The theater fell completely silent. A cold knot twisted in my stomach, tightening with every heartbeat as I stared at the conductor in the distance. "So, what's its decision? Did it fall for it? Please accept." I tried my best to keep composed, but the tension was palpable. I could hardly keep my breath in check, as I even had a hard time swallowing my own saliva. It felt as though every little second felt like an eternity. I could only hang suspended while the conductor's stitched-up eyes looked at me. And then, the grip over my throat lessened, and I fell back onto the chair. Thud. "Fine." The conductor's brittle voice whispered in the air. "I'll give you a chance." The conductor moved to the side and pointed at the piano that stood at the center of the stage. "Show me your perfect piece." Silence returned once more as all the heads continued to stare at me. It felt as though thousands of eyes were on me, making my skin tingle. With the subtle trembling of my lips, I shook my head. "You're misunderstanding something." I didn't mean now, I mean uck." A hand once again reached for my throat, faster than before, with its grip so tight that I almost passed out on the spot. "Do not play games with me." Rattle, rattle. The entire room trembled violently. Chairs rattled, curtains swayed, and instruments clattered against one another. At the center of it all, the conductor's voice slithered through the air, venomously, saturating the space with a palpable and sinister presence. "Should I just kill you right now?" The hand squeezing my throat pressed right into my skin, almost as though it was grasping my thorax. "It's easy for me. You are weak. Nothing but a simple weak pest that I can rid with just the slightest of actions." Its voice grew more and more brittle as it spoke, my vision spinning as I struggled to keep myself conscious. Whatever you're trying to do, I do not wish to play games. So it said, but it had yet to kill me. Very clearly, its perfectionist trait was preventing it from doing so. I knew that deep down, the conductor wouldn't kill me. Not until it played its piece. Such was how perfectionists were. And soon, cough, cough, the grip over my throat loosened, and I fell on the seat once more, the sound of my coughs filling the space. Hooer, heavily gulping for air, I reached for my throat while staring at the conductor, who started to move towards the podium. You stay there and listen to my performance, if you so much as expected, you are scared. Silence. Everything fell silent. But though it was silent, everything felt loud. All the little sounds heightened in my ears, from the creaking of the chairs, the gentle swaying of the curtains, and the sound of my own heart. I could hear it all within the silence. And it felt loud. You're afraid that I prove you wrong. You know damn well, I am an amateur. It is unreasonable to expect me to play something perfectly without practice. That is why I ask you for time. Are you that afraid that I'll prove you wrong? What does it even cost you to accept? I took advantage of the conductor's silence to push all of the right buttons. Keeping a close eye on it, I gauged its reactions, from the silence to the subtle trembling of its body. Yes, I know you're affected. I know that you care, so take the bait. The conductor shook its head, slowly turning to face me once more. Take the fucking bait. You, human, are a sly one. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. Hearing its words, I grew tense. Though its eyes were crudely sewn shut, the way it stared at me made it feel as if it saw straight through my mind. And yet, its own flaw prevented it from doing anything about it. Half a year. I mumbled. Give me half a year and I'll. 3 months. The conductor cut me off, its voice raspy. I'll give you 3 months. That's not enough time. Give me at least one more. 3 months is my limit. Leave it or take it. I opened my mouth to protest. 3 months. Although my goal the entire time had been to buy myself more time, 3 months was hardly enough time for me to think of a way to handle the conductor. I needed more time. This was not enough. But the moment the words were about to leave my throat, I stopped. Every hair on my body rose in that moment, as the faceless figures around me drew nearer to me. Feeling their gazes, I realized. This was truly the conductor's limit. There was no negotiating. Negotiating any further meant death. All right. As such, I could only accept its terms. That's good. The conductor moved towards the piano and retrieved a piece of paper before flicking it my way. Grabbing it, I looked at it to see that it was a music sheet. Learn this properly, and when the time comes, I'll expect you to play this piece perfectly. If you fail to impress me, then. Slowly, the conductor's mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, the torn edges of its lips sagging slightly as its eyes fell on the faceless figures around. You'll become a permanent piece of my audience. My thoughts numbed upon hearing its condition. Become a permanent part of its audience. That. I looked towards the faceless figures around and almost felt like screaming. Imagining myself becoming one of them, I almost felt like screaming. What sort of hell was this? However, there was no going back. The decision was set. So, and as the conductor looked at me, I managed to force a few words out. What about me? What do I get if I win? The conductor's head tilted. You get to live. What better reward is there for you? That's not good enough. It is not a very fair bet, is it? The conductor fell silent for a brief moment before asking, Then, what do you want? I didn't answer, but instead brought my hand forward and pointed directly at it. Me. The conductor looked stunned by my proposal. But I simply nodded. If becoming a permanent piece of your audience is my penalty for losing, then the reward better be worthwhile. Yes, I want you. The conductor opened its mouth, but soon smirked. Fine. A throaty laugh escaped its lips, its amusement clear. I'll accept. Ding. A notification appeared shortly after that. New quest activated. Difficulty NA. Reward a rank anomaly, the conductor. Objective, prove the conductor wrong. Location NA. Failure, the user will become a staple member of the theater. Description: the conductor has agreed to the conditions of your bet. 3 months from now, the two of you will meet. If you fail to prove the conductor wrong, you will be turned into a permanent piece of the audience within the theater. If you manage to prove it wrong, the conductor will agree to serve you. Time limit 3 months. Will you accept the quest? Play button yes, no. I didn't even hesitate and pressed yes. Quest accepted. Good luck. And with that, the bet was in place. 3 months from now, I had to play a piece it deemed worthy enough to prove I didn't need its help to be perfect. Chapter 89, Guild Dinner 1. Very well, I hope to see you soon. The conductor's raspy voice echoed once more as its lips pulled into a grotesque and creepy smile. I could only stare in its direction before slowly turning my head to look back. Bang! The theater doors slammed open just as I stood from my seat. But before I could move. Before you leave, there's something I wish to warn you about. I stopped and pursed my lips. What did it want this time? Don't tell me it's changing its mind. What do I do then? My thoughts began to spiral, but the conductor's next words took me completely aback. I feel a sinister presence within the land that you reside in. I advise you to tread with caution. This is no kind or reasonable being. What? My thoughts spun. What exactly was it trying to say? You better leave before I regret my actions. The conductor's voice jolted me out of my thoughts, and my legs moved on instinct. Every eye in the theater remained locked on me, but I ignored them and made my way toward the doors. I continued to think about the conductor's words, its warning. What could it be referring to? For even the conductor to say something like that. I felt tense while musing over its words, until I eventually reached the exit. The darkness swallowed me whole. The last thing I saw was the conductor's smile watching me all the while. By the time light returned to my eyes, I was back in my office. I'm back. Everything was as it had been. The wall behind me, the desk, the silence. I looked around the place, the silence shrouding me in its entirety. I stood like that until... I crumbled onto the side of the wall, my back sliding down as I took deep and heavy breaths. My entire body was soaked in sweat as my hands started to shake. That was close. Far too close. I was just one wrong word away from dying. One single wrong action away from dying. If not for the fact that I perfectly exploited the conductor's weakness, things wouldn't have played out like this. That was way too close for my own comfort. I can't allow a situation like this to happen in the future. I took several deep breaths. Even though it was close, I had managed to succeed in the end. I managed to buy myself some valuable time. That was all that mattered. 3 months. Not ideal, but it was something. 3 months to figure out how to perform the piece I'd been given, to make it perfect in the conductor's eyes. I looked at the music sheet and gave a bitter smile. I really shot myself in the foot. This was a lot more complicated than I anticipated. I really felt like I had bitten off more than I could chew. But it wasn't like I really had much of a choice. It was either this or instant death. The choice was obvious. To talk. Hearing someone knock on the door, I jolted out of my thoughts. Who's there? What do you mean, who's there? Clank. The door swung open and Kyle stepped inside. He looked different. His usually messy brown hair was slicked back neatly, and he wore a brown coat left open to reveal a white turtleneck that stopped right on the belt line where he wore a set of black pants. All in all, he looked stylish. Stylish him. I had to do a double take to make sure I wasn't seeing things. However, I really was. Are you going on a date? What date, you? Kyle paused before covering his face. Don't tell me you forgot. I literally talked it over to you a couple of hours ago. A couple of hours ago. What the hell? I immediately checked my watch and was startled to see that 2 hours had indeed passed since I last met Kyle, but that made no sense. I was with the conductor for only a few minutes. Unless, the time in the theater is different. Wait, why are you so sweaty anyway? Were you exercising? Oh. Right, the sweat. How could I explain this? Well, exercise worked, I guess. Yeah, I was. At this time, seriously, and you of all people are actually exercising. The disbelief on his face was as clear as it could be. And that kind of hurt. Ah, whatever, just get changed. You have 5 minutes before. Hey, Kyle, are you in here? A voice called and a head poked through the door. Her eyes immediately fell on Kyle and then me. She nodded slightly but then looked at Kyle. I sighed in relief when I saw that. Looks like she doesn't hate me anymore. I felt relieved knowing that, saved me a lot of trouble. However, right before she could even get her words out, her eyes paused towards a certain area. I could have sworn. For the briefest second I saw something impossible. A thin, forked tongue slipped from between her lips, like that of a snake. I could even almost hear a hissing sound as Kyle's face turned towards the area she was looking at. Oh shit. His face drained of color. The way he looked at me shortly after, it was like he was looking at a dead man. Hiss. There it is. That hissing sound. To add insult to injury, something slithered out of Zoe's mouth. Was I the only one seeing this? Or was my mind exaggerating things because of the state of fear I was in? Oh shit, why do I feel goosebumps? Every hair on my body stood on end in that moment as her eyes narrowed. But just before she could even get her words out, Kyle rushed to her and grabbed her by the shoulder before dragging her out of the room. Get changed quickly. I can only do this much for you. Clank. The door closed right after, and silence fell over the room. It was as if a terrifying storm had just passed by. I stood in silence before covering my face. Right, I'd better get changed and get this company dinner over with. Although I didn't really want to go, I knew that this was for the best. It would benefit me a lot, and so, after rummaging through my drawers and taking out a new set of clothes, I was about to head to the bathroom to get washed when I paused. Lowering my head, I stared at the black marking on my arm. Will they notice? As far as I was aware, several important people were going to be present at the guild dinner. If I were to go there with the marking, would they notice it? It was a legitimate question, but considering how the section chief hadn't noticed anything back then, it was probably okay. I don't know, I think it's best not to risk it. As such, after a little bit of thought, I called out the Dreamwalker. Stay here and guard the office, I'll be out for a bit. The Dreamwalker didn't say anything, but I knew it had understood my words. With a nod, I flicked off the light. Clank. I closed the door behind me and stepped into the main area. In the distance, I even heard several shouts. Hiss, let me, hiss, kill him, hiss. Stop it, it could be the same brand of chips. Hiss. Might as well puke while I'm at it. Chapter 90, Guild Dinner 2. The place that was selected for the dinner was a lot fancier than expected. Just a few minutes' walk from the main guild, the restaurant that was selected was a fancy Japanese restaurant. A large tatami mat covered the entire floor, with several wooden tables spread throughout the room. Recruits and members sat at each one, surrounded by bottles of alcohol and an assortment of dishes. Wow, there are a lot of people. It was also relatively lively. The moment we came in, all sorts of eyes fell in our general direction, or to be more precise, in Kyle's direction. He was like the star of some sort of show, gaining the attention of everyone. Seeing how much attention he was getting, I stepped to the side and tried my best to be as small as possible, but... I felt a certain gaze pierce me from the side. I didn't need to look to know who it was, as I promptly ignored her. Crack. Careful, the glass broke. What sort of glass is this? Someone please help. Even as the sound of something shattering echoed, I remained steadfast. I was inwardly shivering, though. To be able to break a glass with her bare hands. Get me out of here. Hey, let's sit over here. Kyle pointed towards a certain table and dragged me over. Thankfully, there weren't many people at the table. There were a couple whom I was unfamiliar with, and that was good enough for me. Besides Kyle, I pretty much wanted nothing to do with anyone within the guild. Why do you look so tense? This is just a regular dinner party. All you really have to do is eat and drink. I can see that. It was practically what everyone was doing. But wasn't everyone just drinking a little too much? I looked around, and I could already see some people taking several shots. Wasn't it a little too early for that? The dinner had yet to start. Don't worry about them, this is normal. What? Well, the things we see during our work. Many of us want to forget, so that's pretty much why most people here drown themselves with alcohol. Don't worry about them. They'll be back to normal in a day or two. / Really? Staring at one of the people and seeing the glaring black circles beneath their eyes, I struggled to believe him. They looked even deader than me. And here I thought that was hard. Seems like I had overestimated myself. Hello? A soft voice pulled me out of my thoughts. When I turned, I saw a small girl with a bowl-cut hairstyle and a cute face. She looked at me shyly, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Could it be that she's... You're here for Kyle, aren't you? Yes. She didn't even hesitate as she looked at him. He was busy talking with someone else at the moment. Wait, looking carefully, wasn't the table a little surrounded? Oh fuck. Here. I didn't even hesitate and just stood up from my seat. I can see things will escalate soon enough. It's best if I leave before it's too late. Thank you. The girl thanked me a couple of times before taking the seat. I merely nodded at her before looking around. Now then, where should I sit? As I scanned my surroundings, my gaze eventually fell onto a certain table. Eventually our eyes met and I sighed. Well, it's at least better than being with Kyle. And so I calmly walked towards the first-year recruits' table where Miles was located as he waved at me. It's nice seeing you here. I didn't think you'd come. Like I thought, I just don't like him. Zoe's gaze continued to bear holes towards the distant figure as he nonchalantly moved around the restaurant before settling down at another table. The more she looked at him, the less she liked him. She really tried to ignore him and forget about everything. And yet, somehow, someway, he always seems to know exactly what kind of buttons he needs to push in order to piss her off. And the worst part, he wasn't even trying. It was like he'd been born with a gift for getting under her skin. If not for the fact that he was with Kyle, she really wouldn't have been able to stand him. I should just be mature about it and... Is something bothering you, Zoe? A soft, charming voice pulled her from her thoughts. When she turned, her eyes met a young man with brown hair and clear blue eyes. He was undeniably handsome, and as he looked at her, a gentle smile played on his lips. Zoe's lips twitched at the sight of him. Not him again. He was someone she was somewhat familiar with. He belonged to a year lower than her, and he was a somewhat promising recruit. Rowan was it? She couldn't really remember. How can I help you? Zoe still decided to smile. I just wanted to say hi. You kind of looked lost in thought there. Did that guy perhaps annoy you? Rowan's gaze fell on the distant Seth as he laughed. You were kind of glaring at him the entire time. Yeah. Zoe scratched the back of her head. Was she that obvious? What did he do? It's rare to see you angry. It's nothing. Zoe dismissed him with her hand. Just some petty stuff. Is that so? Despite her words, he didn't really let go of the topic. I've never seen him before. Is he a new recruit? No, just an observer or something like that. An observer? Rowan's face turned weird. What is he doing here? He just got in and stuff, something like that, yeah. Zoe was trying her best to show her disinterest by answering vaguely and shortly. And yet, Rowan didn't seem to get the hint at all. Rather, do you want me to help you? What? Zoe's head snapped towards Rowan as he looked back at her. Just say the word. If he's annoying you, then I can, do something. What in the... Zoe's brows furrowed tightly. Help? What do you mean help? Did he really think she needed help for matters like this? Sure, Seth did annoy her, but it wasn't like she planned on doing anything about it. She was petty, but not that petty. I guess there are disadvantages to my appearance. Zoe knew at heart the reason why Rowan had approached her and asked about Seth. She wasn't that dumb. It was obviously because he liked her. But yeah, she wasn't really interested. Zoe was true to her goal. She didn't plan on engaging in any romance until she accomplished her goal. And so she just found his presence rather annoying. She was just about to answer back when... Ha, looks like everyone is here. The door of the room opened, and the section chief entered. Alongside him were the other team leaders of the containment sector. Immediately, the room fell silent as all eyes fell on them. This was the first time that they had seen all team leaders present, alongside the section chief. This wasn't going to be a regular dinner, was it? Chapter 91, Guild Dinner 3. The moment the section chief and the team leaders entered the room, the mood within the restaurant changed. It turned a lot more somber and serious. And this was in spite of the relaxed expression on the section chief's face. Why is everyone looking so gloomy? Come on, they're not that terrifying. He looked back to the other team leaders and cocked his head. On second thought, he pursed his lips. Just a little, not too much though. You know what, I guess they are a little terrifying, ugly too. The section chief flicked his head away, ignoring the sudden wave of glares directed his way. Well, leaving that aside, please do enjoy your dinner, we're not here to spoil it yet. Yet? What did that mean? Have fun, if you have any questions, ask them later. Let us have our moment too. And with that, the team leaders, alongside the section chief, headed towards a certain table by the far end of the room. All eyes were focused on them as they moved. From that point, the atmosphere changed as the previous carefreeness of the place seemed to be gone. In its place, people started to speak with lowered voices, and the drinking toned down. What's going on? I turned to the only figure I could turn to. Malno Rat? Yes, Rat seemed to be a more fitting name for him. Oh well, I'm not too sure myself. The rat answered while scratching the back of his head and showing his usual dimples. I've only been here for a little bit. I'm not particularly familiar with the situation, and I've only seen our team leader like once. Your team leader? Yes, her. Miles nudged toward the distant table, subtly pointing out a woman with short black hair and dark eyes. At first glance, she looked completely laid back, a packet of cigarettes neatly tucked into her breast pocket as she leaned back on both hands. Some sort of conversation was going on there, but she didn't look at all interested. She's your team leader. She looked kind of young, well, at least early 30s. Yeah, apparently. Word is she was one of the fastest in the guild to make team leader. Supposedly, she's incredibly good at her job. Some even say she's the next in line to be the section chief once he retires or kicks the bucket. I blinked slowly. Kick the bucket. Yeah. The rat sliced his finger across his neck. Like that. Hello. That was a bit. It is what it is. This is how it usually works in this line of work. You never know who might die. The same goes for the team leaders and section chiefs. You've just got to do your best in order to survive. The dimples on his face widened as he said those words. Ah, goosebumps, I'm feeling goosebumps. Something about his smile and words made me shiver. I had to take a quiet breath to calm myself down. He might be different from the game. There's no guarantee he's the same. You might just be overthinking. Of course, just because it was possible that I was overthinking, it didn't mean that I was going to let my guard down. It was for that reason that I decided to call him Rat inside my mind. It was to serve as a reminder of what he could be. Either way, I think I might know what this could be about. You do? No, wait. Thinking about it, I probably knew as well. The two of us had talked about it not too long ago. You probably know it too, actually. As expected, it was that. It's regarding the potential Thrall-class entity, the Twisted Man. It looks like the situation is headed that way. We'll see. It might also be that the department has figured something out. We should hear about it soon. Though I tried my best to act calm, a knot was slowly forming in my stomach. Potential Thrall-class entity. I feel a sinister presence within the land that you reside in. I advise you to tread with caution. This is no kind or reasonable being. As the conductor's words echoed once more in my mind, the knot only grew stronger as I silently swallowed my saliva. It couldn't be that, right? The conductor was in a ranked anomaly. For even the conductor to feel something from whatever this was, I knew that the situation was a lot more serious than it was currently known. I really need to stay out of this situation. For my own sake. But more than that, I was actually worried about Kyle. What if he were suddenly tangled in this situation? That would be terrible. Kyle was one of the only people that I could call family within this world. If anything happened to him, then. No, I need to find a way to not have him get involved in this situation. I had just raised my head to look around when the section chief stood up. All right. He clapped once, gathering the attention of everyone present. Almost immediately, all noise fell. Although he was a bit of a lunatic, he was quite well respected within the department. Just a few words from him and everyone stopped talking. Seeing the current atmosphere and hearing some of your conversations, I can pretty much tell that all of you are aware of what's going on. The section chief's eyes swept the surroundings, going straight to the point. Yes, we're currently dealing with a big situation. Yes, we've gathered all of you here to discuss that very same situation. And yes, it's going to require everyone here to participate. Everyone? I didn't count right. After discussing it with the other team leaders, we've decided to launch a sector-wide expedition. We'll be forming multiple teams, and many of you will be assigned to different areas where we've detected suspicious activity. Your task will be to investigate these situations. Immediately, whispers filled the room as everyone talked amongst each other. Guild-wide expedition, isn't that rare? The situation must be a lot more serious than I expected. The more I heard the whispers, the more my mouth twitched, and the more the conductor's words resonated with my mind. The sense of dread only heightened. We've already made a list of groups that we plan on sending and their locations. We'll be starting the investigations tomorrow, so all of you better get some good rest today. The section chief's room turned serious as he scanned the room. And then, for some weird reason, his gaze settled on me. Yes, me. I stiffened on the spot as I felt a sudden sense of dread. This sense only heightened when I saw a smile slowly creep up on his face as I shook my head. No, this bastard, he couldn't be. That aside, there's someone that I'd like to introduce to you all. As if noticing where he was looking, several eyes fell in my general direction. Following the recent reports and trends that we've received, the guild has finally decided to take things seriously. Pausing, with a deadpan expression, the section chief looked around and pointed both of his fingers to his chest before pointing them towards our direction. We at the guild hear you. What sort of fucking nonsense was he saying? For all your troubles, for all your sleepless nights, for everything, we're here for you. No, he's here for you. His name is Seth Thorne, remember that name. No, please forget it. Oh God, what the hell was going on? This felt like some sort of nightmare. He's the newest member of our guild, and he'll be taking a very important position within the guild. A position that all of you have been asking for many years. I shook my head. Don't do it. The section chief suddenly smiled, his voice growing cheery. If you have any troubles or are suffering from PTSD, he's your man. Do pop up in his office to say hello once in a while. He's our newest trauma counselor. This motherfuck. Chapter 92, Guild Dinner 4. Please end my life. No, actually, I couldn't die just yet. I needed to kill that fucker before I could die. A trauma counselor, the guild finally decided to get one. This is surprising, but doesn't he look more depressed and traumatized than most of the people here? Now that you mention it. Hold on. I mean, they weren't wrong, but hearing their words, I was a little hurt, I won't lie. I was certainly traumatized, not depressed. I was almost there, though. Like I said, we hear all of your plights. Though I do agree with most of you here, he's certainly more than qualified to handle your cases. If anybody wants to have a go, you can do so tomorrow or the day after. Just book an appointment with Counselor Thorne. The section chief swiftly turned his attention away from me shortly after that. Taking out a small controller, he pointed it towards the top of the room where a small project was slowly pulled down. Can someone turn off the lights for me? Heeding his words, one of the recruits turned off the lights, and the section chief turned on the project as it illuminated a certain blank area of the room. Now that I've said my piece, it is time we talk about the more serious stuff. An image formed on the wall. It was a bedroom where an old woman appeared. She appeared to be lying down on her bed. This is one of the videos that we've managed to gather regarding the most recent incidents with the Twisted Man. I advise caution. For those who ate or drank too much, be warned. He proceeded to press the controller, and the video began. The room fell silent as the video started with the woman sleeping. A timestamp appeared in the top right corner of the video. 03:15 a.m. It moved fast as the video was sped up. Eventually, the timestamp stopped at exactly 03:36 a.m. In that moment, the old woman's eyes flared open as she raised her head and looked around. Her actions were unexpected and confusing. But then, hello, is anybody there? Who is knocking? She suddenly started to speak. It's very early in the morning. If you don't stop knocking, I will be forced to call the police. The old lady moved towards the window and looked out before turning back and looking towards the main door. She roamed around the house like that until she moved back to the bedroom. I'm warning you, I will really call the cops. A strange tension filled the surroundings as the woman spoke. It was the way that she was speaking to herself that evoked a certain sense of tension. Her eyes frantically looked around, and her voice rose with each passing second. "I'm warning you." She clutched her phone tightly. The old woman looked even more frantic. "I'm telling you, I'm warning you, don't come closer." Her voice rose to the point of screaming, the veins on her neck popping. "Oh, hey." As if spotting something, her face grew entirely pale as she rushed towards one of the doors, opening it. It was just right outside of the camera angle, too. And right as she disappeared from view. A blood-curdling scream filled the surroundings. The video ended there. Shortly after, the image of the woman appeared again. This time, her body was completely dried up, as she looked like a mummy. The creepiest part of it all, it was her slowly moving eyes and mouth. She was still alive. This right here is one of the many incidents that have been plaguing the island. We call this certain anomaly the Twisted Man, and we deem it to be at around Melos class with the potential to be Thrall. Though the woman looks alive, she's in a vegetative state. In short, she's brain dead. It was rare to see the section chief so serious. The anomaly is one that we've recently discovered, but looking through the Bureau's database, we've found similar incidents occur in other smaller islands. The cycle switches every couple of years, with the anomaly moving from island to island while leaving behind dozens of similar corpses. Pausing, the section chief took a sip of water before continuing. Several guilds have tried investigating the case, but with no luck. This is what we've managed to find so far. Pressing onto the controller in his hand, the image of the room the old woman was in before appeared again. The anomaly cannot be seen through cameras. Take a look. A laser suddenly shot out from the controller, pointing directly at the floor. The faces of many changed, including mine, as we suddenly spotted a shadow. As you can see, this is a shadow. The anomaly is standing right before the camera, looking right at it, and yet we can't see it. Pressing onto the controller, the image displayed was now that of a small 2-story house. The anomaly's target criteria are a 2-story house and a single occupant. As long as those two conditions are met, it will stop at nothing to hunt them. With a sudden click of his tongue, the section chief lowered his hand. The citizens of the island are already somewhat aware of the anomaly, and we've been getting a lot of complaints regarding the situation, but what can we do? This anomaly is as slippery as they can be. Scratching the top of his head, the section chief looked like he was nursing a headache. Good. I hoped it was a serious one. He deserved whatever pain he was experiencing. Pressing the remote control again, the projector displayed several dozen profiles, each showing a different person dressed in some form of red garb. A prison garb. Since we're already mostly aware of the criteria involving the Twisted Man, we will be performing several tasks in order to catch it. Pay close attention, since this is closely tied to your expedition tomorrow. The room tensed upon hearing the section chief's words. These are the latest inmates the Bureau sent us to investigate the matter. They've all committed unspeakable acts, so don't waste your pity on them. In any case, they'll be placed in several of the houses we've constructed across the island. Your job is simple. Monitor the situation, and if anything happens, report it to the guild immediately. The section chief's voice was somber as he spoke. If you notice something, do not engage. Just report the situation to us. We still don't know the full details of the anomaly. It is best that the team leaders handle the real stuff. I was in full favor of this choice. Yes, let them handle the dirty work. All of you will be sent a short report on the situation. I want you all to look over it tonight before going on the expedition tomorrow. It is important that you look over it since it might just save your life. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the section chief's voice faded, the unanimous sound of phones ringing echoed throughout the room. Taking out my phone, I looked at the file on my phone. Twisted Man docx. I almost pressed on the file before pausing. No, wait. Why did I receive this too? What? Your team is listed right below the document, so if you've received one, it means that you've been assigned to a team. If you can get to know your team so that tomorrow you will avoid unnecessary troubles. Pulling the remote controller away, the section chief suddenly smiled. And with that, I'm done. I wish all of you the best of luck. I looked at him before looking back at my phone. And then, staring at the team assigned to me, I dropped my phone. Might as well just kill me already. What is the point in keeping me alive? I covered my mouth while trying my best to keep my tears in check. but looking at my phone again and seeing the team leader's name, I felt tears pull down in my eyes. Group leader Zoe Turlin. At this point, I knew this was no coincidence. It was on purpose. Chapter 93, First Trauma Patient 1. This makes no sense. Of all teams, I'm with her. No. At this point, this felt like some sort of sabotage. Oh, you're with the support team, the rat said as he peeked his head over to see my phone. He was a little too close for my own comfort, but I bit the bullet and pretended like I was fine. I'm in the support team, me. He proceeded to point at the line of text right above the group leader's name. See, it says support team. Now that you mention it, it really did say that. But what exactly was this support team? Seems like things will be a little rough for you. The rat looked at me with pity. Why was he looking at me like that? I suddenly didn't feel so good. I'm not too familiar with it myself, but as far as I know, the support team handles any issues that guild members might face. So if someone gets injured or is dealing with mental health problems, it's usually your responsibility to take care of it. Oh, and it also looks like our team is one of the teams that you will be supporting. Our team? I lowered my eyes to stare at the list of names beneath the group leader, and my stomach churned. Fuck, his name is really there. I wanted to throw the phone away and curse the one who made the teams. How can a coincide? Well, I'm not really surprised we're in the same team. After all, those of the support team usually take care of several teams at once. So, although it says that you're with our team, you're actually with multiple. Was this really the case? Looking down, it really did seem like it, as I realized that I was looking at the layout wrong. If that's true, then does that mean I'll have to go all over the place? More or less, at least that's what the support team usually does. Well, you go whenever they call you. The dimples on the rat's face became more pronounced. He was enjoying this situation, wasn't he? My fingers started to twitch. I was really itching to test my new ability. Has everyone seen their groups? Clapping his hands to recapture everyone's attention, the section chief raised one hand high. If anybody has any questions or complaints, please raise your hand. I raised my hand. I was the only one to do so. I stood out. And... Good, it looks like nobody has any questions or complaints. This will be all from me and the team leaders today. I hope to see you all tomorrow morning. I do advise all of you to get some good sleep. It'll be a long couple of days. As he said this, the section chief grabbed one of the bottles on his table and waved his hand in our direction before suddenly leaving. The team leaders followed right after. I lowered my hand and covered my face. Someday, I'll definitely traumatize him. My fingers twitched. I'll make that bastard scream to the point where he'll pass out if that is the last thing I'll do. The tatami door slid shut behind him as the section chief stepped out. That was tiring. I guess I'll get some sleep after drinking a bit. He eyed the bottle in his hands and smacked his lips. Following behind him were the other team leaders. Just as the door shut, a tall man with a short beard, bushy brows, and graying hair stepped closer to the section chief, his deep voice resounding through. Why'd you do that? The section chief looked back and looked at the team leader innocently. Do what? Cut the nonsense. Why'd you ignore that kid when he raised his hand? I also caught you staring at him a couple of times. Is something going on? Oh, that kid. The section chief's face fell a little. It's nothing big. He's just someone I'm trying to get to quit. Quit? It's a bit of a complicated story, but he's essentially here because of Kyle. He's a friend of his and spends most of his time in the office making games. He was also the kid who found the recent gate in the museum. Because of that, the guild decided to give him a base salary and some benefits. That really happened. The man raised his brow. As a team leader, he was aware of most of the things happening in the department, but this was the first time he had heard of something like this. He had been rather busy the past few days. Yeah, it happened, and he's now getting some form of base salary that will go on for practically forever. Don't you think that's a massive waste on our budget? You're right. The team leader nodded quietly. That does indeed sound like a waste of our budget. You know how important money is for our department. Though this may not be much, it can still add up, which is why I'm trying to get him to quit. That sounds reasonable. Right. Fiddling with the drink in his hand, the section chief looked towards the other team leaders. "I've got to go now, but enjoy your night, you all. I'll go enjoy my drink." He raised the bottle in his hand and excused himself. As he turned away, his lips curled ever so slightly, and in a voice meant for no one but himself, he murmured, "As if I'm handing that guy over to any of you." Although his actions were a little mean-spirited, the section chief wasn't worried about Seth quitting. It'd be a pity if he did, but he had seen people like him in the past. They were rare, but they existed. Psychopaths. That Seth, he was one such psychopath. He was made for stuff like this. The weather was cold. Coming out of the restaurant, I tried to look for Kyle, but the moment I spotted him, I gave up on all thoughts of approaching him. He sure is busy. He was currently surrounded on all sides. Not wanting to interact with them or gain any more attention, I turned my attention away. I guess I'll head to the dorms by myself. This wasn't really an issue since the dorms were quite close. Holding onto his jacket and zipping it up, I began to move to the dorms. However, just as I moved, I stopped and looked behind. Another group appeared not far from where I was. They were all laughing and chatting together as they headed out of the restaurant. Staring at them, my eyes fell on a certain individual with brown hair and blue eyes. He was relatively short and looked quite handsome. Even his smile was quite nice. How strange. I scratched the side of my neck. For a moment, I thought someone was watching me. Maybe I'm being too paranoid. Thinking about it and everything I had gone through, I wouldn't even be surprised. I guess I'll go get some sleep and think about everything else later. I really was tired. Turning around, I made my way towards the dorms. However, right as I made up my mind, my steps paused. I was suddenly reminded of the scene prior, the one involving Zoe, and sighed. Right, I should do that. I was indeed at fault in that scenario. Not only that, but I also needed to get more snacks to feed Myrle. I could imagine what would happen if I didn't feed her. Making up my mind, I headed towards the nearest convenience store. Hopefully it's still open. Chapter 94, First Trauma Patient 2. Several of the more prominent recruits were held back by the end of the dinner, mainly because others wanted to talk to them, and mainly because some wanted to build connections. Kyle and Zoe were the most obvious targets within the department. Not only were the two extremely talented, but they also had the highest chances of becoming the next team leaders. Rowan stayed behind for this reason, and the fact that he liked Zoe. It was just a pity that she didn't really show much interest in that regard, but Rowan was fine with that. He was a patient man. Wow, I can't seem to catch a break. Same. It was late at night when most of the people had left, and there were only a few people left. Kyle and Zoe both looked rather tired. I'm faring a bit better than both of you, haha. As Rowan laughed, Kyle smiled at him. Don't worry, you'll get to that point eventually. You're quite talented, so I can see that you'll eventually be in a similar situation. You should get ready for when the time happens. I'm not so sure I'd like that. Rowan scratched the back of his head while he looked at Zoe. She seemed to be looking for someone. What do you think? Rowan addressed her, his smile pure and gentle. Think what? Snapping out of it, Zoe looked at Rowan. I wasn't paying attention. What did you say? Rowan wasn't at all mad and explained slowly. It's nothing really. Kyle said that I'm soon going to be suffering like the two of you. You are? Zoe looked at him weirdly before shrugging. Maybe, I don't really know. If you're good, I guess. Zoe's replies were quite short and disinterested, not really too different from how she usually was with most people. Rowan didn't mind it. He liked her indifference. By the way, where did Seth go? But at that moment his focus shattered and his ears perked up. Why did she bring that guy up again? Kyle's face, on the other hand, grew a little tense. Seth. Are there any other Seths? So I don't really know. Kyle looked away and Zoe's eyes narrowed. You definitely know where that bastard went. No. Why is your voice so high? Kyle winced as he stepped back. On the other hand, Zoe's eyes turned even more predatory as she looked at him. I swear, if you don't tell me where he is, I'll make sure to strangle both of you at the same time. He really annoyed you, huh? Unable to remain passive, Rowan suddenly spoke. His face was still gentle, his eyes never leaving Zoe. This was a new side of her he had never seen. He quite liked it. Annoyed? Zoe spared him a glance before lowering her hands. Eventually, she sighed while clicking her tongue at Kyle. More or less. Rowan smiled. I see. That's all he really needed to hear. Shortly after, everyone began to split, all heading towards their own dorms. All with the exception of Rowan, who headed back to the guild. So she really doesn't like him. Taking the elevator that brought him to the lowest floor, he came out and headed back to the offices. There were a few people still present, but it was mostly empty, with most of the people present practically half asleep. Rowan's gaze moved around the room before eventually settling on a certain room. That should be his office, right? Yes, it should be. He remembered that room being some sort of old basement. Quickly glancing around, Rowan made his way towards the office and lowered his body slightly to stare at the keyhole. No security, huh? He quickly smiled before shaking his head. Of course there was no security. This Seth was merely just a regular human. Rowan wasn't really planning on doing too much. He just wanted to teach him a little lesson. This would probably be enough to satisfy Zoe, and then maybe. Click. With a single flick of his hand, a key formed, and he used it to unlock the door. As someone who specialized in the conceptualization decree, this was nothing. Opening the door, Rowan stepped into the office and closed the door behind him. Let's see. He took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and lit up the area ahead. He could have turned on the room lights, but he wasn't planning on staying for long. He didn't want to make it look like someone was inside from the outside. The office was quite small, and there didn't seem to be much in it. That should be his desk, right? Spotting the desk, Rowan was just about to head there when he paused. Turning his head, his gaze fell on what looked like a painting. He wasn't quite sure since it was turned. Does he like art? Curious, he moved towards the painting and turned it over. What sort of painting is this? Rowan narrowed his eyes at the painting. It wasn't bad, depicting a girl dressed in white as she stood at the center, clutching an umbrella that obscured her face. He really paid for something like this. Rowan shook his head as he blinked his eyes. But just as he did, his brow rose. I swear the little girl was just a little bit further back. Am I seeing wrong? Rowan moved his face closer to the painting. However, after a while, he shook his head and laughed. I guess I'm just tired. It's also strangely cold. He didn't really notice it before, but the room was quite cold. It was also extremely quiet. For some reason, he felt his body tense. Flick. All of a sudden, the lights of the room flicked up, and his head snapped towards the switch. What the? As the light covered the entire room, Rowan looked up. Are the lights broken or something, or? Flick. The light switched off as fast as they switched on. Once again, the darkness took over. For some reason, his body tensed. A cold shiver ran down his spine. What sort of shitty room is this? Frowning, Rowan was just about to go to the light switch when... His gaze fell on the painting again. Tech. The painting dropped from his hand, falling face up against the floor as he took several steps back. With his eyes glued on the painting, Rowan held onto his chest. That. The girl. She was closer than before. No, that makes no Feeling his back touch against something, Rowan paused. His entire body seemed to tense as he slowly turned his head. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest as he saw a massive, shadowy figure appear behind him. Without thinking, almost on instinct, a weapon formed in Rowan's hand as he moved to fight. But just as he was about to strike, a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. His entire body paused, and as he slowly lowered his head, he saw the face of a little girl emerge from the painting as her pale features became clear to him. A deep and wide smile marred her features as she settled her gaze on him. Hee. A cheerful laughter filled the room as she latched onto his ankle. Come play with me, Tilda. No. Panic surged through Rowan as he struggled to pull his feet free, but the girl's grip was far stronger than he'd expected, pulling him towards the painting. No, HHMMM. Before he even had the chance to scream, a black hand covered his mouth, and his eyes widened in horror. Then, hee. Under the little girl's laugh, he was slowly brought into the painting. Play Tilda. Help. Someone help. Chapter 95, First Trauma Patient 3. I had no real expectations going to my office. I was more stressed out about the impending expedition than anything else. Holding onto a bag that was filled with all sorts of goods that I had bought from the nearby convenience store the day prior, I sighed. In case something happens, this should be enough for Myrle. Well, I was also tempted to bring her if I did go, but I wasn't too sure. I mean, it's not like they can force me to go. What are they going to do if I say no? I already signed the contract anyway, so they can't force me to do anything. Clearly, the section chief is after something. I could also more or less guess what the section chief's goal was. He was probably pulling some sort of nonsense to get me into the field. He seemed to have gotten this weird misunderstanding with me, that I was somehow good at this type of stuff. I was. I sucked and I hated scary things. But then again, I did need some new inspiration for my next game. The sales for a regular day in the office were starting to cool down. If I needed to progress, then I needed to quickly create a new cash cow. I'll think about whether to go or not in a bit. I still got a little bit of time. We were supposed to head out at around 10. It was still 8. I had 2 hours to decide. Or so I thought. Walking into my office and seeing the unconscious figure sprawled on the floor, I had to pause and process what I was looking at before rubbing my eyes and taking another look. No chain. There really was a person passed out in my office. What the fuck? I looked around, half expecting a camera crew to pop out and shout, "Gotcha!" But no one came. The silence just made it weirder. That's when I saw the painting. It was lying face down on the floor beside him. I sighed as I looked at the man again. Right, isn't he that strange guy from yesterday? Don't tell me I was really correct with my hunch. Did he try to break in? I scanned the room, nothing looked out of place. No signs of forced entry, all my stuff seemed untouched. Then how the hell? Heh. A sudden laugh filled the room as I turned my head towards the painting, and a head peeked out of it. I had a lot of fun, Tilda. You did? Myo laughed, her pearly laugh echoing throughout. So much fun. I see. I secretly shuddered and forced a smile. I'm glad you had fun. Glancing between the man on the floor and Myrle, I lowered myself to the ground and sat down, leaning against the wall behind me. Tell me everything about what happened yesterday. Don't leave anything out. I'm curious to hear what games the two of you played when I wasn't here. It felt like a long and terrible nightmare. Rowan was no stranger to nightmares. Most in his line of work had their fair share. Lately, he had been plagued by nightmares due to all the built-up work and stress. But this one was different. It felt real, too real. And he couldn't shake the feeling of being smothered as if a heavy weight was pressing down on his chest. The nightmare seemed to last for an eternity, pulling him deeper and deeper into its darkness. Hee Tilda. But occasionally, he would hear the sound of a little girl giggling, elevating the pressure that he felt. Play Tilda, play Tilda, play Tilda. No. Make it stop, please. The little girl's words felt like they came from the depths of hell. It sent shivers down his body, and then, Hugh, he gasped, eyes flying open as harsh light stabbed down from above. As if a massive weight had been lifted off his body, Rowan blinked his eyes slowly. Where am I? His head throbbed, and he had little recollection of what had happened. That was until... You're awake. Rowan's head flicked towards the voice, and his expression changed when he saw a pair of dead eyes looking at him. You what? Memories came rushing back. The painting, the girl, the laughter, the shadowy creature. Rowan stumbled upright, his legs shaking just as much as his voice. He couldn't form the words, his entire mind still consumed by the sheer terror that he had felt the day prior. But it was amidst his struggle that he heard the voice again. You reek of alcohol. His voice was flat and unamused. I won't ask why you were in my office, but I presume it's because you were drunk. At least I hope that's the case. Alcohol drunk. He had hardly drunk at all the previous night. No, he did drink, but he was used to drinking this much. It wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Rowan slowly turned his head to look at Seth. No, it wasn't. Take a seat. Seth's voice was firm as he spoke. For a moment, Rowan almost sat down. There was something about the voice that made him want to listen to it, but that was until he recalled the painting and his head flicked back towards it. He spotted it immediately. It was hanging on the wall, with the girl in the painting in the same position as he had first found it. A chill ran down his spine. Do you like that painting? What are you talking about? I saw you holding onto the painting while I found you passed out. Figured you liked it. No, Rowan's voice rose. That painting, it's cursed. You need to immediately take it down and hand it over to the guild. Stop. Seth raised his hand to stop Rowan from speaking. Reaching for the drawer next to him, he took out a small notepad. He then proceeded to jot a few things down on the notepad as he shook his head while mumbling a few things like, "More serious than I thought. Shows signs of clear distress and anxiety. This is worse than I expected." What in the world was he doing? Rowan frowned, his chest starting to simmer. But before he could say more, the man set the notepad aside and pulled out his phone. I figured someone would show up after what the section chief did yesterday, he said, placing the phone on the desk. Didn't think it'd be this fast. He tapped the screen. Well, I guess that we can get started since you're already here. Started, get what started. Rowan's anger was about to reach a tipping point when the speakers of the phone came to life, and a certain tune began to play in the air. It was soft and melodious, even hypnotic. All of a sudden, Rowan felt his mind go blank at the sound of the music, and the anger that had been simmering inside of him vanished. Across from him, Seth leaned back in his chair, legs crossed. Well then, he spoke softly, those lifeless eyes of his fixed on him. Shall we begin your trauma counseling? Chapter 96, First Trauma Patient 4. Trauma Counseling. Rowan groggily closed his eyes before snapping into clarity a moment after. What are you talking about? I don't need any coun. That's what they all say. Seth shook his head while jotting a few more things on the notepad in front of him. Relaxing his back on the chair, he reached for the phone and raised the volume of the music that was playing. His actions confused Rowan, but before he could process the situation, his mind started to relax even further. It was as if his brain had been dragged into a soft, yet comforting embrace. All thoughts and abnormalities from before seemed to vanish from his mind. In its place was an utter sense of tranquility. Should we start with a simple question? Seth's voice echoed in the background as Rowan sat in his chair, his eyes gradually closing. He knew that something was wrong, but his mind refused to listen. How long have you been working for the guild? It was silent at first. But then, this is my 3rd year. Rowan eventually answered, his mind growing even more relaxed as the gentle tune whispered in the air. 3rd year? Yes. I see, so you must have gone through a lot while being at the guild. Yes, I have. Rowan thought about all the gates and missions he had been subjected to, all the deaths he had seen, and all the near-death encounters he had been in. He had indeed gone through a lot. In that sense, you must have had trouble sleeping lately. How often do you get nightmares? It's almost every day. There were only a few days when he'd not get them, and those days were usually the days he'd come back utterly exhausted. Only in such days would he not receive any nightmares. It was a real struggle for him. Almost every day, that's quite bad. How do you try to manage the nightmares? I don't. How could he manage them? He had tried going to all types of psychologists and therapists, but none of them helped. The nightmares never ended. Rowan had grown to accept them. Even if I do end up forgetting about them, what does it matter in the end? I'll still experience something similar. Rowan's chest ached as his thoughts paused thus far. He couldn't understand why he was even speaking at this moment. This guy was merely a stranger who knew nothing about him. Someone whom the guild had hired on a whim. And yet, that sounds really unfortunate. Why was his voice so soothing to hear? Have you ever thought of quitting? Quitting? Opening his eyes, Rowan smirked. Of course not. The thought had never crossed his mind. He was just like many of the people within the department, someone who had their family or someone close to them taken by an anomaly. I've got my sister to take care of. I can't quit, not until. Rowan's chest ached as his lips trembled. Seth remained quiet while staring at Rowan. He proceeded to jot a few things on the notepad before calmly speaking. Has your sister been taken by an anomaly? Rowan shook his head, his voice stripped from his mouth. She was still alive. But just barely. It was just that, she was in a coma. I've made it my mission to find the anomaly and cure her. That's why I can't quit. Rowan's body shook as he mumbled such words. He wasn't sure why he was saying so much, but he felt vulnerable at this very moment. He felt weak, and the only thing that he found soothing was Seth's voice. So much that the silence that followed his words made Rowan inwardly start to panic. Why is he not saying anything? Does he think I'm pathetic, does he? But the last thing he could have expected was the next words that Seth said. That's quite noble of you. Noble? Me? There's no shame in taking a job for motives such as these. You don't need to have the grand goal of saving the world or any of that nonsense. Whatever makes you happy is what matters. Money, women, saving your sister. Your choice is only wrong if you let others tell you that it's wrong. My choice is only wrong if I let others tell me it's wrong. Rowan's lips trembled further. But soon Seth's voice echoed again. Nightmares are a window into your inner world. They serve a purpose, helping your mind process stress, fear, and unresolved emotions. Your brain doesn't simply shut down when you sleep. Instead, it continues working through what you've experienced. Nightmares. They only exist as a reminder of all the pent-up negativity you haven't dealt with during the day. What? Slowly craning his neck to stare at Seth, he saw his dead eyes looking straight at him. It's okay to open yourself up to me. It's my job to listen to your worries. I'm here to handle all of your pent-up negativity. Quietly swallowing his saliva, Rowan opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. This wasn't the first time he had heard of something like this. Many therapists had said something similar. And yet, this was the first time he truly felt different upon hearing the words. Once again, his lips trembled as he held onto the armrest of the chair. Okay. He nodded quietly. I'll try. And for the first time since seeing him, Rowan saw a thin smile appear on Seth's lips. That's great. Seth proceeded to take out his notepad again as he jotted a few things down. The process of healing always starts with you. The fact that you're willing to change is the most important aspect. Now then. Seth lowered the notepad to stare at Rowan. Would you be so kind and tell me why you were in my office? Rowan's face froze in that moment. He suddenly recalled the incidents from the day prior, and his breathing grew rough again. But, don't worry, I'm not mad. I can tell you were suffering a lot from the nightmares, just be honest with me. That's... Rowan lowered his head, but eventually told him the truth. I was jealous. Jealous? Yes, Taking a pause, Rowan looked at Seth in shame. I wanted to impress Zoe, and since it looked like she didn't like you, I thought I'd do something to make her happy, but... The moment I came into this office, everything went wrong. Stop there. Seth raised his hand to stop Rowan from speaking. Forget everything that happened at the office. It was simply the result of all the stress you'd been holding in, mixed with a bit too much to drink. You kept bottling things up until it all came crashing down at once. Is that so? Yes. Seth put the notepad down and looked Rowan straight in the eyes. At the same time, the music continued to play in the background. I can understand how you feel, though. However, that's the wrong way to look at things if you want to impress someone. I know, but... For now, focus on yourself. Seth's voice turned softer. You need to start prioritizing yourself above all else. I do. You are important. I am. Yes, so let it out. Seth smiled kindly once again. In this room, it's just you and me. Let everything out. I'll be here to listen to all of it. And with that, the room fell silent. It was just Seth and Rowan as the two stood in silence. That was until... Okay. Rowan spoke again, his chest trembling as he held his fist near his mouth. He began to let everything out. From his past, his worries, and all the stress he had been through. The entire time, Seth listened. He listened with a kind smile as he jotted a few things down on his notepad, mainly a list of things he needed to buy when he went back to the dorms. He was running out of milk. Oh right, I need to get some butter too. Unaware of this, Rowan continued to pour all his emotions out. That was also the day Seth received his first patient. Chapter 97, Expedition 1. Clank. With the sound of the door closing, the room fell into a strange silence. I waited for a whole minute before turning off the music and leaning back on my chair. That was close. I felt utterly drained. Ever since I found Rowan sprawled on the floor, I'd been desperately trying to make him forget the painting and the dreamwalker. I couldn't afford to have him reveal them. If he ended up telling the guild about them, Then I'd have to find a way to explain to them how I got them, which could essentially lead to the system and all that nonsense. I couldn't afford to take the gamble, and as such, I somehow managed to gaslight him into thinking it was just his nightmares and pent-up stress. At first, I was worried it wouldn't work, but looking at my shirt and seeing the wet spot on it, I felt like I had done a good job. I'll have to throw away this shirt, though. Who would have thought Rowan would go ahead and cry like that? It honestly caught me off guard. Still, all that matters is that it somehow worked, at least for now. I decided to schedule a few more appointments in order to ensure that he was completely converted. Only then would I feel safe to talk. Lost in thought, I didn't even realize that someone was knocking on the door. By the time I did, the door opened, and Kyle's face popped in. "So, are you ready?" "Huh?" I blinked slowly, taking him in from head to toe. He wore a black shirt neatly tucked into brown shorts, his hands gripping the straps of his bag as he looked back at me. "Ready?" I turned my wrist and checked the time. 09:47 a.m. Holy fuck. Was it already almost time? What, are you not ready? Do you need more time? Hey, wait, give me a moment. Massaging my forehead, I shifted my attention towards my laptop. To go or not to go? Every part of me rejected the notion, wanting to stay here and think of a way to create a new game. However, at heart, I knew that I had to go. Not only would this help me learn more about the world and how the guild operated, but it would also help serve as some sort of inspiration for my potential new game. Furthermore, I don't think I'll have to worry about my safety since I'm with the support squad. All I needed to do, realistically, was stay back while the field agents handled the main task. I was then also reminded of something else. Don't be passive. Indeed, I couldn't remain passive. The quests were only going to get harder from this point forward, from the conductor to the cult quest and all sorts of other variables. I couldn't remain passive. There was simply no way for me to survive if I didn't proactively try to improve. As such, all right, let's go. After shutting my laptop and slipping it into my bag, I stood up and walked over to Kyle. Wait, let me go to the bathroom first. What for? Puke. Several buses waited at the entrance of the guild, lined up in a neat line. My bus is further in the back. Yours should be ahead. We're going to the same location anyway, so it shouldn't matter much. Kyle and I split up the moment we came out of the guild. I walked toward one of the first buses, stopping in front of the one marked 02 before stepping inside. Looking to the side, it looked like I was one of the first people to arrive since there was hardly anyone inside. But, what are you looking at? I turned away from her. Why are you looking away? The hell? At this point, I didn't even know what to do. You know what, never mind, I can't be bothered. With a sigh, I looked back at her and took out my bag. Her brows furrowed when she saw my actions, but before she could say anything, I took out a packet of chips from my bag and tossed it at her. Here. Huh? Zoe blinked her eyes slowly, unable to process the situation as she caught the chips. I took yours by accident yesterday. I bought a new pack as an apology. What? This was the first time I had ever seen her this speechless. Somehow, it was a sight that made my lips curl. It was almost as though her brain had glitched. I took in the sight before moving towards the back. 2 steps in, however, Zoe appeared to recover as she turned towards me. No, wait. I like barbecue flavor, not regular flavor. You do? Yeah. I paused for a moment before shrugging. You get what you get. I didn't get a reply after that as Zoe begrudgingly placed the chips down, staring at them with a mixed expression, mumbling things like, I really don't like them, though. Literally no flavor. What sort of psychopath likes regular flavor? I can still hear you. I hope you did, you psychopath. Why would you buy such a bland flavor? Literally the most basic shit I've ever seen. If you don't like them, you can give them back. No, they're still mine. But you said you didn't like them. And I don't. Then, what? You just... What? I opened my mouth but soon closed it, even when she went on to say things like, I'm not giving it back, all right? They're mine. You got that? I ignored her and found a seat at the back of the bus and closed my eyes. I was quite exhausted from the incident prior with Rowan. Time passed like that, And when I opened my eyes again, the bus was now full of unfamiliar faces. The chatter was quite loud, and everyone looked both nervous and excited about the upcoming expedition. "May I have everyone's attention?" A burly man with shoulder-length black hair suddenly came into the bus, gathering everyone's attention. His demeanor was calm, his eyes unfocused, and his expression relaxed. However, something about his presence felt pressuring. He scanned the bus with his sharp eyes before he began to speak. "I'll make it quick since I know most of you probably don't care. We'll be heading to the 5th zone, so it'll be about a 20-minute drive. All of you should have received an email regarding the details of the place we're going. Given that we're dealing with a Melas-ranked anomalies, there's a chance that we'll meet those of the other guilds. Do not engage if you see them." I listened attentively while he spoke. Although I was quite unfamiliar with the world, I still managed to grasp most of what he was saying. The island, despite being small compared to the other islands, was still quite big. It held a population of about 5 million people and covered a large area. The entire city was divided into 9 zones, each expanding from the center of the city Zone 1, which was where all the guilds were located. Surrounding Zone 1 in a clockwise manner, starting from the northeast, were Zones 2-9. Each guild controlled a certain zone of the city, with jurisdiction handed to the king and queen grade guilds. Most of the time, when something occurred within a guild's jurisdiction, it was the corresponding guild's responsibility to solve the situation. That was, of course, unless it directly involved gates or entities that were in the Melas rank or above. If the entity was of the Melas rank, then all guilds within the island could investigate the matter. Thrall rank was when international guilds could interfere, and Kermite was world-ending stuff. As of right now, this twisted man was of the Melas rank, meaning that all guilds within the islands had the right to investigate. I think this goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Don't take the bait if they try to provoke you. Just focus on what you need to do and ignore them. You're all adults, so act like it. That didn't sound really good. The fact that he had to warn us about it gave me a bad feeling. This happened too many times in the past for me not to warn you. There it was. So this is something that happens often. Great. The man then proceeded to say a few more things before sitting down. "All right, get some rest. You'll need it. It's going to be a tough few days." Following his words, the bus kicked into gear, and it started moving. Leaning against the window, I stared at the changing scenery. And with that, the expedition officially began. Chapter 98, Expedition 2. We're here, everyone off the bus. The ride took longer than expected. Despite the guild's reassurances, word of the anomaly had already begun to spread, and people were starting to abandon their homes. This resulted in quite a bit of traffic forming. My back is sore. That took way longer than I expected. I hope we get to rest a bit. I feel like my back is killing me. Coming out of the bus, I could hear the complaints of the other members as I calmly walked out of the bus and looked around. A wide street stretched out before me, lined on both sides with identical houses, each with a triangular roof, a driveway, and 2 stories. Each house had a well-maintained garden, and several people in uniform appeared by the door of each house. They were all holding onto notepads, and each wore sunglasses. Are they from the Bureau? They didn't look like they belonged to the guild, which made this the only explanation that I could think of. Looking back, I could also see the other buses arrive. The place started to become even rowdier. "Where is the support team? If there's anyone from the support team, come here." Shouting was the same man from before as he raised his hand while looking around. I scratched the back of my head before walking over to him. Spotting me, he paused. "You're from the support team?" "Oh, yes." "Okay, wait here." He looked around and waved his hand again. "Where is the support team? If there's anyone from the support team, come here." He continued to shout the same phrase over and over again, and by the time several minutes had passed, 5 people had gathered. They were composed of 2 girls and 3 guys. The girls both had shoulder-length hair, differing from brown to black, while the guys all had short black hair. Their faces weren't anything to praise, but they didn't look bad as they all seemed to know each other. I was probably the only one who wasn't familiar with the others. "Since everyone is here, follow me. I need you all to check up on the subjects before we release them." "Subjects?" I was confused, but I nonetheless followed as we were brought directly to one of the houses. The agent from the Bureau, standing by the entrance, merely glanced at us before letting us in. This place is not bad at all. Looks even better than my place. Right. Overhearing their conversation, I looked around. Well, it was better than my dorm, that was for sure. Although it had nothing fancy, it had all the necessities, from a large TV to a sofa and flowers. Looking around, I felt a little envious. When can I get a house like this? I could technically buy one when the money came in from the games, but unfortunately, I needed the money to buy shop items and fragments. Now that I think about it, I still haven't checked the second order shop. Now that I was a second order, I could access it. I wasn't in a rush, though. I was in a bit of a financial crisis at the moment. Why, you will really let me go if I do this, are you? Sure, you're not lying, right? Walking past the living room and into the kitchen area, two people appeared before us. One was a man wearing an orange jumpsuit, while the other was another agent from the bureau. As if noticing our presence, they both looked in our direction. "You've finally arrived." The agent turned towards the man in the jumpsuit and said, "You stay here. I'll be going out for a few minutes. Don't even think about escaping. The moment you do, the deal is off." Then, without looking back, he left for the living room as we followed behind. Eventually coming to a stop, he handed a file to the team leader. "His name is Jason Fingler. He's 48 years old, and he's the man I'd like you all to check on. Although he looks harmless, he's killed 7 women in total." Killed 7 people. I blinked my eyes and thought back to the appearance of the man in the jumpsuit. He was neither charming nor handsome. With his lanky frame, bald patch at the back of his head, graying hair, and round, wire-framed glasses, he didn't look like someone who could harm a fly. He was the last person I'd expect to be a serial killer. I want all of you to check for any abnormalities in him immediately. Once the test concludes, if he survives, I want him tested again. Gather as much data as possible. The Bureau wants this anomaly to remain classified as Melas. No one wants to see it escalate to Thrall class. I was a little taken aback by the way the agent was speaking. It was as though he had no concern at all about whether the man died or not. Then again, this man was a serial killer. "Don't worry, we'll have them checked right now. Are there more we need to check later?" "A few others, but we can leave those out for later." "Got it." The team leader turned to look in our direction. "What are you waiting for? Go, check up on the subject." "Yes. On it." The team leader didn't follow us as we headed back towards the kitchen. It was there that the man appeared, quietly sitting in one of the chairs. "Hey, are you here to check up on me?" His voice was a little shaky as he spoke. Looking at him, I started to doubt if he really was a serial killer. It doesn't even look like he could kill a fly. "Yes, we are." Stepping forward was the short-haired girl with brown hair. With a distinctive mole at the bottom of her chin, she smiled kindly at the man. "My name is Rossen. I'll be here to check up on your health. Please stay still." Rossen began to move behind the man while placing her hand against his back. "Breathe in slowly. Keep your heart rate normal." "Okay." The man quietly nodded while closing his eyes and leaning forward a bit. His chest rose and fell as he listened to Rossen's instructions. A strange silence filled the room shortly after that, as Rossen continued to give instructions. In the meantime, the others jotted down a few things while observing the situation. On the other hand, I was at a total loss. Everyone looked really busy. What was I supposed to do? If it's like this, then... Bang! A thunderous crash jolted me out of my thoughts as my head snapped up towards the harmless man as he swiftly turned around and reached for Rossen's neck. "I'll kill you." It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. His bloodshot eyes bulged with murderous intent, his face contorting sinisterly. Every muscle in his face twisted, twitching, as though something had taken over him completely, his hands lunging out for Rossen. "Help! Holy shit! Quick!" The others sprang into action. Without wasting a second, they dashed toward the serial killer, grabbing him from behind and forcing him to the ground. "Arc kill! Froth bubbled at the corners of his mouth. Spit sprayed as he thrashed, his gaze locked on Rossen with a hatred so raw it felt inhuman. His hand dug at the floor, scraping it as he desperately reached for her. "Die!" Rossen stumbled back, her face startled but at the same time somewhat rational. Perhaps. This wasn't the first time she had witnessed something like this. But I was left at a complete loss by the scene. "Hey!" It took a certain shout to snap me out of it, as one of the members from the support squad shouted in my direction. "Quick, call for the team leader." It was only then that I sprang into action and hastily moved out of the room. I didn't make a mistake coming, right? Chapter 99, Expedition 3. What happened? The team leader and the agent from the bureau were pretty quick to arrive. They didn't look that startled by the situation as they came in without any real signs of fluster. Rather, their calmness almost felt a little odd to see. I'll kill. It also didn't take long for them to figure out what had happened. Okay, I'll take it from here. With a flick of his finger, the death row inmate suddenly froze in place. Yuke. The sight was startling to watch. All he did was flick his finger and he was incapacitated. Although I couldn't tell how strong he was, I was sure that he could do the same thing to me if he wished. The 6 of you go back to the living room for now. I'll take care of the situation here. Yes, sir. Despite what had happened, none of the recruits looked startled or even scared. It was an oddly weird sight to me. Feels like this is probably something they are used to. My thoughts were proven right the moment we came into the living room. That almost scared me. Right, crazy. I thought he was going to gouge your eyes out. For a moment, I was ready to pick up whatever was left of you. Kek, you wish. As if the situation had never happened, the 5 of them joked and laughed with one another. What sort of? You look confused, Nobi. Someone tapped me on the shoulder, and when I turned, I saw one of the members smiling at me. He had a square jaw, framed by his bowl-cut hair and squared-framed glasses. I was also the same as you at first, but you get used to the sight. The support squad tends to deal with lunatics, so this is normal. In fact, you can even say it's somewhat mild. What? This was somewhat mild. I suddenly started to shudder while thinking about what not mild was like. If possible, I didn't want to have any part in that. What are you doing, Jay? You're scaring the newbie on his first day. Overhearing the conversation, Rasen, the one subjected to the assault, shook her head while looking at me. Don't mind him, he's messing with you. This is nowhere near mild, probably something like normal. Yeah, pretty much. I guess normal is a good way to put it. Seeing the others agree with her, I forced a smile. This didn't help much. Anyways, I think we should all introduce ourselves since we're going to be working together. Rasen pointed at herself. I'm Rasen. I'm in charge of body analysis. Basically, I can fondle your body to see if there's anything wrong with you. Hello. What a great way to word things. She then pointed at the man next to me. That's Jay. He's also basically the same, but he specializes more in hormonal detection. He can detect if there's some sort of imbalance in the hormones, and he can quickly adjust them. That sounded pretty neat, actually. Rasen then pointed at the other girl in the group. This right here is Chloe. She should be similar to you. She specializes in human psychology. Chloe felt a bit different than Rasen, as in her disposition was a lot colder. However, her hair was similarly short, with it being black instead of brown. Her most distinctive trait was the freckles on her nose. I guess she can be considered somewhat pretty. Not really my type, but I could see how she'd attract the gaze of the opposite sex. These 2, on the other hand, are Ray and Mark. This left the other 2 members, both average in height, with Ray being on the chubbier side, while Mark looked to be the oldest one in the group. Meeting my gaze, they both laughed. Ho, can't believe we've got someone new here. We finally have another person to suffer with us. The 2 looked friendly, but their words, they didn't feel so friendly. You 2, stop it. Rasen slapped the air. At least she seemed reasonable. What's the point in telling him? That kind of ruins the fun in it. Now he expects it. A good jump scare happens when they least expect it. Never mind. I take it all back. These people, they were sick in the head. Anyways, it looks like it'll take a while for the team leader to handle the situation. Do you know what you're supposed to do? Me, well, more or less. I didn't really have to do anything. Maybe a little therapy here and there. Basically, say some bullshit while using my phone to hypnotize them. Nice. Rasen looked all cheery as she looked at me. Since you're ready, let's go. Hey, go where? We're going to visit the other houses and check on the other inmates. Let's go quickly. The faster we get this done, the better. Skipping slightly, she headed for the door. The others followed right behind her. Wait, don't go too fast. I just hate so my stomach is a little upset. Shouldn't have eaten then. The bus ride was long, though. Staring at their backs, I paused for a moment before pursing my lips. We were going to be attacked again, weren't we? I'll kill you, die. We were indeed attacked again, not once but 3 times in total, adding this and it was now 4. Stop him. Quick, just stop him for a moment. He's fast. I moved by instinct, dashing towards the death row inmate. He stood a head taller than me, his entire body built like some sort of mountain as veins protruded on his bald head. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for me to do a single thing to him. And yet, bang, I somehow managed to flip him over with a single move. The room fell silent a short, while later as Rasen and the other looked at me. And then, holy shit, how are you so strong? Are you sure you're in the support class? That was nuts. No, seriously, that was crazy. How did you manage that? I could only force a smile while looking at them. I did some self-defense classes in the past. I guess they helped out a bit. This was total bullshit. I had never fought in my entire life, nor did I know the first thing about throwing a punch. I didn't even use my powers. And yet, I was still somehow able to throw a man twice my size onto the ground. Could this be because I reached the second order? Did I not only acquire a node, but also become physically stronger? Self-defense, what sort of classes did you take? There's no way. Yeah, I call bullshit on that. There's definitely more to it than you're saying. I started sweating when I saw that the excuse wasn't working. Shit. This wasn't something that I was aware of. As my thoughts scrambled, I responded in the only way that I could think of. Kyle trained with me, so everything stopped. Nobody made a sound until... Kyle? You mean that Kyle? Wait, I do recall hearing that he was the one who brought you here. If that's the case, then. Makes much more sense, yeah. I blinked my eyes at a complete loss. They bought it just like that. Kyle was like this in his first year. I guess you guys must have gone to the same trainer. It explains so much. Oh? I mean, as long as you're happy. I was just about to open my mouth to say a few things when all of a sudden my phone rang. TRR. Looking down, a notification appeared. Everyone go to the main building. All checks are complete. We're about to start. The atmosphere suddenly seemed to shift in that moment. Raising my head, the members of the support squad all wore somber and grim expressions. They had all apparently gotten the same message. Moving forward, Rasen mumbled, her voice somber. Let's go, our job is just about to get started. This might be a long night. Wait, what? This was just the start. What sort of? Chapter 100, Expedition 4. The main building in question wasn't far from where we were. A small crowd had already gathered as we arrived. I spotted Kyle almost immediately. He was speaking with a few guild members. They all surrounded him, speaking to him animatedly. I thought about reaching out to him, but then decided against it. There were simply too many people, and... Let's go, we should be headed this way. There was also the fact that Rasen and the others were ushering me towards a different area. In the end, I let out a breath and followed, keeping close as we were led into a room. The room was relatively small, with a gray carpet beneath and a large metallic desk in the middle with several seats around. Waiting in the room were a couple of people. 2 appeared to be agents from the Bureau, while the other was the team leader from before. You guys are here. He greeted us in his low, husky tone. Find yourself a comfortable spot. We're going to be here for a while. His attention shifted to a monitor in front of him, one of many mounted to the wall opposite to the desk. Each displayed a nearly identical room. The only difference was the person inside. I recognized a few. The anomaly tends to act around nighttime. Keep watch of all the cameras and see if you can spot anything. We'll immediately send a team to the rescue if something goes wrong. The room fell silent shortly after his words. Even the usually chatty support unit had grown grim. A quiet unease settled over the room. I checked the time. 21:34. Tick-tick. The clock echoed louder than it should have. And so did my heart. Time began to pass. The entire time, nobody made a noise as they all focused their attention on the monitors ahead. The inmates remained in their rooms. Some slept, others flipped through books, and a few bounced elastic balls against the walls in a steady, mindless rhythm. A handful stood by their windows, watching nervously as the darkness swallowed everything outside, only the faintest trace of moonlight slipping in to brush the wooden floor. A strange sense of suffocation took over the room as we quietly waited for something to happen. Anything. Tick-tick. The ticking of the clock appeared to be even more pronounced as I quietly focused on a certain monitor. There I could see an all-too-familiar inmate. He was the one who had made the largest impression. How could he not have when he was the first inmate to attack? He was curled beneath his blanket, eyes wandering blankly, body pulled tight into itself. At first, nothing seemed wrong. But, doesn't he look a little pale? Looking closer, his entire face was pale. He was also tucking himself into the sheets, almost as though he was trying to hide from something. I wasn't the only one to notice the abnormalities. Soon, the team leader and the others noticed it as the room started to tense. The team leader brought a certain device to his mouth, some sort of walkie-talkie. Inmate 701, is everything okay? Is something happening? And no response. It was almost as though the inmate couldn't hear the voice at all. No, he probably didn't hear it. Looking closely, his pupils appeared completely dilated, as though he was staring at something extremely scary. What is he staring at? He doesn't seem to be staring at anything. There was no one else in the room, it was just the inmate, and yet from his body language it was clear that he was staring at something. There, right then, the moonlight shifted, and for a fraction of a second, something flickered into view. It was tall, lanky, and elongated. It was only brief, but it appeared, and in that moment the tensions within the room rose to an all-time high. Team leader. All eyes fell on the team leader, waiting for his next words. What should we do? Should we report this to the main squads, should we? No, not yet. The team leader raised his hand and stopped the others, his eyes narrowing. Team leader. Wait, team leader, if we don't act now, then I'm afraid that. It doesn't matter, this is a scum who killed several people already. What does it matter if they die? Just keep watching. Take in everything that you're about to see. The team leader's words were cold and merciless, plunging the room into a certain coldness that almost felt too real. But at the same time, the others didn't complain any further. They all just stared at the monitors with solemn expressions. They were waiting for something. And then, stay back, stay back. The inmate shot upright, his whole body shaking. I said move back, move back. His voice cracked, almost screeching as he hurriedly reached out for a device similar to that of the team leaders. Help, someone help me, it's here, help me. The sense of despair and helplessness was clear in his voice. He kept shouting, begging for help. But the team leader continued to watch on in silence, staring at the recording without any trace of emotion. Help, someone help me. Even as the inmate's screams pierced the room, he looked unfazed. In fact, he even began to lower the volume, as though he found the screams annoying. His eyes remained fixed on the video, waiting for the inevitable to occur. And it soon did. Another scream pierced the room. This time the scream was more heart-wrenching. Within the video, the inmate stopped moving, his entire eyes dilating as he tried to struggle. However, as though an invisible force trapped him, he couldn't move, as if something had sealed him in place. Oya, please help, Oya. His screams continued, his gaze turning more and more pale as he stared ahead of him, staring towards the entity that we couldn't see, but he could see. It was right before him, staring at him. And then, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the inmate's body began to wither. His cheeks sank in, and his eyes grew dark and hollow. Oya, Oya. Even his screams turned huskier, as the very blood in his body started to get sucked away from him. I held my breath while staring at the scene, my body secretly shuddering, and my legs tensed around the chair beneath me. The room was quiet, with all eyes focused on the gruesome scene ahead. I wanted to make it stop. I wanted to tear my eyes away from the scene. But instead, I slowly retrieved a pair of sunglasses and put them on. That was when I saw it. My entire body shuddered, especially when I saw it turn its body to look at me. Our eyes met, and I pulled the glasses away. Shit,